So I have got a fantastic guest for today's conversation. Let's welcome architect Nelson Pais. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
I'll be short on introduction, pardon me. So he's a professor, architect, and excellent urban planner who has been part of Dubai city planning decades ago. And I've been searching a perfect guest for this topic since 2 years. And I haven't found someone like him who has not just the expertise, but also the balls to speak about this topic. Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yes, let's be candid as we want. Don't worry about.
Thank you for inviting me for this.
Yes.
I may not be an expert in everything that you are portraying me as, but I guess I probably can throw some light on a few of the issues that you're bringing up. Yes.
Yeah, that's what we need.
Yes.
So we'll break down into chapter wise. So first, I want to explore the fundamentals of a city, what cities are, how things function in the city. And then we'll anchor that to Mangalore's context, how Mangalore is, and then come down to anatomy of the city. We'll break down city by its component, like nervous system, circulatory system, something like that. And then we come to your experience being part of Dubai's planning team. What have you learned in Dubai? What we can learn here, not blindly copy pasting it, but some of the things that we can implement here. And then Mangalore's problems, like gaps in detail, and also solutions, what can be done. And then what can Mangalore be? We'll brainstorm the strengths of Mangalore. And if we vision Mangalore for next 30 years ahead, I mean, every city planning needs a vision first, then planning, right? And then I have some ideas. So I want some reality check.
Okay.
Cool. Okay, so first question would be...
I don't think I'll remember everything that you asked me, but yeah, we'll go one at a time. Yes.
What's the most ignored aspect of Mangalore's planning that frustrates you as an architect?
First of all, I'm not an urban planner. I was an urban planner, as I was appointed in some places, but my training comes from another specialty called urban design. So it's like an in-between field between planning, which tends to be very two-dimensional in its approach. You have maps, you have figures, and then you have architecture, which is like a three-dimensional experience, like where we are sitting right now. Coming back to your question, there cannot be one thing that defines a city. There cannot be one quality which defines a city or, gives an identity to a city. It is in this multiplicities of things that forms a city. We'll go into the historical aspects. So for me to identify one problem would be very difficult because most of the time that one problem causes another effect on another problem. So the key word probably is multiplicity or plurality of a settlement, and human beings being so complex, you cannot have one character identifying one person. Now imagine many people living in one place. It's almost impossible to come up with a character or a problem. Right? So having said that, I guess there are things that irritate me about
top three
about the city. I think, and it's not specific to Mangalore. What kind of frustrates me or what I feel are things that can be changed are not in my world of expertise. It's in the expertise of, let's say, political science. So in 1992, the government of India had this amendment called the 74th Amendment to the Constitution of India, for which you know how the constitution law works. So you need to have a 2/3 majority in both the houses, etc., etc. But this got passed, okay? So the 74th Amendment actually gives the powers to the people of an urban setting, okay? Urban local bodies, as they're called. It could be a Nagar Panchayat, it could be municipal councils, it could be municipalities, municipal corporations. So these entities can actually be autonomous and they can actually decide everything. And there is a 12th schedule added to the 74th Amendment, which says urban planning has to be independent of somebody else telling the city what to do. We can decide the building control regulations. We can decide policies for finance, economics, urban poverty, slum redevelopment,
Housing.
what kind of housing we need to create, what kind of parks we should have, the roads, the footpaths, everything can be decided by us. But unfortunately, the 74th Amendment is just on paper. Okay. Our overlaps with the other state and national politics. For example, you elect a member of parliament or a member of who goes to Delhi, and then you have a member of the Legislative Assembly who goes to Bangalore. They have a 5-year term. But a mayor of a city who has the hands-on touch and feel of the city has a tenure for only 1 year. So in a given 5 years or 4 years, every year the mayor changes. Now, the system actually wants the mayor to be more powerful. Now, when you have something like this and something else gets dictated to the city by someone else, whether it is from Bangalore or from Delhi, it almost becomes impossible. We are living in a settlement, like a city, with almost zero democratic powers. The only thing that we do is go and vote.
No control on decisions.
So no accountability. It's not the accountability. They don't even have an opportunity to do something. There may be a brilliant mayor who may come up. So now, when the powers are diluted or not given post 1992 till today, it becomes impossible. So you are at the mercy. If the state government decides that Mangalore should get 10 crores this year, out of the planned expenditure, of course, that's it. If some pressure is put, maybe the 10 becomes 20. Thankfully, there are some schemes which I'll talk about. So that is the primary frustration as a professional. So what that leads to is that anybody and everybody with little knowledge starts taking decisions, about the city. So, like you said, monsoons, it becomes unlivable, but you cannot design for global warming, climate change that we are living in. People may complain that our drains are overflowing, and you cannot design for a cloud burst which pours about 150 mm of rain in 45 minutes. In Pumpville, it happened a few years ago. How do you design for that? You'll have drains which will probably eat up 50% of the cost of making a road. So there are certain things which are unprecedented. Situations are unprecedented. So it's a question of balance, I think, over a period of time, what one should do. How do you protect natural waterways from urbanization, or you stop and you stay away from it, ensure that sewage is not connected from your house to the stormwater drains, fundamental things like this. That's one aspect. You said traffic, but I would still disagree. We are just spoiled brats in this city. You go to Bangalore, and you have no problem taking half an hour to travel 2 kilometers, but here you don't want to wait for 5 minutes.
Right.
Which is all right. Which is to an extent.
No, I'm concerned about the future. Like if
future,
it leads to
but this is
choking, right?
Yeah, I think in some ways we are spoiled. Okay? There are certain other things which are related to governance of a city. I think my tendency would go down that line itself.
Governance.
Because everything comes down from there. If there are potholes, it's because of some problems. It's not because nobody wants to fill these potholes. It's probably because the way tenders are floated on the least bidder L1 system, where there are better systems even within the government called the QCBS system, which is quality cost-based selection. So you don't give a contract to the person who's giving it to you at the least price.
Right. That's a bad planning, right?
It's a bad practice, I would say. That's dated and it's gone now. But in most
so
places,
that has changed now. Yeah. It's no more who bids the low price.
It's there, partly there. It's not totally gone.
Okay.
But this other method is also coming.
What's that? Quality based?
Quality cost-based selection.
Okay.
QCBS.
Tell me about
this
that.
project.
Okay. Swimming pool right now. Okay, this we are sitting in a swimming pool designed by.
Yeah. So this project, when it was when there was an invitation, the tender inviting architects to design this building. Thankfully, I didn't get this project to do because I knew anyone here. It's just that there was about a 15 or 20% weightage on your intent, which you had to illustrate. So you had to invest time to show what your ideas are, and that got some points, along with other things, your fees and how much you would quote and all the other things. So if this project was built by a regular system under, let's say, Ministry of Youth Services and through PWD and all that, probably it would have gone to the lowest bidder. Yeah? And this building wouldn't have been like this. Maybe the budget also wouldn't have been there. There's a lot of complexity involved in making a building like this. But things work. Having said that, I would, at the same time, when I have to list problems, I would also say that this is a great city. The air is so pure.
Right.
Yeah, we don't have
Absolutely.
We don't have any kind of pollution. Actually, we don't have noise pollution. We don't have air pollution.
Dust also is not there.
Dust is minimal, thankfully, to the geology of this place, which is majority. We are sitting on a lateritic outcrop, so the formation of dust is minimal. I think we have enough green cover. We're losing it bits and pieces, but on the whole, I think you cannot have a city without a problem.
Right.
It can't be one problem. A city will have many problems.
Yes.
We can go and talk about it.
Yes. Okay.
Yeah.
Let's get into the fundamentals. So why cities exist and how they grow. Yeah. What are cities? Like, how do you look at cities?
See, when I think we'll have to, you have to excuse me because I think sometimes I might come across as somebody who's kind of giving you a lecture. After our species evolved, right, we had to move out of Africa for various reasons. The general consensus is that when human beings started growing their own food, earlier we were just hunters and gatherers. When that led to a place where they could grow their food instead of going and looking for berries, is when small settlements started happening in many places which were conducive to something, water source, maybe a little bit of protection from wild animals, the weather and all that stuff. There are many examples which are being discovered every day. Off late, they found a settlement in a coast facing Japan across the Japan Sea from Russia. And there is a species of salmons, fish, which swim back against the current, and it was easy for them to catch. So you find a group of remains of a settlement there. So it goes back to that many number of years, 30, 40,000 years. But formally, there are instances of the recent one or two mounds were excavated in Turkey, which also has the recognized one, which is called Sattel Hayok.
The underground city one?
No, it's not really underground. It's a settlement which is known to be one of the oldest. But surprisingly, there is a school of thought which says that the reason why they settled down there was to manufacture weapons for the warring tribes in and around that place. So it was not a settlement based on agriculture. There is also an argument that people may have settled down because they discovered ways of interacting with each other. So they say beer before bread. There's a nice book called Drunk, which talks about how intoxication probably led to human beings to stay in one place. Okay, laziness because of agriculture, I guess, I don't know. Some sedentary kind of a lifestyle started evolving. So these settlements slowly started becoming power centers or cultural centers. If you go to Stonehenge, many such settlements would come to one place for some ritualistic reasons. So these are the earliest examples of. Then it led to, I'm talking about before what we call at civilization. The recognized civilizations that we know of, which is Mesopotamia, Harappan civilization, which I think should be called, it shouldn't even be called Indus Valley civilization, because it isn't. Today, they have found
Dravidian
more than 400 settlements reaching all the way to Himachal and some in Uttar Pradesh, a few in Gujarat. So it is not necessarily Mohenjo-daro and Harappa. So to call it Harappan civilization would be technically wrong, I think. I mean, there are many more experts who can talk
That's
about
another conversation of its own.
another conversation. So these centers started there were early cities in Mesopotamia called Ur and Uruk, similar to what we had in India and United India at that time, Mohenjo-daro, Harappa, and many more. There's one in Dholavira in Gujarat, and very nicely defined system. And each civilization had their own speciality. Like in the Indus Valley civilization, or I don't know what we would call it. I don't even know what to call it. I mean, the correct term would be wrong, even if I said Indus Valley civilization. Because the settlements that we are finding every month now are going beyond these few 2-3 rivers. I guess that it also was the political system that was evolving, whether you call it a caste system or monarchy. So somebody would be a chieftain, and then he would control, build up an army, and that would protect, and then the fortress. So you need to protect. Earlier, probably you were protecting the settlement from wild animals. Now you have to protect it from other wild human beings, no? Who wanted to come and take a piece of the cake that was being baked in one settlement. So there is a story for evolution of cities, and it's evident in a lot of places. I think man being a social animal, human beings being social animals, it's a natural extension to the earliest numbers that people are talking about were about 150 people in one settlement, and then you suddenly have cities which were 30,000, 40,000. The earliest cities were of that big a size. So, this is a little from history. Then they also had this interaction between one city and another, or one civilization and another. Initially, it was one city to another. There are evidences of India, the seals and the pieces of jewelry being found in Mesopotamia, and some things which they used to use, we find them in Harappa.
I just found what peak we have reached as humanity, like in a sense. Number of people living in a city, Tokyo ranks first. 37 million people in one city. That's a crazy achievement, right?
You will be surprised that some of our cities are crossing 20 million.
Delhi?
Yeah.
Delhi, of course, yeah. How do you see cities? Like,
I think cities are, in my opinion, personal opinion, and in the opinion of many people, I think cities are a great invention of human beings.
Right, absolutely.
For many reasons. Because if not for cities, we wouldn't have been able to discover things, invent new things, not things as in things like, let's say, even economics as a speciality. Yeah. So if you see Adam Smith operating out of Edinburgh, or maybe Bach and Beethoven producing great amount of work in the musical field, I mean, you name it, it's happening in this world. There's a certain amount of poetry that was happening in China. There was architecture happening in Greece, in Athens. Okay, so at different times, right? But this can happen only because there are so many people thinking about the same thing together, and then what they learned in one place probably gets shared and distributed, probably even traded. Yeah, no, they didn't have royalty and intellectual property protection rights those days, but I guess they would exchange. I mean, they understood geometry, and that reached somewhere else. We had a numerical system which reached Europe.
True.
Yeah, through the Arabs. If there were no Arab traders,
right.
our number system wouldn't have reached and replaced the Roman number system. So
true.
So I guess cities are great that way. Otherwise, we would be sitting in cocoons with, walking on all fours, I guess. I don't know.
With guns at home and just
killing each other, I guess. I don't know.
Can you shed some light on how cities form, how they grow? Like,
again, a very difficult question because there is no one rule. See, if you talk about one of the best lectures that I've heard on the theory of cities or theory of city form specifically is by
this theory.
Yeah, there's a theory on that. Yeah. There's this professor called Julian Beinart who who taught a lecture for 32 years at one of the best universities, which is MIT in Massachusetts. Okay? And he's no more, but he concludes his 26 lectures by saying that there cannot be a theory on cities because the cities are each city is so different from the other. What we can only do is probably try to oversimplify certain things and say, okay,
generalized
XYZ
things.
cities come under this category, some more cities come under this category. These were based on some cosmological models, some were based on something else, some were based on something else. There's no one rule. I mean, if you, I'll just give you an example. When the Roman Empire was at its strongest, they had a basic rule of how it has to be done. So there was one axis called the Cardo and Decumanus. And then they said, okay, everywhere we want to leave our trace, we will go and establish a city. First make these 2 roads, keep one temple at the crossroads, put one political institution somewhere around that, and the rest of the settlement would grow around it. This you find later, let's say about 2,000 years ago. Before that also, even Mohenjo-daro and Harappa, you had other systems coming into place. You didn't have these iconic temples and buildings and all that, but there was a clear differentiation of a citadel, a settlement at a lower level. You know, there is evidence of class system in that settlement. There are hints of what, but class system today is looked at badly, but probably it was based on what they would do. Some people were intellectuals, I guess, some were workers, some were traders. So the order in which these cities were formed initially are again very different.
No city is the same. Like how they form is not the same.
There is also there's a reason why, like we look at Nile Valley civilization as a big thing, no? The Egyptian civilization.
My favorite civilization.
Yes, but you see pyramids and all these great temples built, but not great cities. Choices that people made of making a divine person out of the king. Pharaoh was considered God. And in the Pharaoh's lifetime, his house for the future would be built, which was the pyramid. So I guess you exhausted so many things, so much of your resources, your materials, your labor, your energy, your people and everything into making those, that you don't find great traces of cities in Nile. But you'll find great pyramids. Okay. You mentioned Tokyo. At one point, they were Japan as a country and Tokyo as the center of economic power of the world, probably at that time. Also made mistakes like that. They didn't build pyramids, but they spent so much on their infrastructure that they went broke.
What time?
Japan is no longer the economic power that it once was because of the amount of investment into infrastructure, including a bullet train. Now, whether a bullet train was needed at that time or not is another question. Maybe today, but not 30 years ago. There is also certain studies which said the primary reason for the demise of a city or a civilization is actually economic and not flood or whatever, earthquake and all that. There may be instances where some cities may have just disappeared because of that. But they say it's mistakes in economics that causes demise of civilization, yes.
So you would say not every city are formed the same. So every city has its own origin.
Definitely. No two cities. No, Udupi and Mangalore are not the same.
Okay, let's explore that local context.
We are not the same.
How Mangalore city formed? How was it 50, 100 years ago? And how it has evolved?
Yeah. Unfortunately, the history and the records that are available for us to be 100% sure about the evolution of the city is very difficult, but the name itself is a clue. There was this temple, Mangala Devi temple, which was established. I guess basically because of the way our geography is, the 2 rivers coming in, meeting at Bengre and opening into the ocean or the sea, gave a natural reason for a harbor to be formed in the tide-affected part of the river, touching the sea. So you see traces, I mean, nobody's made these connections, but if you see the old map that the Romans had, along the west coast of India, you will see a lot of these Roman names.
Interesting.
For cities. Mangalore doesn't figure, but geographically you can position 1 or 2 centers which are very close to Mangalore. Maybe one of them was the origin of this city. But generally accepted logic or historic premise is based on the fact that there was Mangala Devi temple. So the name Mangalapuram, Mangaluru, and the anglicized Mangalore comes from that. But if you look at diversity that we have here and a lot of religions, different types of people, they have their own names for the city. Like the Mangalorean Konkani speaking people call it Kodiyal, the Tulu speaking people call it Kudla. We have different names. So the name by itself cannot determine history. But I think temple had a very important role to play in the origin of the city. Then later came the different rulers. We were under Vijayanagar rule for some time. Then Tipu came and took over. Then the Portuguese, and then the British. British had an East India Company headquarters. One office of the East Indian Company was here near Bandar, which got demolished just about less than 10 years ago.
Oh.
That was the first building from which the city governance was happening. It was the city municipal office was from there.
Okay.
And they had the lack of awareness of demolishing that. It was in shambles. It could have been repaired. But so we have all that history.
Yeah. So the modern history, how would you trace back to? Is it do with the port, right?
Yeah. If we limit it to cities, then I guess the port started gaining importance.
1970s.
Yeah. Even before that, I think there was trade between the
Arab
west
countries.
coast of India and the Arab world, much before Vasco da Gama found the way around the Cape and brought in the colonizers, and hence the potatoes from South America. We wouldn't have known potatoes if there was
Cashews, pineapple.
So I guess the port had an important role to play. The old port, I'm not talking about the new port. New port is 70s, 80s. The old port is Bandar, from where trade there was trade happening between here and the Middle Eastern countries, and probably even some ports of call in Africa also. So that's been happening for many centuries. Like otherwise, this place and those few names along the west coast wouldn't have found a place in a map that the Romans drew 2,000 years ago or 2,000 plus years ago.
Do you know the name? What the name?
I don't remember now, but I guess I'll probably write it and send it to you. You can put it in the comments.
Okay.
I'll only probably comment. The nearest town that we can think of. Mangalore, in comparison to the other cities, wasn't that big a center. Though for the Portuguese, strategically, probably there was a fort, by the way, in that Bandar area at one point of time, which all got taken off. So I guess then the multiplicity and the plurality of the settlement itself, you had people from Kerala coming in, you had, in addition to the original inhabitants of this place, you had the oppressed or the victims of the Inquisition, which pushed a lot of people who were resisting that towards the south and the north. Those people settled there. That's why you find Konkani. Even the ones who were converted, like you and me and our forefathers, there was another way of people who came down south from Goa because of another rule that was imposed on them, which forbid them to practice certain things. Like you couldn't celebrate harvest festival. And most of our forefathers, probably being farmers, couldn't accept that. And they said, okay, let's pack our bags and go south. Get out of Goa. So the settlement has had its waves of... That's another wave of settlement. But I think that goes back to much more
Arab trade.
That is,
modern Mangalore port had a big influence in the cities, right? Like that's how modern Mangalore city started with the...
Yeah, quite a lot of things. I think the decision to make a new port, which is called New Mangalore Port Trust, NMPT. I think now it's called NMPA, I think.
No idea.
Something like that, yeah. So making the port here probably put us on the map. It was also the point from which iron ore, which was being mined in Kudremukh was being exported.
That pipeline from Kudremukh to Mangalore.
Yeah. So it was the ore was brought through pipes and then processed.
So Mangalore has a trade history, industrial history, then education, healthcare.
Industrial history is there, but I think it's more the enterprising spirit of
Mangaloreans
which has brought the city to importance rather than any kind of major, other than MRPL, which was the refinery, which later got taken over by ONGC. You have BASF, MCF, some industries are there. But after that era, I don't think we have seen any major move towards
national projects or
industrialization.
big projects.
There has to be some reason for this. I guess it's also because the people also resisted too much of industrialization. They didn't want too much of pollution. But Mangaloreans are very enterprising. That is there.
True.
You have them migrating to
Right.
probably
Cosmopolitan.
all over the world. We have this Mangalorean diaspora everywhere, but in a way it differs from many other groups that, I mean, if you observe, a lot of them come back, even if they have gone to some other country to work, mostly Middle East, Kuwait first, and then after the oil was discovered, I guess they needed people to work, laborers to blue and white collared people. I think that brought in a lot of probably wealth. But prior to that, I think we also had a lot of educational institutions, which were again an anchor to produce the kind of
Talent,
people who could
grow the local economy as well.
Bombay was the go-to place for decades. Anybody who matriculated from any school in Bangalore would end up in Bombay. I think in terms of
Then healthcare boom
modern culture, we are closer to Bombay for many, many decades than we were closer to Bangalore. I guess this big ghat, Shiradi Charmadi ghat between us and the rest of Karnataka. So I guess the affinity was more towards Bombay. You could see that probably in the culture itself, no? The way we dress, the music, attitude, good and bad, everything. I would still say that I am a product of here, I mean, of this city and St. Aloysius, and huge difference, I think. Going to an institution and studying for whatever little time you spend there, some of them may have spent their entire learning ages here. Someone like me just did 11th and 12th. But it does give you an advantage. I mean, I wouldn't have known about architecture if not for the library, which had, Ayn Rand's Atlas Shrugged book in there. I couldn't have expected to find books like that I grew up in Chikmagalur, so I couldn't have expected to find that book in my district center library. We also have something called a compact city plan, actually.
What does that mean?
It is a desire of most cities to achieve what naturally has happened to us. Okay?
Interesting.
And, so what happens is that there are different, you have a center and then the cities start growing in different directions. They're called directions of growth. But in the case of Mangalore, what had happened is there were also these nodes. Like you say Padavinangadi was a node. There are many nodes like this, which were also growing. Bajpayee was a node. So when Ullal was a node. And when all these nodes are also growing simultaneously along with the expansion of the center, then you don't have something called a very strong CBD. You have multiple nodes. So technically, I think Mangalore can be classified as a multi-nodal city. Okay. So now what happens when you do that is that the connections between these nodes are already there. And given the topography, obviously there will be challenges. The roads are steep, they go winding, and you don't have the requisite road widths and all that. But it also kind of helps in some way that the city will not sprawl. Urban sprawl, when everybody starts aspiring to own a piece of land. Like you see 30, 40 layouts in most cities. You take Hassan or Mandya or Bangalore and all that. 40 kilometers from the center, you have 30, 40 plots. People don't mind traveling all that distance to live. But here, because of the topography and connectivity to these extensions of the city was limited by geography. So you ended up being a very compact city. So the growth went vertical.
That's the reason.
Yeah, that's the reason.
Okay,
so,
interesting.
A is economics. Like if you want to build a house, and somehow this rule of unwritten law that your house site can't be less than 5 cents, came into the picture. But if you go and see a 30-40 plot, it's not even 3 cents. And 80% of people who live in a city like Mysore live in 30-40 plots. But in Mangalore, the number of people who live in less than 5 cents land probably is less than 5%.
Right.
So you don't find a 30-40 plot. Even today's whatever's on offer probably is in the range of 5 and above. So that also restricts. So you cannot have the economics of a city doesn't allow for sprawl. That means the city can't go too far away from the center, which it's a blessing in disguise.
Okay.
But at the same time, this leads to other problems.
Like
it leads to congestion.
congestion.
Now you have more people living in a given area.
Choco
So it's
block.
called density. Okay? So the density of number of people in a given area in Mangalore is high. But it results in congestion in the other experiential part of the city. When you have to walk from one place to another, you may not have wide footpaths because the land that's available to make a road is limited. Of all the roads that we have in the city, very few roads have footpaths which are more than 1.5 meters, which is 5 feet.
And that's
Sad
too,
actually,
not
which
too
can
continuous.
Yes. So the result is of this. So I would call Mangalore a compact city because to go from anywhere to anywhere in the city doesn't take you more than 20 minutes.
Right.
Yeah, you can go from Talapadi, which is the south end, till probably Surathkal. It is probably a half an hour's drive. So that's south to north. Okay, we don't have anything in the west because it's the sea. And on the east, there are only few corridors of growth or directions of growth. You can take one direction going towards Bantwal. Another one probably takes you towards
Mudibidre.
Gurpur, Mudibidre Road. You're right. One is towards the airport and one goes north towards Panambur. Panambur again is a problem. Going south again is a problem because we are bound by two rivers. We have Netravati on the south and the Gurpur River on the north. The city kind of contains itself. There was a time when if you cross the Kadri Park and went on the eastern side of Mangalore, you are not in Mangalore. As early as 15 years ago, you didn't have any major projects happening east of Mangalore.
Kadri.
Everything was contained here. Good in many ways because density is good. More people living in less land is actually a good idea because, again, I'll refer to another book by Edward Gleischer. He talks about a city being the greatest invention of man because by concentrating ourselves in a small area, we actually leave nature alone. So the corollary is like this, that if you love nature, stay away from it and go and live in a city. And when you're in a city, if you're talking about, I want to make my city green and all that is actually contradictory because you are densifying the city. And what are you going to do? I mean, put a tree in the balcony or some 10 plants in the balcony. That's not called greening. That's, I think, very superficial. But there are other methods in which a city can be made green, if you want to call it, or sustainable or whatever.
Why cities have to be planned? Like, why can't we let the city grow on itself organically? So what is disadvantage and advantage of letting it grow organically, and what is advantage of planning? What is
I think that's a very good question because I don't think there was any central urban planning department for most cities.
right?
Okay? There was a notion of the center and then there's a notion of the periphery and which kind of manifested itself in different ways in different cities if you look at historically. But there was some kind of an underlying law in which the basic stuff was, like I gave you the examples of the Roman cities, the grids and the main cardinal axis on which the cities were laid out. You see that in medieval cities in Europe, you see that in even in the Mayan civilization, you see that in China a lot, but some of them are based on the cosmological model, that there are these planets and then there's the sun and whatever, that kind of led to some people specializing in doing something like this. So is Mangalore organic? Is a question.
Interesting question.
Yeah,
Yes.
I don't know whether it's
How much of it
the
is
center
planned?
of Mangalore may have been organically, must have evolved organically, but extensions you tend to find some grids
Planning
and
there.
some. But I guess that also, if you're not going to respect the topography and flatten all our hills and create a clean flat canvas and start making roads. It looks like it is planned, but it may not be actually the correct way to do it. So the efficiency with which you get land to sell or to live may reduce because of the topography. So organic doesn't necessarily mean that you need a topographical setting like ours. There are cities which are on flat ground, which have grown organically. But some order is required, I guess, after a certain threshold is crossed in terms of number of
People.
people living there.
Mm-hmm.
So there has to be some kind of an order. But within that order, there's a lot of chaos, and I think chaos is good. Yeah. Homo sapiens wouldn't have evolved if there was no chaos in the way the specification or the evolution happened. My favorite topic other than architecture and planning is evolutionary biology, and I really love it. And the mistakes that happen in the copying process is what resulted in specification. So cities are nothing but that. You can look at the city as a living organism. It doesn't have a nervous system and things like
It's
that. But it has other things. It has something equivalent probably to bone structure, which is the structure in which the city...
infrastructure.
Yeah. So
like
it
a
has
bone.
that. It has a skin. It has
Circulatory
organs which
system.
do things. It feeds. It breathes. It's
Excretory system,
everything
sewage.
It's got a digestive system. The city also has a digestive. But it's not an exact copy. So if you look at it from that way, and the multiplicities or complexities of things that the city needs to survive upon, there are so many factors. Some which are tangible, you can measure: width of the road, size of your sewer. All this can be measured. But there are intangibles. You look at the cultural aspect of a city. What do people do in their free time? Where do they eat? What do they wear? How do they shop? How do they educate themselves? How do they spend the retired period of their lives? These are very difficult to measure. But as any city matures, it kind of builds this into the thing, right? Into its definition of a city. But unfortunately, if you look at, I'll go back to the 74th Amendment. Okay? So the autonomy that is required to be given to the city to deal with its own matters includes urban planning, alleviation of poverty, housing, educational, cultural aspects, number of parks that you're required, how far apart should these be placed. We have a lot of green, but how many parks can you count in Mangalore?
Only one.
And those that are there, how popular are they? So that culture of making whoever is responsible for ensuring that these minimum standards have been met. I may be contradicting myself because it can't be only a number. It also has to be qualitative, not just quantitative. Not number of parks and the area that each park occupies. But we fall short of parks in this city. Culturally, I think I wouldn't call Mangalore bankrupt, but I think we are very, very close to that. We don't have a museum. We are so proud of our culture. We say this, we come from this and our heritage is this, and everybody says that we are so rich in language. Give me one example of a place that a kid can go and learn about our culture. We don't have a museum. Our district or the city library is tucked in one small little corner next to Aloysius on the hill. Though there are smaller libraries built here. But why can't these things, which we call...
be accessible to people?
Built first. You need to build it first. Who builds it? I mean, in the Renaissance period and when we were under monarchy, a lot of things got built. You go to Bangalore, you have a Coven Park, which is an act of planning. Somebody decided to do it. And there is a library inside the Coven Park, which is an iconic building. And several other libraries have been built. Okay? And you will find this in smaller towns elsewhere, right? In fact, I think the library which I used to go to as a kid in Chikmagalur, where even when I go back, I do one namaste and come to that building because I learnt a lot from that building. Mangalore doesn't have that. Where do I go if I have to... Okay, there's Amazon and all that. I can order my books or legally download and listen. I have Audible, I have everything. But going to a library and reading a book is a completely different experience. And it's really sad. I'm just giving you an analogy of one of the buildings which I classify as institutions of the city. This is
Cultural
yeah.
aspects.
So the institutions of the city, I think we are really, really far behind.
Museum,
Somebody has to come
library.
forward. Yeah, no museum, no library, no performing arts center. Our town hall is for everything and anything, which can accommodate only about 80 people. Good building, thankfully for a few people who got together and made sure it didn't fall down, and it got renovated twice, I think, in my knowledge. Other than that, we don't have anything.
To
So what
represent
what
our
do we do
culture.
for recreation? What choices? I'll have to take my car and drive all the way to Panambur Beach. Where do I go in this city? What does it offer me?
Good question.
Yeah.
So planning is required, essentially,
Yes.
you mean
Participation, I think.
citizen participation.
Citizen participation. You also need patronage. You know, the
People who
especially
made money to contribute
not just
back
money.
to
I mean,
society.
you don't need money to build a good library. Okay, you just need that attitude, that awareness, that okay. I'm going to put this as a challenge to you and all the other people you speak to, and probably your viewers, and said, why are we culturally bankrupt? I'm just making a statement.
Point.
Why is it that Mangalore doesn't have a good library? Why is it that Mangalore doesn't have a good museum? And many other things like performing arts center, musical center, you name it. Children's museum, place that children can go and learn a lot of things. Yeah, we have a Vishveshwaraya Technical Museum in Bangalore, which is supposed to cater to all the districts of the state. Why can't we have? I mean, Mangaloreans are considered knowledgeable, sensible, and all that stuff, but I don't see this happening. And pointing it out again, you don't need money for this.
Just to will, public
You
will.
need a will. Yeah. Yeah. The expert here is pointing it out that Kalangan, I think the person who was behind it died recently. It's tiny and it caters to only one small
community
within this. I mean, we are such a diverse culture, multicultural, multilingual. Where are the secular institutions? I mean, I think Kalangan is secular, but can you expect Yakshagana to be held there?
Basically,
It can't.
restricted to one language.
Konkani, right.
So, is it good that we isolate ourselves and say, okay, one community
that
built something
doesn't
for
represent
themselves?
the city. City is inclusive of all.
So when we build, even when we build stuff like, let's say, Memorial Hall or something which is, and I've seen this happening everywhere. There are so many places that weddings are held. Yeah. But when at times when the weddings are not held in that building, that building can become something else. No? There's a fantastic example in New York. I think it's called the Shed, I think, where they've made that entire building change its form by moving its walls so that on one day it can become a marriage hall, but on the other day it could become a
performative
arts center. Do you have a performing arts center in Bangalore? TMA Pai Hall. Again, used for marriages more than anything else.
Conferences.
Yeah.
So, at what point you would say city need a planning rather than let it grow organically or chaotically? And do you think we are at an intersection, point where Mangalore needs planning and it's very critical for Mangalore to be planned well?
Okay, I'm going to go a little 2 steps back.
Yes.
Now, to plan a city, you need planners. How many planners are there in India?
That's the biggest problem of
How many
Indian
planners
cities.
in your city? Okay. In the government organizations, you may find a town planning member in the Urban Development Authority, a town planner in the city corporation, and all that stuff. Are they really sitting and planning the city? Their job description, their title is that. The title says town planner, TPO, town planning officer. But how often do they sit and plan the city? They're planning the city. Who plans the city?
That's a good question.
Yeah,
Who plans
everybody
the
has their
city?
say. A group of educationists will decide that okay, let's make an education hub somewhere. Somebody who's interested in culture and something will get together and attempt doing something somewhere else. The hoteliers of Mangalore will come together and say we will have a vision plan for making more hotels in this
Hospitality.
city. Yeah, you will have a hospitality conference. The trading community will come and say, okay. Recently, I think I was reading in the papers that the Chamber of Commerce and Industry had this vision plan. But how inclusive is this process? Do they have a plan of the city, or forget about plan? I think it's the wrong word. Do they have a accurate map of the city on which they start putting a pen and pencil and
Right.
say, okay, this has to be the center, this is this, interrelationship between transport nodes, cultural nodes, economic zones, synergies that you can establish with each other. Everybody works independently.
Lack of coordination.
I think inclusive planning or participative planning is
What
is-
about smart city Mangalore?
that's
Aren't there planners?
no, you have to again go back into the history of how cities used to get funded. See, cities are economic growth centers, right? You are born in a city, or if you're not born in a city, you migrate to a city for your education, for your job, for whatever else. Now, when the cities start becoming vibrant and it attracts more people, it adds to the economic activity of the city, and then probably somebody who is an expert can say how much does Mangalore contribute to the GDP of the country. Correct? Possible, right? So, to elevate a city from what it was to this new world order of defined by the economists and say, okay, now the cities have to be upgraded and they have to contribute. If you're only going to look at contribution in terms of money and taxes, that's one thing. But it should also contribute intellectually. How many scientists does this city produce? How many athletes does this city produce who go and represent the country in Olympics? How many singers, cricketers? You have that. I mean, here and there you find something. So you need an influx of some funds here and there. Historically, for smaller cities, there was one fund, I think it was called UID SSMT. I'm sorry if I got the letters wrong, but it qualified some cities to seek funds from the center, with which you could probably improve your sewage system, roads, whatever. Then came JN URN, which defined which cities would qualify to get this funding. Mangalore, unfortunately, we didn't have the population, or we were not the capital of the state. I think there are some criteria, or it was not even a heritage city. Because we didn't have the population and all the other criteria, we were not qualified to write a letter to the center and ask us for some funds. This was earlier. There is a story behind Smart City. So they corrected it, which is very nice. I think 2013-14, Bloomberg Philanthropies, if I'm not wrong, helped the government of India to formulate a new policy to kind of make it a little more competitive for cities to ask for funds. So they put together a fund in Delhi, 45,000 crores, and said, now this money is going to be given to cities to give the cities an opportunity to grow. So what they did first was they kind of sent out a expression of interest, okay, to about 500 cities, which 500 plus 550 cities, gave them some money, about 1 crore or 2 crores each, asked them to fill up some forms and justify why you should be in the first 100 cities which would qualify to get this
funds
from the center. Obviously, some of them didn't respond. Some of them did. Mangalore missed the boat the first time. I think, if I'm not wrong, in 2013 13 or 14. The first application that went from here uh, did not qualify Mangalore as a city which could receive funds. So very surprising. So in the second round, the first round, I think about 25 cities were chosen. We were not there anywhere in the picture. So we didn't qualify the first round. We were not in the first 25. So the deal was this, that if you qualified, every year you would get 100 crores from the center and 100 crores from the state. And there was a quota for how many cities each state would put forward. I think Karnataka was 5 or 6, if I'm not mistaken. So Mangalore, from the Karnataka government, was identified as one of the cities which would qualify, but they didn't. So we didn't find ourselves in that list, sadly. So in the second attempt, the approach was slightly different. I was also involved in some ways. But it all happened because we had somebody kind of demanding that we participate in the second process. So we had a district commissioner named Ponuraj sir, who loves Mangalore and he did a lot of work when he was here. He ended up being some kind of a nodal officer for this fund for the state of Karnataka and literally demanded that we
Get the funds.
do the work required to do the funds, to get the funds. So obviously we didn't have a choice. So some of us got together. I kind of led that. Though we had a assigned consultant given by the government of India, they were really not doing their job. Sorry, but that's the truth. But we sat over it for about a month. There were really some great people who worked with us. There was this lady British national, an architecture teacher, married to an Indian, Asha, who actually wrote the justification in the prescribed format. Some 130 pages had to be filled up of why Mangalore should qualify
Get the funds.
Obviously, Queen's English, I guess, made a difference. She did a fantastic job. A lot of people. I mean, I cannot name them all, but many of them are my friends and my colleagues in the school that we started in Mysore called WCFA. And we were in the process of starting the school. We all had a little bit of free time, so they were gracious enough to give their time. And in that 1 month period, we put together a revised new proposal, which got accepted. And I think we were in the first 5 out of the next 25. So the deal is this, that you get 100 crores from the center, 100 crores from the state. That you get 200 crores every year for 5 years. So the minimum money that you would get probably is in the range of about 800 to 1,000 crores. But there was a rider to that you had to show that money was spent. I think there were some lapses in governance, I guess, in the way the money was probably parked in a bank rather than being
planned and spent.
And the interest,
You can
they thought,
shed some light on that.
somebody decided that we'll get some interest on that money, but the government of India came and took the interest and went away.
Oh, seriously?
This is the truth.
Can you tell me the incident?
No, it is. See, when the money is given to you to use,
right.
You have to show that it is used before you ask for the next tranche of payment.
Right.
The first money was 100.
Money was sitting there idle.
Yeah. No. Part of the money was spent. Okay. But it was not spent fast enough. So there was, see, when you, it's not anybody's fault. See, when you get about an average of 10 crores a year before this happened, and suddenly somebody gives you 200 crores a year, sometimes you don't know what to do with it. Right? But the system in which this smart city gets implemented also has problems. So the qualifying consultants, contractors, whoever, would have to show that they have done 50 crore plus work. So nobody from Mangalore would qualify. So obviously it went to some idiotic organization from Bombay. They came here, they clueless for 2-3 years till they were fired. and individual projects were given to and retendered. And one of them is this building, which then there was the waterfront, which somebody else is doing.
And there's a park in Kadri.
Kadri Park, which Venkatesh Pai did. We did some things, locally. I mean, whatever because this whole bundle of 800 crores were broken down into 10, 15 crore projects is why someone like me would get a chance.
But all spent on recreational thing, nothing to call it a smart, It's not a smart city thing.
It's very...
Just spent on recreation.
Yes.
There not on infrastructure.
I can probably give you an idea of what the vision we had. So we kind of did an analysis of the city and figured out of the 50 wards, which are the most dense wards. Okay. And we realized that they're all in this area, Bandar, Atawar and all. This 6 or 7 wards where there was a little bit of stagnancy in growth, probably because of aging sewage systems, roads being bad, traffic, congestion, lot of other aspects. So we said, let's redo this. We'll create one cultural hub somewhere. We'll create one economic hub somewhere, like develop the markets and all that stuff. Develop Nehru Maidan, connect Nehru Maidan to a waterfront road, and also connect it through many other roads, including one of the roads was this Yamekere road. So starting from the Car Street was one corridor which would connect the people to the waterfront, because we don't have a history of using our river waterfront. Probably because of flooding in the olden days, and it doesn't happen now because those precautions have been taken. But that was the idea, to open up Mangalore's waterfront to its people. And that vision is partly implemented. It's there. I think in the coming days, I think you'll see about 600, 700 meters of a demonstrative waterfront being thrown open to public soon.
Interesting.
Yeah, it's going to happen. But it didn't happen the way we envisaged it. Yeah, unfortunate, but I guess there are limitations. We had a bad consultant.
So that money went away. So it's not coming back.
I don't know the figures, but somebody can do this study and figure out how much of that 800 to 1,000 crores that was
allocated to us.
Not allocated, earned by us.
Okay? Earned by us.
Yeah, that was our right, to get that much of money, did not get used. And I think we should you should ask these questions to the right people to see why and how.
I'm not a reporter that
why,
way.
Why was this? Why did we lose out on that money which was already given to us? Lot of cities were disqualified.
I have a lot of plans to how to utilize that money. Just to the city.
You have plans?
I mean, why didn't the planners have the plan? As the citizens, we have plans.
No,
I think we don't have a vision to how
Clinton,
to grow
there
the city.
There are certain things which were imposed upon us on all the cities. You had to spend about 100 crores on technically what would be called the brain of the city. It's called the command and control center. So you had some very expensive softwares like ArcGIS, and these are GIS, Geographic Information System software. I think each copy costs about 35-40 lakhs.
Okay.
License cost.
So what does that do?
It kind of maps the city in all the possible layers that required to manage, run the city. And Mangalore doesn't even have, when that command and control center came up, we didn't even have, I don't think we even today, we have a reliable base map of the city. That means the survey of the entire city.
Topologically well.
Not just topological. Topology is one layer. So you take the XYZ measurement of every point in the whole 130 square kilometers. That is one information. Roads, infrastructure, all that is another information. Land information. Who owns the land? Where are the overlaps? Cadastrals, the subdivision.
Type of land.
What use it is put to. All that information. So a geographical information system allows you to put layers and layers and layers and layers of it, which is actually very
the base
basic because a city is also built in layers over a period of time. But to map this, you have technology today. But all that mapping happens on a base map. And that base map has to be accurate. Okay, we had other parallel. See, this is where we go wrong. I think the Mangalore City Corporation attempted to do a map. Smart City attempted to do a map. State government independently had another project happening, which was mapping the urban land, where property cards are issued, full of errors even today. Okay, because do you know this? That prior to this attempt to make a map or a base map of the city, the last map was made by the Brits. Probably in
I wouldn't be shocked.
1898 or something like that. I'm not sure the exact date, but as long as that. We must be such irresponsible recipients of an independent nation, and we don't even have a record of us trying to put land. Britishers did it because they wanted people to pay taxes that could be sent back to the Queen, right? And the collector, the DC was not called the district commissioner, he was called the district collector. What was his job? To collect the taxes on whatever format was agreed upon in a particular region, right? The money that he collected would go to probably Madras presidency, and from there probably shipped as gold and whatever else. I don't know, back to Britain. London got built with our money. I think Mangalore also must have contributed a lot.
Base
so
mapping.
That's so going back to the smart city, a bunch of that money was supposed to go into creating this command and control center, from where we could understand how the city works, get all the clarity on the layers that are there in the city.
That means now it's incomplete.
It's incomplete. The infrastructure has been built. You have like 50 TV screens in one room. You have cameras in 25 places which will measure your humidity and all that stuff, feeding back to the system. I guess the only use that it can be put today, from what I know, is that Mangalore is one of the cities that they're going to experiment with AI to give you traffic fines. To record traffic violations. So I think now it's a money-making installation with cameras and humidity. I don't know what that humidity measuring tool has got to do with the
fine collection.
It being used for fine collection. You could have just put normal cameras. No? So some things are. This is universal.
So what do you mean it's incomplete? So what are the things to be complete about? Like
the command and control center is not really working. If it was working, we could have synchronized the traffic lights so that there is no
wastage of light energy.
There's no congestion and traffic jams.
Right. Or traffic lights, you mean.
Yeah, you can actually control, no?
Correct.
What is this?
Based on the density.
Somebody who's an expert will sit and say, okay, you're driving, this light has turned green, and that entire set of 50, 100 vehicles are passed through that junction. You don't go into the next junction and get, stuck there.
Right.
That also should have turned green. After a few minutes.
That is also part of command and control.
So this is all traffic management strategies.
That's one which is incomplete.
It's not there. We don't have it. We don't have it.
What is lacking? Is it algorithm or implementation?
I don't think there's enough of information. Where do you get the data for the number of cars?
Cameras and Google Maps.
Correct. So, and that is just the. And if you
can use a Google Map API
to collect all the information about all the vehicular movements in a city, right? Can you only rely on cameras?
No, we have Google Maps API.
Yeah, you have to rely. No, not only that. Right? You also need to rely on some project which somebody will do. So there is something called a traffic and transportation study, which was done for many cities. I got hold of that report because I wanted to see how. Then when I started reading the report, the references, I could find Belgaum, the bus stand in this road in Belgaum. It is in a Mangalore report. That means there is a copy pasting that's happened between this report and 18 other reports. Because they bundled. Somebody, some smart guy sitting in some office somewhere has decided that one organization will be given 18 cities. So that joker has copy pasted something from Belgaum into Mangalore, and you will find in Mangalore book, transport data, book which has a lot of data, you will find Belgaum bus stand is 5 kilometers from here and this and that. Irrelevant data. Okay. Leave that. The frequency of the buses. how long they take to go from one point to another, how many passengers get in, get off. You have these measurement units. When it comes to transportation planning, it comes down to passenger car units, PCUs. Even a bus is considered as X number of PCUs. Lorry is considered
Passenger
car units, PCU. Okay. That data was wrong. And when somebody went and tried why it was done wrong, obviously it's outsourced to somebody to make someone stand at a particular junction and count the number of cars. This was done in the 90s. So we didn't have these smart, affordable CCTV cameras then. And that guy probably must have caught hold of some 2 high school students and given them a book and say, okay, count madappa. And that's the junk you get, finally. So these figures are highly questionable. I mean, I'm confident that they're not true. And they're also dynamic. So you have to link it to sale of cars. And in a city like Mangalore, when you have a huge number of cars coming from somewhere else.
There are so many cars with different number plates.
The city is not only for Mangaloreans, right? You have a huge population which comes from south of Mangalore across the state. You come from north, for a movie, business. So you need to have these numbers right. So the command and control center could have capitalized on the infrastructure that smart city funds provided it. Whatever, 50 crores, 100 crores, whatever it is. I'm sure there are softwares available which they could have bought, or experts they could have called and done something. But I don't know. I think you can probably call someone else to ask.
Right. So what is the advantage of having a command and control center? Is it just to do with the traffic flow, or is there some other advantage?
Lot of things. Like during the pandemic, it was put to a little bit of use when you had to create quarantine zones. We actually got additional licenses from the company which supplied the license. ArcGIS is the software. Somebody wrote to them and asked them, can we now access it through our individual system sitting wherever we are sitting, and kind of network and figure out whether we can help the administration in creating this. That software was made available free. Okay, so ArcInfo is the name of the company. ArcGIS, it's an American company. So they actually gave the licenses free to most cities which asked.
It's like a satellite imaging kind of thing.
Not just satellite image is one layer of information. So any other like for example, you found multiple cases of COVID in one building, and you had to close those roads so that many cases are contained. So you made this hotspots or quarantine zones. And if they could have been made on a map more efficiently than it was done, then the command and control center would have justified its existence. To some extent it was done. I'm not saying it wasn't done at all.
So that spent 100 CR, is it?
I have a feeling, I'm not 100% sure, but I think it's in the range of that much. Because the infrastructure, like you have these huge displays, 50-inch displays, hundreds of computers. I'm telling
cameras,
you,
every corner,
and the wiring and the IP network that IP cameras,
the cloud compute,
all that. I don't know to what extent. I'm not an expert in IT, so I wouldn't be able to answer that. But common sense tells me that with the money that's been spent on infrastructure like that, that infrastructure can be put to a lot of use today. And every smart city has that.
Right. So you mean we don't have efficient traffic control because of incomplete command and control center in the...
Possible. That could be. See, traffic problem predates technology. Right? And we should also take the blame for the fact that all of us want to own more than one car. You go to any apartment building, most of the people who live in the larger sized apartment, 3-bedroom and above, have 2 car parks each. You go and see any house, there'll be 3-4 car parks parked. Some inside, some outside on the road. Yeah. Attempts have been made to widen the roads and everything. People have surrendered their land for either for nothing or for some exchange of something called a TDR. But what is happening to those roads? Somebody else is coming and parking on that road.
Parking on the pedestrian.
Roads are widened. I take a road to work every day. Kadri Kamla Road. Okay. Thankfully, it doesn't have any commercial activity, so you'll find a few cars here and there parked on the road. But if you take the road from Mallikatte down to Bunce Hostel, can you see how much of these roads are informal, illegal parking lots?
So many.
So what's the point in widening the roads?
Right.
So there should be some regulatory or policing should be a little more stronger. I don't know why they widen the
What's
road.
the solution for parking though?
Every building has to see, the rules are very clear. If you build a commercial building, you have to give one car park for every 50 square meters. That's for every 500 square feet of your building, you have to provide for one car park. Now tell me in Mangalore, how many of these car parks which are shown in the plan are used as a car park?
Right.
They're all used for, you go to a building or you go to a hospital, the basement is a lab, shown as a parking when it's, you go to every commercial building, very few, like the big malls can't escape it, okay, because they need
Regulatory
that space,
scrutiny,
otherwise
right.
the mall will go bust if you don't get park. But smaller commercial building, how many people you think are sincerely following the rules and building that many car parks?
Right.
It's
Oh,
not
okay.
there. It's not there.
That's the cause
The
of
commercial part, right? If you build an institutional building or anything which, I mean, hotels, I think there is a certain number of car parks you require for a certain number of rooms. How many hotels have these car parks? Big question. It's an open question.
That's how they end up parking
there
in the
is-
road.
Yeah, there is a little bit of lawlessness that way. You may follow the rules when you apply and get the license to build the building, but once the building is built, these spaces are kind of misused. We'll go back to the simple house. You build your house and you have two cars. How many of the houses have places to put the two cars in the house? One is on the road. We are better than Bangalore. If you take a 30, 40, 40, 60 house, there's no car park in the house. All the cars are on the road.
Right.
And BBMP, I think, came up with this plan of actually charging
people parking on the road.
charge the people who are parking on the road. Something should happen. I think the roads are not for
Parking.
parking.
Right.
Roads are for...
I think people who didn't play that.
I love it if our footpaths
Right.
widened.
I mean, biggest problem in Mangalore is,
Simple.
any other city is.
Yes, Clinton, very
Yeah.
simple. A footpath in any humanistic argument or in any empathetic situation should allow for two wheelchairs to pass. In 1.5 meters, which is 5 feet, two wheelchairs cannot pass. Okay? So that should be the minimum width. I'm okay if the lane width in which a car travels becomes lesser by a few centimeters. I think right now we are going with about 3.5 meters per lane. So you have two lanes of 3.5 meters, median, and another two lanes. Now, in that two lane, you can drive at 70, 80 kilometers an hour. Do you need to drive at 80 kilometers an hour inside the city? Make the lanes 3 meters. Your speed automatically will drop.
And use the extra space for pedestrian.
Yeah, put that space for
Right.
footpath and make the footpath safe. Right now, the kind of materials that we use, the tactile quality of the tile that we use, there's no guarantee that you'll not slip and fall.
Correct.
Okay.
And it's not continuous as well. It breaks
it
down.
breaks.
And people park on the
Oh, yeah,
footpath.
that's the saddest. And I think
Right.
anybody who takes a picture of anyone who's parked on a footpath and gives it to the police department should be given an award.
I think we should be allowed to walk over the car
Yes.
when if they park over
I did that once.
Nice.
Not parked. There was in Upper many years ago, my crazy days. There was a zebra crossing in front of. I think it was in front of Pereira Hotel, which is not there anymore. 2-3 of us friends. They were not from Mangalore. He said, "Why is that guy stopped on the
zebra crossing.
zebra crossing?" And then he walked on the bonnet. I also walked on the bonnet. The guy who owned the car got really angry and led to an argument. I mean, these kind of extremist measures are not advisable, but I think you should incentivize people contributing to
Right behavior.
yes, and I think this should result in shaming more than anything else. So if you're charging 100 rupees for parking on the footpath, make it 200 rupees and give 10 rupees to the person who supplies you with the photograph. How difficult is that to do?
And people would go.
You cannot have a
collecting Pokemon
traffic
balls,
policeman
right?
going everywhere and taking pictures. Of course, they take pictures on their mobile phones now, and you get if you've broken the law. But I think this is where citizens can. First and foremost, I think citizens should not do that.
Do what?
Park wrongly. If all of us... See, we have a great level of civic sense in this city. Our cities are clean. We don't throw things anywhere and everywhere. All that is there to some extent.
Right. Better than in other Indian
many other cities. But that doesn't give us a right to break
praise
other
ourselves.
rules. No?
Right. Right.
That's not justification for...
So coming back to smart city, Mangalore. So funds, do you call it a success? What ways we lacked?
If you remember what I said just now, we have done better than many cities.
Interesting.
Okay? But still doesn't make us right.
We didn't squeeze the lemon out of
No,
it.
we didn't. So sadly we didn't. And so many things could have been done. For various reasons, I guess, like I said earlier, I don't think we have the right kind of people in the right places sometimes.
The right departments.
Yes. Like I said, there is no...
Governance issue.
We are talking about urban planning. We don't have planners.
Right.
In the machinery.
That's true for all the cities across India, no?
I think the biggest problem that plagues our city, all the cities in India, is a lack of a structure and professionalism with which we approach urban planning, which again stems from the political jurisdiction overlaps, which completely ignore the 74th Amendment of our Constitution. We have people you see on TV. They take the oath in the name of the name of the Constitution. People talk about Constitution in every speech. But go on, read 74th Amendment, 1992 Constitutional Amendment, which gives autonomy to cities to take their own decisions. There are 12 articles or 12th schedule as 18 lists of things that you have a right to decide by yourself as a city.
So if you have to, if listening to this podcast, people want to explore this article in deeper way on how they can contribute to the city, what would you say?
It's a
like how they can. You mean there's power?
I'll use the word. It's a profound paradox. Sad, but that's the truth.
What do you mean by that? Profound.
It's a paradox in the sense you have a rule.
It gives you a power at the same time. It's a powerless.
What is the Constitution? It's a rule book by which you have to live in this country. Nobody implements it. Leave that. That is for political reasons. The political entity doesn't want to implement it because there is some dilution of power that happens. But the same party can have a mayor in a city, no? If they give up the mayor a bigger responsibility and power, it dilutes the power of everyone else. That is another problem. So imagine if this were to be implemented, the mayor of Bombay would be almost as powerful as the chief minister of Maharashtra. Will that be acceptable? You have a mayor of Mangalore who would be stronger than the 2-3 MLAs who overlap the city. 2 MLAs, I think.
Taluks.
3 probably. A mayor of Mangalore would be more powerful politically than the 3 MLAs and the 1 MP. Will that be allowed? So that's why they say, okay, mayor's tenure is only 1 year. And if he wants to grow in the political ladder, he has to now have enough in him to go and stand for state elections or national elections.
So which amendment?
74th Amendment.
Okay, that means
12th schedule, which has 18 articles. I think people should read.
So that puts the power in the hands of a mayor,
yes.
not in the citizen.
Your question about cities in India, what is the problem? This is the problem. Nothing else. A. B. If the autonomy was given to Mangalore City, and if Mangalore City had the money to probably employ the best planners in the world. See, I'll speak about my time in Dubai. I went there just out of college. And the last master plan of Dubai was done in the 70s. by Doxiadis, which was a Greek firm. Okay. After that, there was no plan. There was no master plan.
What was the situation in the 70s? It was just the desert, is it?
Yeah, it was a very small city. And some cities had done the plan, like Kuwait had done something, Bahrain had done something. So Dubai also did something. But Dubai was not as big as those cities in those days. So there was never a need to actually make a master plan for the city. And suddenly there was this initial growth that happened in the 80s. In the 90s, it kind of resulted in this emergence of skyscrapers. So they felt they have to now make a master plan. So Dubai city could appoint the best planning firm in the whole world to come to Dubai and do the master plan for them. Okay. Now, how many cities in India give you an idea of how much it would cost? Okay. If you were to hire, let's say, one of the top 10 firms in the world to come to Mangalore, spend 2 years or 1 year, now with all the technology, probably can do it in 1 year. Mangalore would have to shell out about 40 to 50 crores.
That's it.
That's it. As just fees to the consultancy. Yeah. Is it possible?
But it's a better investment than...
Of course, it's a better investment. Will we do it? But what we do, we don't do that. We don't have the money. We don't have the freedom. Nobody will allow you to do it. Then we'll wait for things to go wrong. And then
Until
we
it's
get
too
into
late.
this correcting stage. Yeah, let's correct this. Let's close this. Let's open this. It's all a remedial...
Not
we
preventive.
do remedial planning in India. Very few cities, I guess, when
Chandigarh only is the
Chandigarh
exception.
was one example of a
Planned city.
of a political head's vision to bring somebody from abroad and demonstrate how our cities can be built. In fact, Chandigarh was not the only city, by the way.
Okay.
Yeah, they did many smaller cities, like Bhubaneswar was done like that.
Oh, interesting.
But to a large extent, I think we had cities in India which actually had it in them to become better cities. Like Jaipur, okay, for what it was built for at that time, has a great way of creating identity, walkability, the general experiential feel of the city. Everything was fine. It's just that we had to kind of work a little better. That way, I think Hyderabad, when it started growing fast and the leadership there took the initiative to bring in some better people, you probably have Hyderabad performing better than Bangalore, basically because they had better planners.
Right. I think a lot of videos I surf through, they show nice planning, like cycling.
The ring road
paths.
actually works like a ring road in Hyderabad.
Right.
Whereas in Bangalore, it doesn't.
Right.
Okay. Yeah, Bangalore ring road chokes. A ring road is supposed to relieve.
Right.
But in Bangalore, the ring road chokes you. Yeah? You can't get in or get out.
Right.
Yeah, I know somebody's going to be angry with me when I say all this. But
No, this is good. We'll take a break, smoke break. If cities grow chaotically, organically, what kind of patterns or problems usually emerge that could have been avoided with the better planning? Major problems.
Let me correct.
Yes.
Okay. Just because a city is organic doesn't mean that it's chaotic. Okay. Planned cities can also be chaotic. Okay. There are portions of Bangalore which are planned very well. Like you have Koramangala, Indiranagar, planned very well. Can also tend to be chaotic. Though these two probably are better versions of the other copies that you see elsewhere. You can identify that. And I think at that time when, I don't know which organization it was, BDA probably, had the wisdom to kind of invite a good planner like Korea to kind of advise them when they did these two extensions to the city. A lot of information is available on that. But you don't see that in other planned parts of Bangalore, right? It is also very difficult to kind of say whether there is a guarantee to a better urban life because the city is planned. It also depends on a lot of things. Primarily people. The attitude of the people when you live in a city comes with certain responsibility. And I think that's very high in Bangalore. It's a very good thing that we have
civic responsibility,
civic sense. I think
Way better than other
way
cities.
better than other
Yeah.
cities. Yep. But people also should learn how to question, hold people accountable, get, like we were talking, hold people responsible and shame them when things go wrong.
Hmm.
So if you have a transparency built into the system and I don't know, somehow, I mean, eradication of corruption is next to impossible, but within the world that we live in, I guess there should be, some people should be held accountable. Not only the contractor, it can also be the consultant, it could be the officer who kind of approved it, it could be probably the
Bureaucrat.
Who probably even formulated the
Plan.
policy. To everybody should be held accountable, and that's not going to happen in this. But at a level of the city, I think we can take control. In this, there are ward committees that can be formed. Certain amount of budget that's allocated to that ward can be decided upon by the committee that is formed at that ward under the leadership of the corporator who is elected for that ward. So instead of trying to make a good road for his own uncle's house, the priority can be to make maybe a safer street by providing street lights. As simple as that, right? Or maybe planting more trees or having a better sewage system. So quality of life in a city is defined, okay, and it gets redefined and redefined. And then there are bigger things which fall under those 18 items of Schedule 12 of 74th Amendment, which are also reflected and repeated in other things. The United Nations has given the world sustainability development goals, okay, which may go, if properly implemented by 2035, I think, can make the world a better place. Lesser use of plastic, sustainable way of building, eradication of poverty, equitability,
clean
gender
water,
equality, all those things which they list in their SDGs can also be part of the... I can suggest something in the sense that there is a provision for something called a citizens charter, okay, for a city, which means somebody has to take responsibility. Not a person, but a group can take responsibility and write a citizens charter of what the citizens expect from the city. And it can differ from city to city. If you say, during the monsoons, we have a tough time going out, driving, walking, let's make our footpaths non-slippable, safe, lessen the number of ups and downs and breaks.
And also shelter to stay under.
And
when it's raining.
Make the streets a little more shaded, provide shelters here and there as much as possible, promote use of public transport more than depending on private vehicles. Cycling, there are critics who say that in Mangalore cycling is difficult because of the ups and downs.
I used to cycle.
Yeah.
Like 20 kilometers a day.
But you are sharing that corridor with the car. Somebody can
very
walk.
risky, but it was fun.
But why can't we have a cycling lane? There is an architect in Mangalore, Niren Jain, who did work with the district administration to try to ensure that every time a new road has been built, there has to be one lane for cycling. But do you know of one road in Mangalore which is cycle friendly? I don't think there is.
No way.
They put bollards to ensure that bikes don't use footpaths, motorcycles don't use footpaths. But where is the scope for a cyclist? If I have to take, we talk about environmental friendly behavior, and if you are called for a meeting, can I take my cycle and go for a meeting? I can't. It's really unsafe. That when you talk about safe roads, it is not just safety for women and children and all that. That is a given, and I don't think we have that problem in Bangalore. Thankfully, it's a very safe city. here and there, for some reasons, we have this tag that we are communally sensitive, and then something flares up here. Thankfully, nothing's happened for a long time. But those are not urban planning issues. These are political issues. But safety on the road is not only about a woman or a child getting harassed, but it's also about you not falling because the footpath is badly designed. Okay. Safe crossings of roads at certain intervals also is not built into our system. I mean, you take Jyoti Circle, I don't know. I mean, there is a free left. If I come from Bunce Hostel going towards Balmata, nobody stops. I wonder if what happens to those people who are there, and if they have to cross any one of those roads, where are they supposed to cross? Chance of, it's like some kind of a Russian roulette game going on there. No? So, everything, there are a lot of things that we can do. I mean, it's not very difficult. Planting trees, our medians should have had trees to shade the roads, because see, the choice of material that we have to use in a city like Mangalore because of heavy rainfall is concrete. Sad, but nothing is as durable as that. But when you make a concrete road, the concrete road need not be exposed to the sun during the daytime. So you could have some strategy to shade those trees so that they don't emit the heat and add to the
urban island effect.
Yes.
That heat effect.
Heat island effect, yes. So that small things like this, I think.
So what I was looking for was like, if Mangalore goes on to grow organically without planning, what is the major problem you foresee in the future that could have been prevented if we had planned it prior?
It's not that there is no plan. There is a plan.
There's a plan.
There is a plan. Okay. It's called the master plan. If you go to the
and it is handled by Smart City.
It's Mangalore Urban Development Authority.
MODA. Okay.
MODA has a master plan which has a tenure for X number of years. But unfortunately, because of the lack of the proper people to do this, it is inspired by the existing plan. Okay. And minor corrections are done, and that becomes the proposed plan.
Oh, is it?
All our master plans, mostly in India, are master plans inspired by the existing plan. They don't have any vision on that.
Innovation, no
Nothing.
innovation. Oh, so sad.
It's sad, yeah.
Very sad.
The mechanisms are, there are planning tools which a state like Karnataka, unfortunately, doesn't have written down properly. It doesn't have teeth. So there are mechanisms of in planning incentives like premium FAR, money from that used to compensate the lack of XYZ things like open spaces. You have something called transfer of development rights, which is an incentive. But there is no economic or a financial system which makes it an attractive financial instrument. So behind that, there is another mechanism. It's called the town planning scheme, where let's say you have a place inside, or you said extension to the city as the city grows. When the city is growing outside, and if the roads which are there are not wide enough to take the demand of the future, you actually have to do something called a road hierarchy strategy or a transportation plan, for which in Mangalore, unfortunately, the amount of land which is owned by the government is less. Privately owned land is more. So people can contribute the land. There is a TP scheme base essentially is what is known as land pooling and redistribution. So if you have I'll give you a small example. If you have half an acre of land, okay, in the outskirts of the city, and that part of the city is slowly expanding, not only on the highways, but even inside, and you have an access to that land by a small 3 meter wide, 10 feet wide road. Okay. So you have, because your accessibility is poor, but the land is big, your value of the land is diluted. You don't get the market value of the land unless somebody consolidates it. Usually it's the market forces which do that. But in Mangalore, you don't see such large 15-acre development, 20-acre developments. You see, smaller ones. So the government has to do this. But if you pool in your land, that half an acre land, let's say that half an acre land outside the city is valued at 1 crore. Let's just assume, okay? Now, in the land pooling and redistribution plan, instead of that half an acre of land, which is 50 cents in the measurements we use in the city, you get 25 cents back. But that 25 cents is now sitting on a 12-meter road. Okay. Your land value now for that 25 cents is 4 crores. Let's assume. Will you say yes or no?
Yes.
It may not be in the same place. They may give you a little away here, there and everything. But the value of the land, if not 4 crores, it will be 3 crores. The city benefits because of the 25 cents that you have surrendered, but your value has gone up. We get better roads. We get land for putting bus stands, parks, open spaces, primary health centers, small little libraries,
Correct.
children play areas. All that will come in this thing. And even the cost of making the road can also be, let's say, out of the 25 cents that you have surrendered, 15 cents goes for all this social infrastructure. Okay? 10 cents is what the government can auction, get money for it, use it to build the roads.
Interesting.
I'm putting it in a nutshell.
Yeah. But understand
But it's working wonderfully in, let's say, Gujarat, for example, partly in Maharashtra. It's not that, but our rules need to change. This land pooling redistribution rules need to change.
So you mean...
So for that, again, political will is required. It's not that people are not aware of it.
Just the vision and...
Yes. There are other motives which...
and also with the rising real estate prices and projects...
Yeah. See, what happens in that urban land economics game is that only a few benefit. The whole city doesn't benefit. The whole city benefits indirectly.
It's a zero-sum game, right?
Yeah, the whole city benefits only from the taxation that would have happened anyways. If there are no players, you would probably get a little more sprawled kind of a development. When organized development happens through the private sector, you get there's a tendency to make them all into gated communities.
Right.
So the connectivity is lost. You can't go through one gated community into another gated community and to something else. So this is lost. And all that can be corrected by bringing in these new established working schemes which happen around the world.
It's a political will. Okay.
Again, political will.
Right. Yeah. So if you had to communicate the essence of urban planning to a common general public, citizen, so how would you explain the need for urban planning in one simple sentence?
Get involved.
Get involved.
That's it. There is no other way of doing it. Understand what your rights are. Okay. Be aware of your duties also. Right. That you don't violate. You don't keep quiet when some wrongs are happening. But get involved. If you get involved, if at your neighborhood level, at your ward level. I'm not talking about this obvious things like, okay, let's form a house owners association and then clean up the roads. These are your fundamental duties to keep your surroundings clean. I'm talking about bigger things.
Take responsibility of your own household, neighborhood.
Go form committees, join with other committees. The word is participative planning, if you want me to. People have to participate in the planning process.
How would it look like?
Yeah, you get involved. You have time for everything. You set aside a certain number of.
See any city in the world or India that has
Bangalore
done
is happening to some extent. I think there is this organization called Jana Agraha, which is getting people to make the corporator accountable for. But it's happening in a very small way. I think less than 10%, maybe about 6% of the budget.
How are they doing it?
Budget allocated to that ward gets decided by the
citizens, collective decision.
Yeah, homeowners association or whatever. Small committees that are formed. But I guess it should also be incentivized. Okay, let's say Mangalore has 50 wards, right? and your data comes into the picture. And then let's say there's a ward which has not paid its taxes properly. It could be not paid on time. It could be not reported properly, because we have a self-assessment scheme. I have to tell in the document that how much is my area of the land, how much is the house that I have, or what is the square foot of my apartment, correct? And if I misreport that and I pay lesser taxes, and if it's cross-verified, and hundreds of such instances are found in a ward which is cheating. Okay. I don't know how much money the city corporation collects in terms of taxes, but because of non-reporting, because of misreporting your actual taxes, we may be, in my opinion, losing more than 50% of the taxes. So now we can say civic sense and all. You build a house, get a license and build a ground story house with 2 bedrooms. Over a period of time, you add another room and another room and another room, and it becomes a 5-bedroom house. Or you build a house for your brother on the top, and you don't report it when you pay the. So it's misreporting. So these can be corrected. So if there is one ward which is paying its taxes sincerely versus another one which is not, when you allocate the budget to all the wards, you should penalize that ward which is not paying the taxes sincerely by disincentivizing or cutting the budget by, somewhere at least
projects happening in
symbolically you
that
should
ward.
do that.
Right.
Yeah. Sad, but it's very difficult to do it politically because you are branding them as crooks. That is not what I am suggesting, but I think you should use the strategy of shaming people.
And competitive spirit of the wards, right?
Smart City was just that, no? Out of the 550 cities in the whole country, only 100 were qualified. So that came by competition. If you didn't fill up the application properly,
you need to have a competence within the city, within wards.
Yes.
So
between wards.
Between wards.
Participation within the wards. Competitiveness between wards.
So every year there should be a award ceremony.
Yes. Yeah.
Like on this.
Why not? Why not? And then allocate some more money.
Right. That would be participative citizen participation.
Incentives.
It's like gamified version
shaming.
of, right.
Yeah. Let's say your ward.
Right.
What would you do if this study results that the area that you live in today is being termed as the worst ward in Mangalore?
Would do better next time.
You would go and I don't think you would do better next time. You will get 10 people and go and complain to your somebody and then make a big issue out of it. This is what will happen. Okay, there are going to be WhatsApp messages everywhere. Somebody's got the best prize because they are friends with some big shot or something like that.
We should call the external, just like we call externals in the exams. So we should have externals, inspector.
Why? I mean, if you can make data transparent.
Transparent, right.
You don't need anybody.
I think we should put this plan to the MODA committee or
no, it should be corporation. Actually.
Corporation, right. Interesting. That's a nice point. So... So citizen participation is important.
Get involved
in the urban planning.
Answer to your question, get involved.
Get involved, okay. Can you share example of cities around the world that show benefits of strong planning and others where a lack of planning caused problems? So which city you call has
I don't know whether it's just
planning
because planning finally is a result of a policy. Okay. Most of the cities, I mean, it doesn't have to do with how rich a country is or how rich a city is. Like probably if you see smaller towns in India, some of them, where there are no incentives for you to violate and build unnecessarily and all that. And if they have followed the basic rules or if there is some model bylaws which are followed, they tend to be quite nice, safe, everything. It's only when it becomes a big city that again there is no one rule. I can give you an example of, let's say, you take Dubai, no? Or okay, we'll go Singapore.
Singapore.
Okay.
I think I strongly draw a parallel to Mangalore and Singapore, both tropical climate.
Yes.
I mean, not in terms of the
Yeah, climate is the same, but the rules are draconian. Now, in a democracy, you can't do that. Okay, there are a lot of other problems here. Singapore also has very little land. They go vertical, very similar to what we do. Suits us fine because our climate, in our climate, it's better to live in a high rise than. But the high rises have to be built. Okay, I would say, if there is a rule which says that if you have a unit in a high rise, two sides of the unit should face outside, not just one side, which can ensure that there is cross ventilation. Simple rule. Okay, it's going to get everybody angry if you bring this rule, but it's going to make living in your house much better. See, it's not only about the outside.
And even energy demand would
Everything,
go down.
Yeah, everything will go down. Yeah. Then I think Singapore probably would be a very good example.
So what they have got things right.
No, they have made everything draconian. You cannot break any rule there. And I'm told, not very sure about this, but to be able to take your car and drive it in all parts of Singapore, your registration cost of owning the car is as much as the value of the car. Otherwise, you are restricted to the different parts. Jurong is one part. If you have a car in Jurong, you cannot take your car to the CBD unless you have that license plate.
That forces people to take public transport.
Yes. Yeah, public transportation sucks in Mangalore. But I think it's also to do with the ones. I think in Mangalore, it's degrading to some people.
Right. If you have a private transport, then only it's like a social status.
How many people
game.
really use the bus?
I use the bus. Yeah.
We all have used the bus.
Right.
But catch some people. Many people who probably take the car. So I think, I don't know whether it will work in a city like Mangalore. Like Delhi tried it. Even number, odd number, vehicles older than so and so. But we don't have that. We don't have a pollution problem to restrict the use of cars in the city. But I have noticed one thing. I don't know what kind of an explanation there is to this, but Saturday evening traffic is really choking. So I think everybody who has more than one car brings all those cars out on the road on Saturday evening. Shopping, I don't know for what. Okay. So how do you make public transport more popular? Very good question. Given the lay of the land of Mangalore, it becomes very difficult because our main arteries of the city, they're called primary arterials, secondary arterials. They don't reach till the last mile of your... So if you get off on a road, you may have to probably walk or take an auto rickshaw to your house, even if you take public transport.
Last mile connectivity.
But we don't have the numbers to bring mass transport systems in the city. People say we should have a metro. Somebody said water metro is a great idea. I think they're all just
ideas on the
whimsical. Yeah.
Right.
With the population we have, we cannot justify.
It's not economic.
It's just not feasible to have a metro. We can do other in between. Like if you go to Europe, that's what I'm saying. No, there is no one perfect city. So if you go to Europe, you have trams in smaller towns. Calcutta had trams, Bombay had trams, but Bombay and Calcutta were small. The size of Mangalore.
Right.
Mangalore can still do with trams.
Oh, that's a fantastic idea, right?
Yeah, you just imagine if all the city buses are replaced by trams. Now today the trams don't need a overhead line. Nothing. You don't need a rail, nothing. Okay. Trams is a technical name. We can have probably electric buses which have low boarding height.
Accessible
boarding height. All those things. And they run at not more than 40 kilometers an hour. But they are super efficient.
On time
and everything. Our buses are also on time, but for a different reason.
I got a vision.
So, the Yamaraj. Yeah. So, I don't see a reason why the government and the Bus Owners Association, if they are pushed to doing it, cannot come with something like a Mangalore Transport Company and have probably longer buses or two buses, one behind the other, or
huge capacity to take passengers.
To design a vehicle earlier would take years to come up with a new model. No? Today, every 3 months, there is a new version of every model. So it doesn't take much to design anything today. That's not an excuse, right? Mangalore specific buses can be designed in Mangalore, built in Mangalore.
I mean, it will be amazing idea.
Can be done.
Right. So tell me about this trams plan. Like how can trams be?
So trams worked for cities which when they were small and when they had, and trams in cities which are geographically challenged like ours, right? Up
It's
and down,
elevations,
topographically
Right.
challenged like ours. Perfect example. But it requires the stakeholders to come on board. Right now, there's always this fight between the private buses and the government buses and this and that and everything. And work out a different or a more efficient numbering system where the last mile connectivity is reduced to the minimum. You should be able to walk about 800 meters, 500 to 800 meters to your house, and through some visionary initiative of somebody, I think we can transform this city as India's first
Right.
electrically operated.
That would be amazing.
That'd be amazing.
Yeah. And also
But you have
people
to
will
rediscover
have...
everything. You just can't bring an electric bus and replace the
Right,
present
right. No,
bus.
no, no.
It's not going to work.
And even people should have the information,
Yes.
just like Uber. How you
Yes,
see Uber,
yes.
where the bus is
It could
coming
be
from.
driverless.
Right, driverless.
Yeah.
But we need drivers just to
Give them jobs.
not jobs, but people should know where to get down. And
you have technology which will stop. He was mentioning jaywalking. All that will stop if you have an efficient system.
Right.
So that's
Yeah.
another aspect. Mobility, public transportation, mass transport. These are key elements. Safety is not such an issue,
Right.
but the quality of our roads.
I happened
footpaths.
to see when I was curious about this bus transport. There was a city in Brazil, about this Curitiba.
Yeah.
Curitiba.
Curitiba, yeah.
Right. So they have excellent bus transport. It's like an inspiration for the world.
Yeah.
They have nice spots, bus with the lower and huge capacity on time.
Where
and
does it
even-
come from? It is again a demand from the people. No?
Right, right.
I think public transportation in some places is actually free. If you use a public transport, it actually benefits the city because you don't have to cater for parking and all the other
Movement
things that
of
come with it.
people. Right.
So I'm not trying to say that bus transportation should be free, but I think it can be cross-subsidized. Yeah. But it's very difficult, yeah, Clinton, because what happens is if you say, we already pay about 20% as registration fee for a vehicle, and Mangalore City decides it has to be 30%. You think people will agree? Somebody will go to the court and stop it. So it has to, but again, that power is not given to us to make that decision. That is also there. Okay. What else can we do? I think we'll build a lot of public institutions, city institutions, okay? Build a lot of recreation space, have street foods, encourage street food, food trucks, create vibrancy in our streets. Like if you go to Europe and if you look at the cities there, you have big plazas, piazzas, in Italy, big open spaces. In India, our open spaces are our roads. Can we make the roads a little more nicer,
Right.
safer? Some of these roads can be closed to traffic for certain. Like in Pune, MG Road is closed for traffic on Sunday, I think, afternoon till night. Vehicles are not allowed.
Nice.
Can we make one of our roads vehicle free for
I think we should have it in Car Street.
wherever?
Just
Yeah.
for walking and
Yes.
exploring
Yes.
food,
It happens on the festival day. No cars are allowed. Right? But why can't we do
Right.
that as a weekly cycle? I mean, we should also build a calendar of things that happen in our city, including closing of certain roads for vehicles I think we should close certain roads
Right.
on Saturdays.
Just for walking, encourage people
Come-
to walk
come
and
walk,
explore.
yeah,
And
explore.
Right. So before we explore deeper, I want to explore the city deeper, like what city consists of. What are the pillars of the city? Like if we consider city as a living organism, what are the components? So we'll break down each component and we will go each, we'll explore the components, transport, whatever, whatever city consists of, whatever city needs to function. So, what would you say? How would you describe cities' anatomy? Like, what are they made of? What are the strong pillars?
Again, you cannot generalize.
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
But
most cities have something called a central business district. They call it a CBD. Okay, again, a very Western kind of a thought. But we are all a result of Western, whatever foundations of Western civilization, which govern the way we study, wear our clothes, talk English,
podcasting.
everything. No? This is all result of that. I think you have to give credit or blame the Greeks for doing it 2,500 years ago.
I think this works, so it's a good system.
So if you go and start breaking down a city into its components, we'll start from what you can't see. So there is an
Interesting.
entire system that happens under your feet, right? Your water supply, your sewage, right?
We'll call it excretory system.
Yeah. And your power, mostly
Water.
now. Mostly now is not through overhead wires, but with underground cables. So all these
Information
things, networks. Yeah, your
Optic cables.
optical fibers, your sewage,
I'll consider that as one category.
UGD, underground drainage, underground cabling, water supply system. Everything is under the ground. This is what you don't see. Right? On the surface, immediately you see roads, right?
We can call it veins.
Yeah.
Circulatory system.
Circulatory system.
Roads and transport.
Yeah. So, but all the other things that you don't see tend to happen under these roads. So there's a parallel digestive system that's happening under the circulatory system.
Right. Roads, transport, water,
The nervous
sewage,
system,
power.
your power is happening under the. I mean, if we don't count for slowly, the technology is taking away all the dirty things you see. Cable wires,
Right.
all are going right. So everybody's got a Wi-Fi connection. And so
Infrastructure.
what you see outside is not going to be seen anymore. So on the road itself can be a full, like you said, you're going to bring some other speaker. We'll talk about transportation planning, traffic engineering and geometry and all that, the finishes, tactile quality of the tiles you walk in, wear and tear of the roads. The road itself could be your charging as you,
Right.
it could be a big, huge solar panel which you can drive on. I don't know what's there in the future. But along with the roads come a lot of things. Okay, you have the scale of the road with in relationship to what it's actually serving. So if you put a highway through the road, through the city, we'll just talk about the highway now, from Pumpwell to Nantoor, and then to KPT, and then to Kottara Chowki. That highway was there before the city crossed over and went to the other side. Now, the national highway has no business to be in the city. Right?
Very important point.
Very important point. No? It divides.
Hmm.
To cross from one side of that road to the other side of road is a nightmare. It's unsafe. No places to cross.
So many accidents have
Accidents
taken
happen.
place in that.
Even when somebody on a two-wheeler tries to go.
Dangerous accidents.
Somebody died in Mukka when he was just crossing the road. These highways coming into the cities should be controlled, or you should put pressure so that the national highway gets pushed outside the city. Okay. There is no business for the national highway to run through the city.
You mean that Nantoor, no?
It probably before Suratkal or before even Mulki, I think it should go east of the city and come back and connect at Talapadi. The truck transport that happens on that road,
They have no business passing
coming
through the city.
Why should they come into the city?
That would be more dangerous,
Yes.
congestion.
So when they don't do it on time is when they build a elevated road for the highway to cross.
Further
And
complicate
50 times the price.
Right,
Yeah.
right.
So
Interesting point.
there is, again, I would recommend a book by Jane Jacobs, who writes about death and life of great American cities. She, a college dropout, writes a book, and it's the most referred book by urban planners.
Interesting.
Yeah, activist stopped. There was a guy called Moses who proposed something in New York to the village. It is not a village; it's an suburb of New York called Greenwich. And she, with her activism, got that project stopped. And she writes a book on this. So, common sense. I mean, she's done this so many years back. If you can't read the book, I think there's a book called Citizen Jane. Okay, like Citizen Kane, there's a Citizen Jane
Okay.
documentary on what she did.
So what that states on the road transport?
Basically, she has many principles. She says when you build buildings, you should design them in such a way that they are mixed in use. That means you should have activity happening on the ground, houses on the top, and she uses words like eyes on the street, which in itself prevents any kind of crime from happening. She discourages having highways inside a city because they divide, and these are common sense ideas that she puts it in a book.
Speak on this very important topic, especially zooming into this Nantoor Highway. Okay, so what happens to the city? I mean, if we continue this highway passing through the city, what is the problem for the city? And I mean, the solution, they say overpass and tunnel road. So that can be prevented if they have the highway somewhere else, right?
Take the highway out of the city.
Where?
Start from Mulki,
Mulki to?
Talapadi.
But pass through where? BC road side?
No, go outside the city. Go from Mulki, go Nirmarga,
But that's too much elevation, right? That's
Doesn't
fine.
matter. I mean, see, there are rules. Indian Roads Congress has rules of how steep it should be, how, etc. In fact, the climb from Pumpwell to Nantoor is steep for a national highway.
Interesting. Oh, yeah. When I was cycling,
It is
that was
steep.
the most
It's not
pleasant
allowed.
when coming the other way around.
Yes, we already have that problem.
I used to cycle in 70
Yes.
in that down.
These are problems you can solve. I mean, like you said, tunnels and whatever it is. Now, if they don't succeed in taking the highway out of the city and making it some kind of a bypass, then the only solution is to dig into the earth by about 6 meters, which is about 20 feet, and have the highway running, let's say starting from, I would say little closer to KPT from AJ Hospital, running it below the road by about 20 feet and taking it all at that level and joining halfway between Nantoor and Pumpwell. So you will not see that traffic. To some extent, you see that happening. Santekatte in Udupi. It's gone down.
Right,
Udupi itself has gone down. You've seen the main entrance to Udupi town, which used to take.
That makes inaccessible, no, for people to cross. And
so then what will happen is you'll have multiple places where you'll have to build bridges.
So they have proposed the same plan in Nantoor, no?
I'm not a big fan of this.
That's very inaccessible. Divides the city
If you take away 70% of the traffic that is on that road and push it outside the city, then that road is actually too wide.
Right.
That road could be a fantastic boulevard of the city. You can plant trees on both sides, make a wide median. You can do wonderful things and change the character of that entire stretch from Kotara Chowki to...
So just shift the highway outside the road. I mean, outside the city.
See, there is no other solution. Or there'll be one eyesore tomorrow, either as a depressed road, which is going to cost a bomb. The only reason why it's not built yet is because it's going to cost a lot of money.
Which one?
The great separated interchanges, which is you dig into the earth and make a passage for the highway, and then the city connects on the top. Okay, that's one solution.
I don't think we have that budget here.
I don't know when it's going to happen. I mean, you know how many years just the one junction took. So,
any other ideas for Nantoor Road?
If at all they are going to go with this highway going 6 meters below, right? You're going to have a big ditch. I don't know how they're going to drain the water out of that if we have a cloud burst. Yeah, we can make a big swimming pool out of it. I'm not a big fan, like I said, of this strategy.
But the frugal way is to shift the highway itself.
If they don't do that, then if they do this, then what goes underneath from the regular level that you see should be completely transformatory. Can you imagine if if the Kadri Park goes across as a park into where MRPL is at that corner, right? And into KPT and becomes 5 times the size of Kadri Park. That's possible to do. You ask me what are these components, right? You cannot look at each of these components in isolation. You have to look at it comprehensively, holistically, and then decide what to do. I'm sure what actually you should do. You should float an international competition. Give all the information about number of cars, vehicles, people, levels, the the presence of parks, number of apartments, all that, and float a competition and give a big fat prize. Bilbao did that. Bilbao was a small. You asked me about. I'm getting back to the other question. Bilbao was a small, neglected city, industrial city in Spain. Okay, but the people of Bilbao got together and decided they're going to put Bilbao on the map of the world. And they floated competitions, invited the best people to come and do some work there. Today, if you go to Spain, it is not only Madrid and Barcelona. You also go to Bilbao. What did Dubai do in those days? It's the same thing. They got the best people to do the work. They built the tallest building and the tallest hotel. It's enough sometimes, just to say, there's something you need to distinguish yourself from the others if you want to put your city on the world map. And I think cities have to become competitive. Some cities will be more successful than
to
the
attract
other.
talent,
Yes.
to attract investment, to attract visitors.
Correct.
That's how
Like
it's a
Kochi,
function.
now Kochi has the Biennale, which is the art architecture festival that happens.
Right.
What's stopping us from doing it? I mean, I'm not saying repeat what they're doing, but something. It could be the World Yakshagana Festival. We have the kite festival happening, but you go there. I mean, you have curious people coming like me. I go and watch the kite festival. I'm fascinated with kites. But how many people know that one of the best kite festivals in India happened in Mangalore?
Yeah,
Yeah,
you and I don't
yeah.
know that. Okay.
We don't know this. We're not aware. But going there is a pain. You have to park your car so far away, walk.
Where is it?
It's in Panambur Beach. Tanirbabi Beach, sorry.
We'll zoom into roads and transport. So we covered main Nantoor Junction. So now the most important question I have is concrete and asphalt, which is better for a city like Mangalore? Because asphalt, people think of potholes, but in the Western countries, they have like asphalt roads which are very durable and looks really good, very water permeable. Why can't we implement that? What is better? What's your view on concrete and asphalt?
Okay, I'm not an expert on the engineering aspects of a road. Okay, but I think the problem lies in many places. Is it's not that we don't have good asphalt roads. If you have ever driven from Mangalore to Bombay,
Amazing. It's
there
beautiful.
is a stretch that is there from Belgaum to the border of Karnataka, somewhere near Nipani, which was one of the first stretches which were completed. I think, if I'm not wrong, I've not gone there for a long time, but I remember about 50% of the road is asphalt. It's only when the road kind of dips and creates problem is when concrete is used. Okay. Now, to use asphalt as a material of choice, you need to have good quality bitumen. Okay. Unfortunately, the quality of bitumen that you get in this country, because oil is not, it's all sourced from outside. We import the crude oil, not from the best of countries. Okay. Crude oil also has better as qualities. So the quality of bitumen probably isn't as good. I think you can ask an expert on that. That's one part. Second is our condition of vehicles. See, the amount of oil and diesel and all that leaks out of our trucks because of bad maintenance degenerates bitumen. It kind of disintegrates. You drop a can of oil or diesel on top of bitumen, because they're all from the same source, same crude, right? In various different grades of purifications. So there is something that happens chemically, I guess. I'm not an expert on that, but A is the quality of bitumen. B is the specification. You need to kind of make the road base better. You need to ensure that the drains are done before the road is made, so that the water doesn't collect on the road. Lots of reasons like this. One other reason is overloading. You design a road to take a certain amount of kgs per wheel, right? Now, I don't have to tell you that almost all our trucks are overloaded. If the carrying capacity or the allowed capacity is 12 tons, they load 16 tons and probably even more than that. And everything is fixed. I mean, even if you go to a place to weigh or if you go to a weighbridge, everything is, there is an official certificate you get and an unofficial certificate you get. So you have to design the road for a certain weight. Na? And if that weight is not monitored, and if there are heavier vehicles going on that will anyway going to spoil the road. And that doesn't happen with concrete. And concrete also has various strengths. It's called the design mix. And then sometimes I think some of these concrete roads are designed in such a way that even if a lamp post or a light mast falls on the road, on the impact also it will not crack. If you're using M30, M35 or whatever grade of concrete that they use. Now, concrete by itself is not bad. It is how you use concrete, right? Now, the assumption that concrete is not porous is also not true. You can make porous concrete. That's also possible, okay? Or at intervals, you can allow for the water to, go through. But that's not important. If you're making a road which is about 60 meters wide, okay, 200 feet wide, yeah, and one part of it is the concrete road. So you'll have culverts, you'll have bridges, and so if you are collecting the water on the sides and then using some other mechanism, I don't know how important putting the water back under the road is, because I don't think an earthworm will travel 200 meters of a road corridor to find its next food in the other side. It's not possible. So I don't know. Think this question is for an expert. Okay, but I'm not against concrete being used. It's more durable. Lesser chances of you cheating on the mix, right? The life of a concrete road with some care taken while doing it, it lasts much longer. Asphalt roads in India at least have to be kind of maintained every year. Concrete results in other problems. It makes the heat is higher. It absorbs more heat. It can also be bad for the tires. The wear and tear of the tires is higher. But that should not be a problem in a city like Mangalore for example, you try making a road from Hampankatta up to Aloysius College in bitumen. It's going to melt and it will be gone in less than a year.
How so?
Heat. Bitumen can, whatever, it will degenerate just because of the topography. And the slope is also very steep. And you put an overcrowded bus or a lorry on it, you're done.
So concrete makes sense for Mangalore.
Yeah. In certain places it makes sense.
So do you see overuse of concrete?
What else? What choices does one have in a city like us? I mean, if the quality of bitumen is bad, if the specifications are not followed, and every year you're going to float a tender to make the road as nice as it should be, then that way I think with the same amount of money, I think it's also a financial decision or economic decision to put concrete.
Asphalt is expensive.
Asphalt is cheaper.
Okay.
Concrete is expensive, but asphalt needs to be maintained every year, whereas concrete doesn't. It's an open debate. People can have
they can comment here
multiple viewpoints on this, but practically speaking, I think for a city like Mangalore, I'm okay with having. I mean, I'm okay with having a road.
Right.
I don't care whether
Absolutely.
whether it's concrete or.
But people are concerned with the heat reflective effects of
Yeah, but
concrete
what
in
do
the
you want to?
summers.
What is the
Solution is a green cover
not
over the roads and the concrete
not
roads.
necessary. I mean, there is one example, no, from Kankanadi Junction to Pumpwell. That is not concrete. How many times are you a victim of bad roads and potholes on that?
That's very dangerous
I
road.
don't know why they have not made it concrete yet. I have no idea. It's still every time they redo it and redo
Right.
it. And
Patches,
we get
patches
crazy rains
everywhere.
like the way we got this year. Tata for the road. The road's gone. So it's a trade-off between creating heat islands and having a drivable road.
Right.
You know, they say, in Europe they drive on the right side of the road. In England they drive on left side of the road, and in India we drive on what's left of the road. So that's sad, but concrete I think is okay.
Mobility. Okay, let's see from the global perspective. So, globally, which city do you think has cracked the mobility game excellently? And that you say
Many
is,
examples.
yeah, and where you can think Mangalore can draw inspiration from.
I think any city which has convinced its people to use lesser number of cars. So Dubai is out.
Singapore.
Singapore probably would be an inspiration. Most
Singapore,
of
they
this,
have
you're saying?
asphalt roads.
No, they are both.
Okay,
Yeah,
concrete and
yeah,
asphalt.
yeah.
Okay.
But Singapore again is a very modern city. Some people say it's inhuman sometimes. Yeah, because of the rules and because of the strict rules
Draconian
that
rules.
govern how you behave there. Small towns, smaller cities in Europe would be good example, I guess. You take Milan is too big. I don't know. There are cities which have experimented with not having too many cars. Like there's a very small
Copenhagen
yeah.
with the
Scandinavian
cycling.
countries have it, but they don't have the kind of population
Right.
pressures that we have. No? That's another. And plus, people are very aware. You have a lot of cyclists. You go to Netherlands, you'll find more cyclists on the road than you'll find cars on the road. There is no exact because you need to have the numbers comparative. No? You have a population of 1 million almost, right? We're reaching 1 million. And 1 million is a big city in Europe, right? So
then better question would be, if you had given the responsibility to redesign Mangalore's transportation and mobility, last mile connectivity, how would that Mangalore look like? Before
The
that,
team-
what is the biggest problem in transportation and road connectivity in Mangalore? Biggest three.
I said that before. I don't think we have a big problem. We have a small problem. Okay. But again, you cannot tackle only transportation.
No. But we'll
yeah.
zoom into transportation. Then we'll get into
You cannot isolate it. That's what I'm saying. You cannot isolate only transportation. Like the team, what I've experienced working as a very junior urban designer planner was about 20 people, and each person was an expert in itself. So I can just list a few things. You had a strategic planner, you had a regional planner, you had land use planners, you had transportation planners, infrastructure planners, you had an urban economist, you had urban statistician, you have something called a cognitive expert, you had behavioral experts. This number runs into some 20 to form a team. In that group of experts, I was one urban designer, okay, who would look into certain things and do my contribution to that. While there was a guy with like a double, triple PhD who would come and talk about urban statistics. Now, first of all, the data is missing. If you want to plan, you want to paint, You need a canvas and you need paint and brushes and all that stuff that will enable you to paint well, provided you have the flair and the expertise to paint a nice painting. City is like that. You need all these people. And for these people to operate, you need the information. If you don't have a data and if you don't have a canvas, the canvas would be the base map. And if you don't have a base map and you have the best paint, what are you going to paint it on? You need all these things happening. So transportation strategy or the resultant of which would be a plan which will say hierarchy of roads. Okay, so the primary arterial leading to a secondary arterial, local road, etc., etc., etc. There is a certain system in which this has to be planned, and it's very difficult to do that in a city which has organically already grown. Okay, but if you have the data, and if you feel that there is a certain part of the city which cannot take any more vehicular load on it, then you designate that area as sparsely developed and allow only maybe single dwelling units or maybe land uses like a prison or a hospital or something like that. Okay, not the main hospital of the city, that will be in the city. So you give less impacting land uses on those lands because you can't solve the road.
So you mean roads are already established, so what you have to innovate is on the land use around
use.
the
You
road.
can change the land use, yes.
Mhm.
Okay. We have a problem of flooding, yeah, which will also affect the planning of the roads. Now, I think first thing we should protect is our drains, natural drains, which come into the thing. Not let anybody connect their sewage into the drain, and even take additional precautions to kind of put some kind of check dams, and check dams would be a large word, but some kind of barriers in which the water actually can get stored, be purified, and then reused.
Mhm.
It doesn't have to flow into the sea. And Mangalore has many such drains. Bangalore is attempting to do that in the Raj Kalways. Now there are projects in which they're ensuring that it's not misused or
Lake connectivity establishment.
yes, all that. No? Here we have a topography which comes down into the sea. Several drains are there in the topography of the city. Identify them, map them, create a buffer between the. You don't allow a apartment building to come and have its parking lot touching the drain. Leave a buffer. Leave about 20 meters of buffer or something. I don't know. Again, there are ecological experts who can talk about this better than me. So that also leads to the way you are going to make your roads. There are instances where drains are covered and roads are made on top of it.
Without leaving underpass.
No, the drains are under the road. Somebody puts a pipe and the pipe gets clogged. God help you. It's finished. Over. So I think we should protect that.
Drains first.
Ecology. Not only the drains, but anything that is ecologically sensitive. Primarily the drains. These need to be mapped, protected. And not a road going on top or even anywhere near it. The moment you put a road, it will attract development. Keep roads away from all this ecology first.
Right.
Yeah. So, yeah, it may result in an entire character change in the way the city works. But if we don't do this, at some point we're going to pay the price.
I think Singapore has cracked that thing right.
Many cities have done it. I mean,
like they have left out the whole piece of land just for the monsoon overflow.
Yes.
And that attracts recreational things. Like it looks beautiful, green spaces, birds.
Yes. From what I know, even Dubai, at one part of the bottom of the creek, they have made it a no development zone because every year thousands of flamingos come there. And it's no development to such an extent that you can't even go and watch the flamingos. They don't allow you to go anywhere close to that. At least that was the case when I was there. I don't know what it is now. Though I remember there was some developer who had come and was asking for that land to put a big geodesic dome and create the Alps, the feeling of the Alps with skiing and everything inside that zone, which was about a 30-40 acre kind of piece of land. They left it. They decided not to do anything.
Nice.
But that will not happen here. And if you are powerful enough a person to own that kind of land, you will pull all strings possible to ensure that the drain is shifted to some other place and not your land.
So protect the drains, let it flow naturally, and
Yeah. There is an underlying ecology of any city. And I think instead of creating artificially recreated park, you keep what is already there. Yeah.
Right. So coming back to the roads, so that's one. So no roads over the drainage.
Anywhere near the drainage.
Yeah. And what are the other problems with the roads here? Road widths.
Road widths. By itself, road width is not a problem. Lane width, I would say. This obsession with having 3.75 meters, 3.5 meters lanes. 3.75 meters is what you get on a national highway where you drive at 120.
So you mean that level of width is not needed in the city?
Only 25 centimeters and you put it in a city, then it doesn't make sense. Now, what has been experimented in many countries, especially in Europe, is trying to reduce the lane width from 3.5 to about 3. Okay? So, in a 3-meter lane, and if you have 2 lanes next to each other, the speed at which you can drive your car will not be more than 40 kilometers an hour. So that you don't have to put humps, traffic calmers, nothing. Automatically, you're not going to come too close to the other car. The speed becomes 40. There is an example. I'll give you an example. I don't know which road to take. Falni Road, right? Now, Falni Road is of a certain width. Tomorrow, actually, we'll have to take a road which has a median. I think from Bendurwell to Collector's Gate, right? That has a median which is only about half a meter, 50 centimeters. Okay, wide. The median in between. 2 lanes on this side, 2 lanes on this side. Everybody is wrongly parked on all the roads. And after that, there is about 5 feet of 1.5 meters of footpath. So, and given the kind of economic activity that happens, commercial activity that happens, I'm sure none of them are doing well because the lane width for walking is very small. Footpath is very narrow, right? Change it, okay? Make it into, ideally, let's say if it was made a one-way, in some strategy it would have been nice, but let's say it has to remain a two-way. I will steal about a meter from each side or more, and I'll make that 1.5 meter into a 2.5 meter, which is about 8 feet. Now, imagine that road with trees, and some street furniture,
broad pathway,
and some little fountains here and there, drinking water, places to sit, and all that stuff. And traffic is also moving slowly at 30 kilometers an hour. What's the hurry? What is the hurry to go from Collector's Gate to Kankanadi at 60 kilometers an hour? It's not needed. Right now, that road width has been occupied by cars parked on
the right.
So that also can go away. Get some land and put one multi-story car park. Go back to all the people who have commercial buildings and ensure that all the cars that are coming for that purpose to that building are not parked on the road and parked inside the building. Okay, on-street parking is required to some extent, but not along the entire stretch of that 1 kilometer illegally parked. So start from there, no? Start from the road, its dimensions. And imagine that entire median was about another meter wide, and you had trees which shaded both the sides of traffic, shaded everybody who is walking on the streets, with some intermittently placed shelters if it rains. We should make one model road like that in Bangalore. Hey, you see what's done in Kadri Park. That's for a recreational road.
Right.
Imagine the same quality you put it on in the city in many roads. You have some corridors for emergency.
But wouldn't that choke the traffic?
It doesn't. It won't choke. Then reducing the width of the lane is not going to choke the traffic. It's going to slow the traffic. Yeah, that's it. And people find it inconvenient because it takes you 10 minutes longer to reach, let's say, the mall. Whichever mall you go to. Next time you'll not go to the mall. It's okay. Take a taxi and go to the mall. Take an auto and go to the mall. Walk to the mall. We did this experiment. I mean, when 1995 when I proposed a road, one pedestrian-friendly road.
Where?
I was fresh out of college. Okay.
Mangalore.
Yeah, no. I was fresh out of college and didn't get a appropriate job in India. So when somebody called me, I went to Dubai, and 1 or 2 years in Dubai, and I proposed one road to be pedestrianized. Everybody was skeptical because in this heat, who was going to walk on the road and sit on the road and eat their McDonald's, burger. But we did attempt it because there are a lot of other things that fell into place. This was a recommendation from the planning department when I was working. Then I went to the roads department and they actually converted one road into a pedestrian-friendly road, which was Alriga Street. Okay. Wide. I'm talking about 25 feet wide footpaths. We eliminated an entire service lane which was there on both sides. And the footpath was just like this, 5 or 6 feet on both sides. That 5-6 feet footpath became 25 feet. So everybody who had businesses on that road spilled their activity onto the road. Most of them, the building use started changing. If somebody had a textile showroom there, that got replaced by a Lebanese sweet stall or a shawarma place. All the major operators were there. KFC, Pizza Hut, everybody sitting outside and eating. It's okay, you can't sit on it for 2 months, which are really, really hot. But 10 months you are sitting. Thankfully, there was this shopping festival that was happening and they were planning to build a new shopping festival city. Dubai has this obsession with children's city, textile city, internet city. Everything is a city. So they wanted to build, in 96, they wanted to build a shopping festival city. And some of us were trying to convince them that the city itself should be showcased. So let's take and make the festival happen in one of the roads. So that was the reason why that project was approved. And they built that first road. Then it got copied on a parallel street called Murakabad Street. Then it went across the creek into... there's another road called Al Satwa Street, and it was the first example of pedestrianization in the whole of Middle East, by the way. Yeah. Otherwise, the preconceived notion was that the weather is too hot for anything to happen on the road. But it's possible. I mean, people were receptive to ideas. But somebody has to give them ideas.
Right.
I'm not taking the credit for the entire thing, but there was a group of us.
So what's missing in the transportation structure here?
I guess walkability.
How to
Footpaths.
solve the walkability? I mean, if you make city walkable, so there would be more cyclable.
It should be both.
Yeah, and people would come out, citizens would come out of the road, I mean, come out of their house and do the jogging on the road. Like there is no proper joggable...
Just walk. You don't forget about jogging, just walk.
Yeah, walk. More walking activities, no jogging activities. And it happens on the motor roads, not on the footpaths. And footpaths are broken.
If you've ever taken a bus and come into Mangalore, you come at Vijai bus stand, you get off the road. Tell me in which direction you can walk more than 200 meters safely. Tell me one direction.
Yeah, no.
It's not possible.
You have to walk, see.
No, it's not possible. There's no real footpath to walk.
Correct.
But if you see some places where they've done a good job, let's say the area around Car Street, all the inner lanes and everything they don't have the width necessary, but at least the finish, the quality, everything is fine. You'll witness a lot more people on the road. They're there for an evening. You don't have to go to a park to walk. You can walk on your road. You can meet your friends on the road. Plenty of things can happen on a road. Other than just designing. I think the mistake is that our roads in Mangalore are car-centric.
Not people-centric.
Yeah, they're designed for the car. They're not designed for people. Some attempts have been made here and there. I think SL Matthias Road, Starrock Road, not Falnir Road, definitely. But if you go inside, probably Car Street and that area a little bit.
How would the city change if they make it people-centric? Like roads?
People will use lesser. They'll make lesser trips by cars.
And come out of their home and walk. More
It will become a healthier city. Now
Right.
you have to take your car and go to a place where you can walk. Or you walk in your basement.
Right.
Right?
And you are very anxious to walk in city in the like if there is
And
no
it's
proper.
safe. See, we don't have any
Right.
other problem. It's a safe city. You just have to probably improve on the street lighting quality. Give pauses here and there for something, like just to sit, give a little, lemonade
And also shade, right?
shade. Shade, I think trees will do the job, mostly.
And if it's it rains heavily in Mangalore, so we need to also need a proper shelter for people to stay.
You can't
under.
have a continuous, shaded or sheltered walkway, but it's okay. It's okay if you don't walk on a very heavy rain day. You can walk with your umbrella.
Right.
That is your shade. Why need to build a shade?
Right. Also, any other planning structure failure? Planning transport structure. Anything that's missing in the transport structure here, apart from walkability.
Like I said, if you compare it with okay, there may be cities like Mysore which are better than Mangalore. Okay, but if you take Hubli Dharwad, for example, they experimented with something called what is it called? They have the bus in the middle, BRTS, bus rapid transport system. But that again, what happens is you have dedicated track for the buses in the middle of a highway, and you have bus stops in the middle, and then it again divides the city. To go from one side to the other becomes very difficult. Yeah, it makes it easier for the buses to go up and down, but the success of these kind of plans are very limited, and you can't do a BRTS system in Mangalore. Okay,
Trams is a better solution, no?
anything which will, I think the design of the buses have to change. I think we lived with this old stuff
Right.
for so many years, and this old system also for so many years. I would say, without antagonizing anybody, I think if there is a public-private partnership where all the bus owners, along with the government, sit together, form a transport authority.
Joint venture.
Joint venture. Get funds from... I'm sure if you make a proper study and if you seek for funds from World Bank or even any regular bank.
No, even metro systems are profitable.
Yeah.
So you can make public transport profitable.
It is actually profitable, but I think there has to be a certain amount of will. Yeah.
I think we should get this into tokenize it, blockchain.
You could include
people
the
can contribute.
auto rickshaws also into the same system.
Right.
That you could probably call
It can
an auto.
solve last mile connectivity.
Yeah, you don't have to pay for the auto. It is all paid within the system. You get into the auto to the nearest bus stop.
And they should have one card,
See, metro,
right?
the distance between one station to the other will be far. But in a tram system, it will work exactly like our bus. But it will not stop anywhere and everywhere like they stop now. It will be on designated places. We have to have safe bays for the buses to stop. None of them exist. Even if you provide for a bus bay, the bus doesn't stop on the bus bay. It's their father's property, so they will stop there on the middle of the road. I wonder if I stop in front of them, what will they do one day? How many times are you caught behind a bus? Picking up one passenger.
It really frustrates when you're cycling.
Yeah. Cycling I think it's impossible.
Right.
It's so sad.
Is it too car dependent? Or is it too late to change that? Car
I think
dependency.
I wouldn't call Mangalore as car dependent. I think we are car spoiled.
Mm-hmm.
We are a big bunch of spoiled brats in Mangalore. I think we should figure out alternative methods.
Cool. That's about the transport. Let's come to land use and zoning. So that's another part of urban planning, which is like a cellular structure of urban life, right? Land use and zoning. So from the apartments sprouting along our highways to the traditional homes tucked away in our heritage areas, from the informal settlements that house our essential workers to the gated communities that promise urban paradise. Each tells a story about who gets to call Mangalore home and how. So, coming back to the question, so how important is zoning in shaping how city grows?
There's another problem, the moment you go back into your home in your city, in our city also, you tend to forget all the other problems that you have,
Hmm.
right?
Right.
That they are not your problems. Okay, the roads are not wide enough or bad or all that. All of that is forgotten when you reach your little paradise of of your own home or a gated community or a fancy apartment that you live in. Okay. Now, there is nothing wrong in high rises. Okay. Uh, as long as they are done sensibly, uh, without being too close to each other, and like I said, no, if the regulations allow for a simple thing like cross ventilation, okay, among other things, there are a lot of other things you can do. Uh, most of the apartment buildings in Mangalore are better designed than most of the apartment buildings elsewhere. That's there because that's again um, market driven. If you provide for a badly made unit which is inefficient, not enough light and ventilation and stuff like that, without probably giving ample amount of parking and a little clubhouse and gym and all that stuff, it will not sell. But in a city like Bombay, it will sell. Anything sells,
Hmm.
right? You make a pigeonhole, it will sell, right? There also it's changing now, slowly. Bombay is changing now, okay? But there again, the problems are different. Much larger population. So by itself, having apartments as a type of housing isn't a bad idea. There are a lot of, like New York is full of high rises. There are barely any single houses in, at least in the Manhattan area of New York. Singapore probably is the same. There are, now when it comes to zoning is a big problem politically because I can only give you an example of, in a way that references to you. You have a plot of land, let's say, like, okay, you got 25 cents of land now. And you are told that you can only build one house in that. Okay? Whereas another person has 15 cents of land and he's allowed to build a multi-story car park. So this is a direct result of zoning. Now, zoning could be from many angles. It could be trying to protect the ecology of the city. It probably is to kind of control the way the city operates from a traffic point of view, so that a lot of traffic doesn't originate from one place, and there is a,
Densify
yeah,
somewhere.
there are parts of the city which are densified but thought at a master plan level, which can be handleable. So if I put a zoning strategy on a city in a democratic country like ours, and I tell you, you can only build a house in a quarter acre of land, and somebody else can build 20 units in 15% of an acre. Okay? Then there is going to be problems to implement it. Unless, Hyderabad's done it, by the way, to some extent. So they have declared certain parts of Hyderabad as less impact development. I think wherever there's a catchment area for the lakes and stuff like that, you cannot have less than half an acre of land. And in that half an acre land, you can build only 10% of the land. Okay? That means if you have 20,000 square feet, you can build only 2,000 square feet as a house. The rest 18,000 open. You cannot build anything else. Correct? Now imagine you bring that rule into Mangalore. You'll have people protesting the next day. So, but I think given if you don't drastically create this kind of differences, and if you do it softly, and if the market adjusts to the price of land based on zoning, like your 25 cents will be less valuable and somebody else's 15 cents is more valuable. The taxes you pay on building just one house is far lesser than what somebody else builds.
Based on the zoning rules.
Will kind of equalize this differences in what you perceive or the notional value of land and what you own, and you have no reason to protest then. Correct? So, but it's very, very difficult to
Implement zoning rules.
So this leads on to land use. You have less economically or less ecologically impactful land uses close to sensitive zones, whether it's a forest within in a city or a drain and all that. In and around the drain, you control certain things that should or shouldn't happen. These things are possible. But
Well,
I think it is possible only in the extensions of the city, because you can't change the rules for what's already inside.
So how is zoning in Mangalore? Is just industrial and non-industrial area, is it?
Zoning is not just that. That is land use. We have something called zoning regulations, which it's not in line with what the world follows now.
Okay.
I mean, we are way, way behind it. Like I told you,
What is the purpose of zoning? Like the purpose of like...
Zoning, basically in a city, you create zones in a city based on what works for the city, and the zoning is informing the density, informing the activity, informing the land use. So at that larger level. So each zone will have their own set of rules, what you can do and what you can't do. Okay. So that also gives you diversity in the way the city appears to you. You have denser parts, you have like a suburb, like a CBD. The CBD is a zone.
Got it.
Yeah.
Got it.
So zoning as a tool in the process of master planning is almost forgotten. It's not there.
Because it's hard to implement.
It's not there. You just mark one area and say, okay, you cannot build here at all. That's what they do. Like you have CRZ affecting the city, and 60 meters from the river you cannot build anything. You can't build anything. But that's not zoning. You don't have zoning in Mangalore. You have zoning regulations in Mangalore. That's
Is it required? Zoning is required.
Yeah,
Like
zoning
how in what ways it would benefit the city if there's a proper zoning?
If you feel that there is a certain amount of demand for, let's say, people wanting individual houses, okay, and you take one extension of the city, let's say from outside the city I'm talking about now. Let's imagine that Kannur is added, some more villages are added, and all the land from the Bangalore highway from Kannur all the way goes up Wadiyar, Arkula, all the way to Nirmarga, up the hill. And you say, except for about 500 meters from the highway, the rest of the land from here till Nirmarga cannot have apartments, for example. That would be one zoning move and you create similar things like that around the city. And then probably because of demand or whatever else, the land value automatically gets adjusted. You will not get the same land value if somebody were to build an apartment in that same land. But the zoning regulations doesn't discriminate in Mangalore right now. You can build an apartment as long as you have the road width anywhere in the city.
So for zoning, planning is essential. So what you want the
zoning
city to be...
Zoning is one of the methods in which you do your master plan. One of the first steps. Then you get into land use planning. Then you, like I said, there's no one approach.
Right,
there has to be
multidimensional.
Multitudes of things happening at the same time.
Crazy topic. So what city you would say zoning, they got the zoning right and they changed the way the city functions?
Most American cities are based on zoning. So, but it also has its negative side. I mean, you have a denser center. Almost all cities in America, except maybe New York and San Francisco and cities like that, they're all surrounded by suburbs. There's something called the suburbia. So you stay very far away from the city. To come to the city from the suburb, it will take you probably an hour. Distance-wise and also because of traffic. But then you have created a little small world of yourself there outside the city, okay, where you will not find apartments. It is only suburbs with cookie cutter houses repeated 1,000 times.
Right.
Which again, one suburb will not be very different from another suburb. You lose
identity.
You lose identity. You tend to be anonymous.
It's
this is a downside of doing something.
Right.
I think each city has to find itself and what it has
its
to be.
Its DNA.
Yeah.
Right.
For which people, again, have to get involved. They should understand
So what's your opinion on zoning for Mangalore? Like, Is it required, or do we go with how we are now?
See, in some forms it's happening. Like if you look at gated communities which sell 5 cents to 10 cents parcels of land outside the city, it's already happening in a way. It's a self-imposed zoning, but it's market-driven. It's not, you can't go 15 kilometers outside the city and propose 200-unit apartment building. It's not going to work, right? People are okay to compromise the need of a single house and stay in an apartment for other conveniences, other reasons. Your school is close by, your hospitals are close by, the place you work is close by. But if you have a job and the money to buy a larger plot of land and you go outside the city, you find houses in the city also, but they're becoming lesser and lesser. Every old house is getting demolished and replaced by an apartment, which is nothing wrong with it. But zoning comes into the play, not in the... See, you cannot undo a law, right? But you can make new laws to the extension of the city. So every time the master plan has been revised in a city like Mangalore, you can attempt making this little move. But it will come with a lot of resistance. People are going to protest. It's like, why is my land not allowed for apartment? That's the first question. Everybody will ask that question. But there can be differences in the way the city incentivizes or disincentivizes. Like if you build an apartment, your development cost of that apartment block project should be much higher than what fees you charge for a single house.
This is day 2. We covered transportation, mobility, zoning and housing yesterday. So we'll continue on the anatomy of a city. Which is left is infrastructure and utilities like water, sewage, waste and energy. So coming back to Mangalore's infrastructure, so any complaints on infrastructure?
We are more or less okay. It's just that I think there are advances in technology.
Okay.
Advances in technology that have happened. So instead of trying to, let's say, we'll talk with the digestive system first.
Okay. Which is waste.
UGDs, solid waste and all that. What used to happen is you had a centralized water treatment plant or a sewage treatment plant. Now, given the topography, to collect all the water and collect all the sewage and then pump it up somewhere else, which is what is happening in Mangalore, for which I think about 20 plus years ago, we took a loan of 300 crores.
To build that.
Okay. And it's not perfect. Part of the sewage network, especially in this part of the city, is also old. The system which takes care of sewage is old. What could possibly happen, not only to Mangalore, but any kind of a city which is a little topographically challenged, is to have decentralized, smaller sewage
units
treatment.
of
Smaller
treatments.
units of treatment, yeah. Which I think can still be explored. What has changed is that whenever you have a project of a certain size and bigger, it's now mandatory that you have to put your own sewage treatment plant.
Which is
So
the
you
good
build
thing
a
that
mall
happened.
or you build an apartment building, you have to do your own sewage treatment plant. But the recyclability of that water is limited to that building only. Some buildings may not have enough of greenery or landscape or whatever this water can be used for. And then you end up putting it, let's say, to another parallel line in your building to take care of flushing of toilets. The treated water actually technically is good enough to drink. Yeah.
In Mangalore standard?
Anywhere. I mean, if you have a tertiary treatment plant, it can be potable with the right kind of treatment. But I think in India, it's something that is unacceptable by people.
I mean, Singapore has tried to a good extent. Right?
What we lose out on this imposition of these new rules, which is a good measure, is that there is no optimization of the recycled water to be used for some, it is not put to some good use.
I mean, one can use it for construction activities like
Yes,
curing concrete.
Yes, you
I
can
mean,
use
they
it
can compulsorily impose not to use groundwater or river water
Yes.
for curing concrete. They can
Yes,
use this.
yes.
Can create another market
Yes.
like recycled water
Yes.
for
But
construction.
then the source of
uses.
the recycled water, if it is only from the municipal sources, that is one source. But I'm worried about what happens to all the recycled water, which is collected and cleaned in the building itself. That water, I think it's only a matter of time. At some point when water has to be managed well, all these issues will be addressed. But Mangalore being smart, I think we should probably take that initiative somewhere. At a city level, I think some initiative can be taken to look at whether decentralization of
Sewage.
sewage treatment can be attempted.
Interesting.
Yeah, can be attempted. I think it's,
So any model city to look up to for decentralized sewage treatment?
right now, I think the advances in technology do not reach public projects so easily. You have a system today where instead of having this huge, large aeration tanks, which occupy a lot of land,
Right.
also cause its own problems. About 15 years ago, a sewage treatment plant would require about 30 feet by about 12 feet of land inside your premises. So if you're building an apartment project with about 150 units, so you had to set aside this much area for a sewage treatment plant. Later, it went on to a better method where the entire plant could go under the ground and you could use the top for a children's play area or a park. Now that also, the size is reducing. The technology is better. So you have aerobic, non-aerobic bacteria and all that stuff which clean up your crap, basically, literally. But of late, the modular systems have come. So it's just about 4 feet by 4 feet by 4 feet tanks. So it's modular. I mean, depending on the size and occupancy of your building, you can just keep on adding and removing if the occupancy.
Interesting. That's nice.
And it's become cheap.
It's
I
a
don't
good
know why it
technology.
can't be expanded to the city. If this can happen to a building, it can also happen to a city.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Interesting idea.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's on the digestive
Somebody
system.
needs to study, do the costing and
And we can even engineer better bacteria to faster digestion of the waste.
that's all there. It's all, I think
That's the technology you talked about.
Biotechnology part is already in place. It's
Just the implementation to the
design.
public infrastructure is
the
required.
design and its affordability and adaptability for a city may have to be explored.
Okay,
I hope somebody does it soon.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, seen Singapore has tried that. Treatment plant to the drinking tap. Tap water.
Yes.
Right. So they have implemented it.
Yes.
And they even sell it in.
The question to anybody is that, no, will you accept your own sewage treated
Water,
and
right.
cleaned up to be used for? But it's happening in some. Other than drinking, it's like I said earlier, it can be used for flushing.
Right.
It
But
can be used
there
for-
are other concerns like microplastics and heavy elements in the sewage.
Yes.
So that's another concern, the modern concern. So everybody has a everybody has a microplastic in the testicles.
Yes, everywhere.
And everybody, even drinking from plastic bottle is a concern now.
I don't know how far this is true, but they say the presence of microplastics in the layer at which the clouds are formed is one of the reasons. It's not only the global warming, which is causing the cloud bursts, but also the fact that instead of the water condensing itself onto a speck of dust or sand, micro sand
Right.
or ash from the forest fires, it's also now condensing on microplastic.
Microplastics. Oh.
So it changes the density of that drop, I believe. I'm not a physicist, but
Right.
this is what
So
I
like
heard
one
from
of the
a physicist.
hypotheses. Okay.
Yeah. No, I heard from a physicist. So the instances of cloudburst is happening basically because of our wrongs. That
So
we have pushed the
microplastics
microplastics all the way
acts
to
as a
2
nucleation site for
Yes.
water droplets to form a
Yes.
cloud.
Anyway, it's outside the topic.
Outside the topic,
But I
anyways.
guess it's indirectly impacting us. Now, when you get a cloud burst in a city, what do you do?
So there's flooding, right? So, I mean, is it wise for Mangalore to prepare for a cloudburst? I think which would be frequent in coming
Clinton,
days.
I'll tell you one thing. You can design for a certain amount of volume
Of
and
water.
certain number of inches and of rain. Okay. You can take the extreme of an average, right? You can talk about, let's say, 40 mm in 1 hour of rain or 50 mm. And then you calculate, the infrastructure planners and the public health engineers will calculate the size of the drain, correct? At the level of the road. And this has to eventually lead to a larger trunk drain and then lead to a stormwater drain. And then in Mangalore, it goes to the sea. How do you design if the rain is 3 times as much? Delhi, I mean, I keep hearing these reporters on TV screaming that it's a failure in urban planning and all that. But urban planners did not know that 15 years, 20 years after they built that city, people would be stupid and cause this microplastic problem, which causes this climate change, which causes this. So there's reversing that can happen. I mean, it takes many hundreds of years for the plastic to go away. But to answer your question, I don't think it's practically possible to design a stormwater drain for 150 mm of rain in less than half an hour. Your cost of doing something like that, you may have to shell out 3 times the tax that you're paying for your house. Will you do that? There's some balance.
Right. That's a reality.
Yeah, it's a reality.
And what's your view on concretizing the drain?
Most drains are concrete now.
So people say it's against the hydrological principle. Water won't seep in the running water if you over concretize the drain.
It's all, ideals are great, but when you are dealing with a large expanse of land with wide roads and like if you go and tell the National Highway Authority of India that your drains passing through a forest, let's say Sampaje Ghat, going from Sampaje to Madikeri, that all your drains have to be forest friendly, right? It is economics. It's not going to be possible. B, practically speaking, the drain is designed in such a way that it also starts becoming part of the retaining wall, which holds the cut and fill that you do to make a road. So there are other priorities. I think it's a give and take. But if wishes were horses, beggars would ride them. So it's not so easy to make this kind of decisions. But eventually, it's the water that has to go and percolate itself into the subsurface. So if there is a study which can give us where the aquifer is under the road, and if you can find the right places to recharge, we can even better nature them. So our reservoirs. But why would a forest require an underground reservoir? Who's going to pump the water from that underground reservoir and put sprinklers all over the forest? It's a natural system. The moment you put a road, so there are a lot of oppositions when, let's say, when Hubli needs to be connected to Ankola by train. There is a lot of opposition. But if mobility of people coming to work and convenience takes precedence over preserving a forest, then it's going to happen at some point.
Waste management, solid waste management. So any issues here?
I think solid waste it is ground up again. People have to be responsible in segregating the waste. Right now it is biological, solid and wet waste. We could go 2 steps further, like some countries have done. Plastic can be separated, metal can be separated. But since it's not actually so successful in Mangalore, we are managing with this
Right.
wet and dry waste now. That also, I think that a lot of people don't. A lot of places it's not followed very well. People get fined for
Right.
not segregating waste, and
And also, I started to believe plastic recycling is like a scam. It doesn't work really well. I've seen projects in Europe, especially in Amsterdam, and even Sweden, they burn plastic waste and generate energy out of it.
plasma. We
And
use
I
plasma.
think that is the right solution rather than just dumping in the
That
place.
technology is there even in India, but I think I'm not an expert on this, but
Right.
I have no idea why it's not been implemented. You can take a lot of this plastic-based waste and make it into a.
Ferments
You're
and-
talking about concrete, right? Being bad. You can have plastic roads.
Right.
You can have plastic bridges.
Again, microplastic problems they lead to.
So I think it's still in its infancy. I don't know. I'm not. I think you should find another person who can
Right.
talk on.
Okay, so I think Mangalore should have a incarnation. What do you call that? Burner, like
Incinerator?
Incinerator, right?
Incinerator's there. There is an
Is there
incinerator
for
yeah.
plastic waste?
Yes, it's there. But
Okay.
if you bring in plasma, which burns at thousands of degrees, then you get a better byproduct. But there's also this question of energy. I don't know. Somebody should make the calculation and suggest.
Right.
I remember there was a talk about 10 years ago to bring a
Incinerator.
plasma-based plastic reuse strategy. I don't know whether we are ready for it, whether we can afford it.
Economics of it.
Don't know. I don't know how much it costs. That's
Okay.
If it was affordable, it would have been done by now.
I mean, it's sad to see it's piling up.
Yes.
Rather than we can make it disappear with
Yes.
just incinerator and generate energy.
Correct.
And if people are overly concerned about pollution, which is leading to the atmosphere, then better they lessen the use of the plastic.
Correct.
So that's the only way I see.
You could
rather than
reuse
just-
plastic in many ways also without even burning it. So I think we are yet to learn our lessons as humanity. Forget
Yeah,
about
yeah,
this
it's
one
trial
city.
and error. Humanity is all about trial and error.
Because
Long way to go. And water we covered, sewage, waste, energy. Okay, what kind of infrastructure priority should a coastal city like Mangalore focus on for the next decades to come?
We should learn how to use less water. Yeah, people washing cars with municipal water. People wasting water for a lot of reasons, and efficiency even in terms of from the governance side also. This is from the people side. We cannot impose any kind of a quota and say you'll get only 100 liters a day. Thankfully, we have enough water to last. We used to have a problem for 1 or 2 weeks earlier during peak summer, but after the second check dam came near Brahmara Kotlu, I think, which is
Tumbe.
supplying water, Tumbe, that I think is kind of solved
So
that problem.
water security is sorted, but
It's not a
infrastructure.
guarantee though. See, as long as there's rain, our primary source of water is actually rain and the rivers, correct? We have Gurpur River and mainly Netravati. But if you're talking about large-scale industries coming up, and people say that Mangalore doesn't have its proportional share of large industries. But if larger industries start coming in, they also would need a lot of water. MRPL, for example, uses a lot of water that is stored in this. But without MRPL, probably we wouldn't have had that advantage of having a refinery in Mangalore. No? So it's kind of a give and take, I guess.
Okay, so many other infrastructure priorities that should be Mangalore should focus for the next decade.
See, when you say infrastructure, something like housing is also infrastructure. Housing also gets classified in some countries as social infrastructure. So if there are a lot of these things, even parks and open spaces are also infrastructure. It's for well-being, no? See, what we are talking about infrastructure is water supply, electricity to light up our houses, and the digestive system, like you call it. What about wellness? What about infrastructure related to happiness in the city? Okay. We don't have slums, thankfully. We do have in some places where migrant workers are kind of pushed out of the city. But as per certain norms, whenever there is a housing project, there has to be a small percentage of affordable housing built into it. And that is not followed. It's like this, you want a dhobi to come and iron your clothes. You want a maid to come and clean your house. You want a driver at your disposal. But you don't want them to stay in the same compound as you do or in the same neighborhood as you do. So we start kind of separating. See, class system, we blame history for the class. We follow it even today. Imagine some project which has 100 exclusive apartments, and in the same project, you'll have another 20 or 30 affordable housing in the size of about, let's say, 40 to 50 square meters. One bedroom unit or a small two bedroom unit at half the price per square feet of the larger project. The larger project will not sell. So if you observe, what this does is that more and more the people in the lower strata of society will have to travel a longer distance to go and live. The word social infrastructure is also part of infrastructure now. So when you have to provide for inclusive and affordable housing, it also should get classified as infrastructure. See, what happens is the rules which govern development, it says, like, if you're doing a layout of taking an area outside the city, dividing it into plots, and then it has roughly about 50 to 60% of the land that can be sold as plots, 5 cents in Mangalore, 5 and more. Then there'll be a 10% open space for parks and playgrounds. And there'll be 5% which is supposed to be left aside for civic amenities. So these are questions that arise when we are doing work with the students sometimes. Now, what has to go into that 5 cents? Like if you have 10 acres of land, correct? 1 acre will go to parks and half an acre will go to civic amenities. Now, for civic amenities, you'll need a place to put your substation if it's required, or a transformer yard, anything to do with electricity. And that doesn't occupy much of the space. And you are supposed to give that land away to the city, that 10% open space and 5% civic amenity. One of the interesting questions that came out in one of the studios we do in school was whether that civic amenities can accommodate some form of a hostel facility, which we now have a jargon called co-living spaces. So somebody comes into the city looking for a job, maybe a professional, maybe a non-professional, technical person, clerical person. The choices that person would be to, depending on how much that person earns, is to go and probably rent a place if he can afford it, if he or she can afford it, or probably stay in a PG. Correct? Now, in the private sector and otherwise, you find working women's hostels and places like this. Why can't the city itself give this? And have a time frame, like in the first 2 years that you have registered yourself as a citizen or a citizen of the city, then you should be given an opportunity to rent one small unit till the time you kind of, earn enough to leave that place. And I think the system should force you to leave the place so that it can accommodate somebody else. Now, where do you put that? Any building that you build, whether it's a house or a hostel or a co-living space, will have a component of land on it. So if you're paying about 5,000 rupees a square feet to buy that, about 2,000 rupees will be the land part and 3,000 would be construction and all the other. So if that 2,000 can become zero, because every time somebody builds a development project, you have 5% civic amenity, which is free now, given to the city. And if you just leave it as a civic amenity site, there is a tendency for it to get misused. Somebody who's got the link, political links will probably get it registered in their name, put up a school, or sometimes a school is proposed, but then it becomes something else at some point. So we can also have these places working as co-working spaces and co-living spaces, which is something that is a change in policy that has to happen. So imagine if you were to pay 12,000 rupees for a one room to live when you're earning 20,000 rupees. And because of this policy change, you'll get that same room for 6,000 rupees a month. It becomes a little more easier for the person who's choosing this city to come to, or any city. And it also discourages violations where people are building something for themselves and something to rent. And when then the greed comes into the picture. Instead of just having one unit for rent, they'll build 2 units and 3 units, and there is no end to it. Okay. So in a 30-40 plot in Bangalore, I've seen ground being occupied by the owner, and then 4 stories over that will be on rent. But that's also, it's very dynamic, Again, supply-demand problem, and sometimes if there's an Infosys that has come up close by, then the rental value will go up, and if Infosys shifts its base from there to somewhere else, then 80-90% of them are empty. It's happening in Mysore to some extent.
Market driven.
Yeah. So social infrastructure should include, I think, temporary housing and temporary workplaces. And subsidized land on which it can be built. It can also be built by the private sector. On many different models, you have something called the public-private partnership, which the government has done a lot of projects. In fact, the Cognizant building in Bangalore. That is a land which is owned by KSRTC. Private developer. They have a lease for 25-30 years, and after that they have to give the building back to KSRTC. So that's how it works.
So infrastructure wise, you'd say cities should emphasize social housing.
Yes.
For Mangalore, it's important.
Yeah, generally anywhere. Somewhere, I think there is a scope for including social housing as.
This city hasn't thought about it yet, and can think about it.
It's totally not. It's
there wasn't
Karnataka
a need
house,
for it. Yeah. Now it's
yes. I think
since city is growing and it needs a lot of people to cater.
Why should we wait for a need to arise? The city should be 2 steps ahead.
Okay.
Yeah.
So Mangalore's relationship with water is complex. We are blessed with the rivers and beaches, but we also flood regularly. How should water feature in the city's anatomy? Like Mangalore is home for 5 rivers. How can we better integrate these natural waterways into the urban fabric for both aesthetic and functional purposes?
Okay. First and foremost, the river is defining the boundaries of the city, more or less. Now it's gone beyond a little bit. Now, there are these paths in which the water flows into these rivers, which are called drains. They are natural drains based on the topography. Now, if you start mapping, like I said, we don't have a map, okay, which tells us, we may have a map which tells us who owns what, but we don't have a map which tells us where these drains are. Loosely put, I think you'll find it in the master plan somewhere here and there. But like I said, there are instances where somebody's put a pipe under the road and converted the drain into a pipe and then made a road on top of it. And so these drains disappear. There are instances where in some audacious manner somebody's changed the direction of the drain. And we are all responsible. Flooding is not caused by the rivers, by the way. The high tide line of the flood line that you call it that is not causing a reverse flow into the city and causing the floods. Maybe small areas close by to rivers are getting flooded, but then there is another law which is called the CRZ rule, Coastal Regulatory Zone Act, which doesn't allow you to build anything up to 500 meters from the high tide line of the sea, and I think it is about 60 meters from a tide affected river. Both our rivers are tide affected rivers. Okay, and people continue to build, then who's there to stop them? If the laws are imposed strictly, then there is no problem of flooding in any riverine areas. Having said that, there are other states which have got exemptions, like Goa and Kerala to some extent. Wherever there are urban areas, they have got that 60 meters reduced to much lesser, about 20 meters. Which, I mean, whether it's right or wrong is not for me to decide, but because the city has decided that, or the state has decided that. Where the problem lies is not in the flooding from the river. It is in the areas where they are slightly lower than the surrounding. They're not lower than the water level of the rivers. They're lower than the surrounding areas. So it's a drainage problem. If there is an overflow of a certain drain, I think if you correct the drains first, then you don't have problems.
Right.
But sometimes you should be ready. I mean, floods in urban areas is a universal phenomenon.
Right.
And that's got to do with climate change. Okay, it's nothing to do with bad design. So we can avoid it by ensuring that the
drains
planning,
are left alone, and
at the city level, the plan should probably identify
mapping of the drains.
Yeah, flood-prone areas, and probably zone them as slightly different. At the level of a building design itself,
climate resilient design.
yes. So
like
you can
high rise.
Yeah, you can just push the building up on stilts. But you'll still lose cars in the basement if it floods. It happened in Chennai.
Right.
Yeah, it's happened even in Mangalore. People have lost cars because of cars getting drowned, literally. But there are solutions to this. You don't go and put a basement in a plot which has got a very high water table. Unless you have the money to... Usually you build a tank to keep the water in. And in such cases, you have to build a tank to keep the water out, so that the water doesn't enter your building. But it's again a matter of money, finally, whether one can afford it or not.
So how about, this is to do with the...
before we get there, you said about water and the relationship to the water.
Right.
I have one take on that. We have two rivers, and which means it gives us a substantial amount of river front on which we can have activities.
Right, recreational public spaces.
Promenades.
Yes. That's what I was concerned about. Like such a
So we
beautiful
did this
river,
in-
there is no
in fact,
beautiful...
when I was studying my master's 1993, my thesis was on that. So somewhere near Bandar, I said, okay, let's make a long stretch of a promenade, and we'll populate that waterfront with institutions which are not there in the city. Like put the main library of the city of Mangalore
that
on
would
the
be
waterfront.
fantastic.
A Yakshagana, performing
Library
arts
overlooking
center.
river, it
Yes,
would be nice.
yes. It's still possible to do all those things. But traditionally, because of the fear of flooding, is why we don't have the waterfront opening up or accessible to the city. And now technology is allowing us. We can probably secure the river edge, have some regulatory rules to ensure that those places are accessible from the city easily.
Right.
Not go around in circles to find one. You'll be surprised. There are easily about 50 places in Mangalore you can go with some difficulty. Maybe you'll have to take a motorbike and go because the cars don't go there, or you may have to walk. Amazing places where you can sit for and spend a good evening. Yeah, there's even a toddy joint in one or two
Right,
places.
right.
Yeah, the old ones, they're not the new type. Yeah, I think near Sultan Batari there's one.
I think that is not there anymore.
Not there anymore. Right? So these things exist.
Right.
It's just that I think most of the rivers which flow towards the Western Ghats, towards the Arabian Sea and the Western Ghats, and all the cities, from Karnawat, Udupi, and all this. The activity along the riverfront is limited because of
Yeah.
the
Fear of flooding.
That has to change. That mindset has to change, and it should be incorporated into the master plan.
Right.
There have been attempts.
I mean, recreational spaces can be designed around the and open.
There have been attempts in the past. They wanted to make one Cornish road. Obviously, it'll hit a lot of roadblocks.
Right.
People will object to it. People will not probably like to part with their land to allow for a road to go in. But in the larger good, I guess if you incentivize someone who's
Right.
giving the land, then a
Some
project
other
like
activities like boat pulling, kayaking,
Everything can be done.
Yeah, be wonderful.
That's
city.
one aspect I think which we can revisit and then make the
Because
rivers.
people say Mangalore has nothing to offer in terms of going out.
Yeah,
and
you
things
yourself
like
said there are 2 rivers, but where do you access those rivers?
Right, that's the thing, right.
problem, yeah. As a public space,
that.
I think and generally speaking, the instances and sizes and effective public spaces in Mangalore are very little, and it's a shame.
I think we have to open up.
To open up.
Right.
Normally, correct specification dilara. Site on the one cut chigar zatuna.
Nah.
If your
Planning as such,
drawings are clear,
not to bolt them. So.
then it is easier for them to cut it at source and bring it in cut pieces and bring it to the site.
Correct.
And then fix it with length. Anga yon cut kala taje debris.
Site on the turtana. Recycle.
All this. There are some restrictions on the noise levels and all that. Construction anti best construction mun kaleng korong sonna. But we don't have rules. No? Sound pollution is a rule. Bas such orna decibels mat.
Correct.
Good to go?
Yes. Everything is on?
Yes.
Yes. Day 3. So I think we covered infrastructure. I think we had covered up till waste management. So let's come down to governance and citizens. So the first question would be, why so many Indian cities, despite plan on paper, fail on execution?
Good question again. Number one reason that I can think of is that the professionals who are required to actually put together a master plan, both at the source, where from as representatives of the city and its administration, whether it's political or bureaucratic, and the expertise that's available in this country as a whole, which can give you a professional kind of a solution. There is a lack of the number of people itself. So that is one thing. And second, I think, is the awareness among the people. People wake up and start making a noise when something goes wrong. But I think just like what is said about ailments, that it's better to prevent than to cure. If you have a good plan, there are less chances that there are going to be any problems. And it is not that you just sit one day and make a plan. Okay? Or you wake up one day and say, okay, I have this great idea. Let's do this in the city. All these inputs from all the sources affecting everybody who lives in the city has to be consolidated. And then there are cycles. There are cycles in which master plans are made. Sometimes it's in 5-year cycles. Sometimes it's in 10-year cycles, 15-year cycles. Master plans for some cities can be even 25-year cycles. Like we had this 5-year plans for it in India.
Right.
Each plan had a focus. One of the 5-year plans was to make sure that everybody gets good education. So similarly, we need to have a good set of professionals, which also means you need to have good schools which produce good professionals. And if you start counting the number of planning schools or related, the related studies which are required for a good plan is not only physical planning. You need statisticians who are experts. It's called urban statisticians. You need economists. You need people who are experts in culture, urban anthropologists. You need historians. You need representation from every aspect of the city which makes that city. For example, in Mangalore, there is a certain type of entrepreneurship that you see. And if they are not represented in the decision making, then because of the power of that entrepreneurship is why it carries forward and the city does not contribute or help them do what they do a little better. So maybe they don't have a voice in their own forums, okay, and they become part of some organization, and maybe there are somebody else who takes a bigger chunk of the time and discussion, and somewhere these get sidelined. So I would say that, both in terms of availability of resources, people, and also the participation of
General
every
public.
citizen. You cannot just stand and say somebody up there should make a decision. Commissioner of corporation is responsible for a pothole. You can't do that. You have to take. The moment you say that I have nothing to do with my city, then you should actually take out your right to complain about the city. You should make it your business. Participate.
So you mean citizen participation is one of the major reasons why plans don't execute?
One of the reasons. The other reason is I don't think we set aside enough importance and money to
Set up a team.
to do a good master plan. That is also there. So you can't, if you don't get involved, then I think you should keep your mouth shut. Otherwise, get involved. Do something. It's.
So you mean lack of system, planners, talent, and participation from the citizens together contribute plans not getting executed.
I may be jumping my gun here, but if you ask me what would be the right way to do a plan for this city, for Mangalore, it may be very different from, let's say, Udupi or a Bangalore or a Bombay. Okay? Because the moment a city becomes bigger than a certain size and becomes a metropolitan city or whatever, then I think the anonymity of an individual person becomes more and more. In a smaller city which has got less than 1 million population, I think there's still a chance that we can just decide what. For that also, we need to have an understanding of what our city is. And that understanding doesn't come from one team or one set of professionals. All the doctors can come and say, what do they expect from the city? All the judges, lawyers, teachers,
plumbers,
students, plumbers. Can I just quote something?
Sure.
If you don't mind.
Perfect.
This is John Gardner. The society that scorns excellence in plumbing because plumbing is a humble activity and tolerates shoddiness in philosophy because it's an exalted activity will have neither good plumbing nor good philosophy. Neither its pipes nor its theories will hold water.
Nice.
So it's everywhere, no? See,
brilliant.
And if you see, till about 10 years ago, most of the building, then there was a boom of apartment buildings. And they started going higher and higher and higher. I don't think there was a single consultant in Mangalore at that time to cater to the need of the higher buildings, variation in pressure in a plumbing pipe. Now, whether it's a water supply pipe or a sewage pipe. And I know of buildings which are built about 10, 15 years ago. Every year they spend so much of money
on maintaining
repairing their plumbing systems. Yeah. So it's comprehensive. Everybody needs to
participate.
Yeah.
Okay, so I think we should touch upon participative of the citizens more. So in Mangalore, do you think citizens have enough voice in how the city is being shaped? How could that change?
See, voice. Do we have enough voice? Again, I go back to the amendment, the 74th amendment. Now, leave that aside.
Yes.
Under the present system, for anyone, if voice means wait for something to go wrong and then start making noise about it and then protest and write and do podcasts about it, That's one way of doing it. The other way is to ensure that at least in your area or as a universal pan city strategy, you make sure that certain things are done correctly. Now, you know that our roads in Mangalore, thankfully, we have good roads.
Which is
Probably good,
contradictory.
good. I mean, most of the places where you said concrete, I mean, concrete has worked. Wherever there's concrete causes other problems. That's a matter of debate. But to ensure that the specifications of, let's say, the width of the lane, the volume of water that gets carried in the stormwater drain, the efficiency of our underground drainage system, our water supply system, electrical supply system. If we insist on having, let's say, a charter, a citizen's charter, and say this is what the citizens expect from the city, and I think that should be printed in big size and kept in all departments of government, and probably even some people who can contribute, and they should be aware that these are rules that we cannot break, that we cannot have a substandard person advising the city, a mediocre consultant advising the city and telling the city what to do, and then that document becomes a tender document, and then you have the system allowing for somebody who's not good enough or probably never even done that kind of a project to come and do a project, to implement the project. So things can go wrong in many places. But if there are, I wouldn't say too many systems also is not a very good idea. Then there is no flexibility. But at least we should not allow for major mistakes to happen. And if there is right now the plan of Mangalore is under revision, which comes under Mangalore Urban Development Authority, MUDA. Now, what has happened, unfortunately, is this decision is taken at the level of the state. So they have clubbed some 6 cities together and given it to one consultant. Probably, I don't know where they're sitting and doing it. I don't think in that decision-making process there's anybody involved to give them any feedback. See, some of history also gets lost in the business of making a master plan for the next 10 years, 15 years. If you realize the importance of, let's say, one part of the city and we need to retain its history, then there should be certain amount of controls in which what can be an adverse development which will dilute that history. And when those kind of things can be put as some kind of controls, so that, but it gets difficult to manage those things. But I'll give you an example. Now, the DC's office has moved from where it was for donkey years. Now it's gone to a new building. Now, in that old campus of the DC compound, it was district collector's office before, continuing from the pre-independence days. There are about 5 or 6 buildings which have been not used for more than 35 years. But really nice buildings, okay?
British times.
Yeah. So it was built more than 100 years ago. Now, anybody who's seen it will probably look at it in 2 different ways. Either they look at the potential of that building, or they will say it's going to fall down any day. Okay. But if you ask me, there are experts in that field, whether they're engineers or conservation architects or whoever else who's dealing with history, and that whole of 4 acres of land is now vacated. Can we reclaim that land as a place for people?
Public space.
Yeah. So I think the term is reclaiming public space. And if you start putting together a calculation of what it will cost to do that, probably you'll need about 10 crores to restore those buildings. But you have to think about what could be the best adaptive reuse of those buildings. Obviously, somebody will say, let's make a museum. But a museum is something which will be open from, let's say, 10 in the morning to 6 in the evening, and it's dead. And if you're going to put all the buildings, convert all the buildings into museums, then then those museums are shut in the evening, and people may get active after 6 o'clock till maybe 9.
Right. So, yeah, we'll start.
Now, this is a one opportunity that you're getting in probably 100 years. DC's office is not going to shift again to another place. Now, this vacated area can be put to some good use. Thankfully, the previous DC had taken an initiative. I had a chance to work on it. We kind of came up with an idea, and we said, okay, we can have activities which can go into the night. So it could be a little bit of a co-working space, again, by the government. So it'll be cheaper than what the private sector is offering. People who are new to the city can come and do their work there. You know, one of us, if there's some problem in my office, I should be able to take my laptop there and sit there and work. Anybody. Like I said, we lack libraries. We lack a lot of other institutions of the city. Some of them could be plugged in there. Have nice place to, food courts.
Right.
Yeah, the noise is good.
Yeah. So I want to take that as an example, case study of reclaiming public space. Now participative planning, citizen participation, and these two things. And how can citizens come together and be a voice, and that plan get implemented? So I want to see how citizen participation can happen in real time, in a very crystal or very not in a vague thing. Like, what is the procedure, or
this involves a lot of planning. Again, planning within planning. In Bangalore, under BBMP, there is this organization called Institute of Urban Designers India, which has the Karnataka chapter and the Bangalore chapter, is going to different parts and having workshops to explain to people what are the aspects in which we can get together and give recommendations to the government. If at the ward level, we can start bottom up, there is no one approach, okay, for city, because it's plural. It has multitude of things. So it cannot satisfy everybody. But when we do, I think we can think of something really, really different. Let's say all of us are invisible. For us, the city is invisible. What we see is one part of the city, but the underlying nature of the city's history is invisible. The city's culture is invisible. The city's pluralistic aspects, such as language, culture, food, is invisible. But we all know that there are people who speak 10 different languages in Mangalore. Okay. We all know that if there is one particular dish that is made from one fish, for example, is made in 20 different types. But we only know about it. Some people may have tried everything. But can all this be collected, collated, analyzed, synthesized? So if I have one crazy idea. We call it an invisible Mangalore project. Okay. And everybody contributes. So somebody strategizes the whole thing. Let's say we keep one phenomena of the city as an educational hub. Okay? So Mangalore as an education hub. Now, what should the city do to A, acknowledge that it's an education hub, B, facilitate its growth, and C, try and put Mangalore on a map of the country or the world to say that if you want to study humanities, history, maths, whatever, this is the place to come. Okay. So that is only one part which is talking about Mangalore as just an education hub. Everybody is complaining that we have not got our fair share of IT, business and jobs. Now, good or bad, we don't know. We cannot control that. But if the problem lies in the city not being ready to accommodate an IT industry, which means now if leave alone the big companies, the Infosys and let's say tomorrow Google or whoever, right? OpenAI, they want to have a presence in our city. how many buildings in this city can accommodate the staff of those companies which have to be placed here? That's about 1,000 people. And for those 1,000 staffed big company, there will be another 10 companies supporting it. All these companies may require a certain type of workspace, which is again safe, convenient, and all that stuff. And in my opinion, they also require a certain quality of space, good daylighting, so lesser use of artificial light. You need a good height, floor to floor height. What we are used to is like, let's say, about 10 feet from in an apartment building, and in most commercial buildings is also 10 feet. So do we have that requisite height? Let's say about 13, 14 feet, which will allow for services to run, air conditions to run. So that can be, I tend to talk as an architect because I am one, but there is a lack. Today, I know of instances where companies have come scouting for places, 500, 600, up to 1,000 seat, and they don't have anything ready. Now, who do you blame that on? If we didn't have the vision to create this kind of spaces. And then you have Infosys that come in, but then they went and shifted to a campus which is 300 acres outside the city. Now, that is not part of the city. So it's outside the scope of this discussion. They could have been in the city just because the government gave them free land or land at a subsidized price. Sometimes I wonder whether these large corporates are actually companies which are specialized agencies of change in their own field, or real estate companies only accumulating land. I can't make up my mind. But I think citizen participation from the bottom up to the mid-level, where you talk about educators, professionals coming and taking an active role in the... Then you have big businesses, who probably can give the city share of their profits and then contribute towards... If the city doesn't have, or the government doesn't have money to hire good people to give them advice, then that part can be sponsored by somebody. At least to have some guidebook which says what should be done and what you shouldn't do. And then we look at it from this goes again back to the top to down approach. At the level of your ward, you can have a homeowners association or a ward committee, and if you push your way through, probably at least 10% of what is allocated to that ward every year will be given to you to decide. And that's enough. That's a good start. I would say it's a good start.
Grassroots level.
Yeah, that's bottom up. You change the way you want to do things. You don't want too much traffic, go to the Urban Development Authority and tell them change the land use of most of our roads from, don't allow commercial if you don't want it.
So but citizens have a say.
Citizens have a say in that. It's possible to do it. Right now what happens is master plans get done at a very detached manner. I think I said it earlier. The existing land use plan which they document becomes the inspiration for the proposed. Nothing new happens. And there also the colors get changed from one favorable color to the other by whoever's got the capacity to take how many suitcases of to whoever has to make the decision. So it's sad, but I think we can reclaim that and do both the things at one time. Put pressure on the top, do things from the bottom.
I think now people, after the pothole incident, I think that's kind of like a that's the only incident where I've seen public getting agitated and participative. That's again that could have been prevented if they have done it.
But that happened because somebody died.
Right.
So what are you going to do? Wait for the next person to die? That's not correct. So, if it's not drivable, force it on them. Or, start a campaign, collect the money, get some right mix of concrete and put it on that. Close the door, close the road for 10 days. Force, obviously, the police will come after you, but But I think the decent way to do that would be or a civilized way to do that would be to pressurize. No? You don't wait for a bad road to cause an accident. But the moment you realize there is something wrong, write about it, put it up, share it. We have so much of social media stuff
Can we
happening
sue the public bodies or bureaucrats on these things?
That would be a legal question. I'm not qualified to answer that, but I think we can shame them. I think shaming them would be more of a, when I was a kid, I remember I grew up in Chikmagalur. I don't know whether it was a government officer or something. Something went wrong, and then they put this guy on a donkey, shaved his head half, and then made him ride all through the city for some wrong that person had done. I was too young to understand what it was, but I'm not suggesting anything like that. I don't think there are even donkeys. I haven't seen a donkey in a long time. Yeah, but I think shaming works. Yeah.
Okay, now I had put up questions on my Instagram story about this podcast, and I've asked my followers to send through some questions. I've got plenty of replies, but I had to screen through it, and
I'll try my best.
Yes, I've taken.
Again, I'm not an expert.
Okay.
Yeah, I just had the good fortune of studying architecture and then following it up with urban design, which was my passion, and having the chance of having worked.
No, it's just we're not looking for any concrete answers. Just looking for the complexity of the issue, then the abstract. It's just some sort of idea. Yeah. So first is Mangalore is known for its beautiful red tiled roofs, but urban sprawl is changing the cityscape. How can we balance growth with preserving the city's architectural identity?
Yeah, right. Yeah, this is terracotta. Yeah, vitrified clay, which has taken the shape of a jali. Okay. And if there's one thing that defines the Mangalorean urban scape, or what you would remember as a kid here, it would be Mangalore tiles. And Mangalore tiles were exported from here and all that stuff. But technology has changed. Those tiles, which were designed to keep the rain out, if done well, are also now failing because the weather has changed. The rainfall intensity has changed. The cost of procuring, you don't get good clay. If you look at this jali, which you see here, and if you look closely, it's not really of the best quality. Okay, the best quality Mangalore tiles you don't get in Mangalore. Somebody else will send it to you from somewhere else. Okay, I know of a similar tile which comes from Austria now.
Oh,
yeah, but it's about 3-4 times more expensive. So whether the tile is the right material to use to retain the character of Mangalore or not.
That was just an example, but the more generalized question would be, we had a tropical identity on terms of sloped roofs and things like that. Now you see glass facade buildings in the urban thing.
Very
so how do you balance?
To put in any rule which will tell people don't use glass and
we can't force anything. Yeah, of course.
Stuff. But some building types which didn't exist before, like an office building, you probably will find it a little more difficult to do. If it was just a ground, there is an office here. Emphasis, I think, has converted a tile factory into a call center. Right? It's near Bolat, I think.
Adaptive reuse.
It's an adaptive reuse project, and it's working. This is adaptive reuse from which I think the DC office should learn. Yeah, it's already done.
Nice.
Yeah? And I think they've done the same thing even in Manipal. There's a tile factory converted into a office building. Not that it's not possible, but generally speaking, if it's a very large corporation and they have their own, like if Bosch comes to Mangalore, they will send their designers and architects from Germany and they will build a building here. Yeah. So we can try and it should come from the people themselves.
Right.
If everybody says that we need to have some character, I'm not even telling.
How about like if you go through around the city, you see old buildings which you feel like it has to be preserved, but at the same time you're not sure whether that building would be there for around in 5 years to come, because the real estate prices are going
If
up.
it's-
So who has to take responsibility to preserve this building just so that city maintain its architectural heritage?
Unfortunately, see, finally, what matters is economics. If there is a 100-year-old house lived in very well for many generations, and let's assume that the present generation has nobody here, and they've gone out and to work or whatever. And if the house is just a place that they come back once a year, and if there are X number of them in this present generation, and somebody offers you a big fat amount, what are you going to do? You're going to take a call on this house being her heritage and keep it?
That's a even tough call for me as well.
Or you allow for a 200 unit apartment block to come up there. And most of the buildings that you see in Mangalore are all replacing the older houses, which were large in size. Each one of them were over half an acre to 1 acre. And in that 1 acre, you'll find 50 to 80 apartments. So
So what's your personal opinion on that?
the initiative, I think, should come from a collective of people. It's very difficult to kind of do this experiment on one house or a one villa. But if you, let's say you walk down Car Street and around that area, some of the older houses are still intact. Okay. And having belonged to one community, if the community and their spiritual gurus and the mutts and all these people get together and say, okay, now we need to retain this identity and somehow compensate the people who are going to be the privileged or the victims of a decision where, okay, you cannot do anything to your house. That house could be converted to anything. It doesn't have to be, doesn't have to continue being a house.
Adaptive reuse.
It could be a boutique hotel or it could be something.
Startup
Yeah,
office.
it could be anything.
Yeah.
But I think the community should kind of support each other to figure out.
Yeah, it's all on community dependent.
People have done it in some parts where let's
How
say
Goa pulled it off?
Goa, they have conserved it. You see, by law, if a building is classified as heritage and it comes under different categories, you have the really old ones come under Archaeological Survey of India, that you cannot touch anything. Okay, even if you have to paint it, it has to be done. But then there are other categories. The city can establish a category. Any building which is more than 100 years old or whatever, you fix that
Right.
and say that certain changes will be allowed. Certain changes. If you go to
That could be a very small, cute public space,
Yes,
like a very
that's enough,
small house.
you know,
and
yeah.
People can meet up in original, authentic
Yes.
Mangalore style house.
But again, it goes back to the question: is that the identity of the city? Is a sloping roof made of Mangalore tiles, 10 houses in one place? Are these real identity? Are these the real identity of the city, or is it something else?
It's not identity, but it's a feel of kind of a feel of
Or a
the
definition
place.
of the city? Because Mangalore, before it got urbanized like the way it did today, or 30 years ago, there were a lot of gaps between areas. Okay, so like I said earlier, it was
Nodal.
So these identities of each areas is blurring today. So between let's say a Vijai and Kadri, where do you draw the border? You may see it on a map, but that gaps and the character change that you knew at that time don't exist anymore. So it's in the memory. That's
Okay.
it. Yeah.
Second question. And what do you say about the collecting and permeable pit under the road, under the concrete road? If there is a lot of surplus in water, flowing water,
Yes.
it can flow and be stored and
Yeah,
permitted
we can inject water back into the
Right.
ground. It's
since
called
Mangalore's rain is only
But
going to increase.
where do you do that? In a strata like ours, where our city sits on, it's mostly lateritic outcrop. And we also have granite here. Less of soil, actually speaking. Maybe a geologist would be able to answer this.
But if
But
the
you should know
geology sounds right,
Yeah.
would that be a good idea? Under the road?
there is something called swales, bioswales that you can create, which will arrest the flow of water. See, unlike other cities, we don't have any shortage of rainfall, right? It is just that the tide-affected rivers which go back into the mainland doesn't allow us to tap that water for drinking. But that's not our only problem. We don't need water only for drinking. So we rely on the water that comes from the hills, from the catchment. Now, we have been irresponsible in the way we deal with that water. Okay, it's contaminated. It's not managed as well it could be managed. I think and dependency also. See, from top level, we can talk about all this water management strategies.
Right.
But at the bottom level, can we reduce the dependency, our own dependency on water by a little bit?
It's more to do with the water clogging, like so for the Pumpville area, under the flyover. There's high chance that what accumulates because the elevation is that way. How about you create a big pond, underground pond, so it can take all the water and
it's a problem that we have created and then we are trying to find a solution. If you ask me, I think that whole Pumpwell flyover should be rethought.
Right.
If you demolish it and rebuild, probably it's better.
It took
because
decades
first of all, it doesn't
to
have enough headroom. I have seen some of the taller trucks go and not been able to go under it, and it's too close. I mean, nobody studied you wanted to sue government officers. That would be a good project to go and sue for the engineering failure, the lack of understanding of topography. If you see close by, there are about 2 drains there.
Right. There's a big, very broad drains.
If the drains are managed well, if it's cleaned well and all that stuff, worst comes to us, if you still want to keep the flyover as it is, and if you want to avoid water collecting there, upstream in a few places, I think we should put some kind of check dams and then pump out the water from there. It's okay to use electricity sometimes. It's cheaper to do that probably than destroying 100
And why do you say Pumpwell flyover is bad engineering?
It's badly designed.
In what ways?
You yourself pointed it out.
That is one. But you said
that the underpass is at the lowest level.
Correct. All the water flowing from the top,
comparison with the land
surrounding geology.
So, I mean, it is just if that entire underpass was a meter above, just 1 meter above, okay, 3 feet above, and the flyover was within the stipulated 4.5 meters clearance, then the flyover would have taken a different shape, maybe different form. We don't know, but it's badly designed. Let's accept it. And there are big jokes going around about that flyover. There are songs made on the flyover. See, the delay in construction is also because of the problem that they faced while constructing it. Maybe just to put a foundation, they must have tried 10 times because they must have found a lot of water.
Why does these things happen? Like lack of proper planning? Is it just
I think it's bad luck for Mangalore because, I don't know, national highways have done great projects. I've driven on roads. I drive a lot and we used to ride a lot. So there are great projects done by National Highway. But when it came to us, I think we got the worst combination of consultant and contractor. And the scheme under which this flyover was made. See, there are these golden quadrilateral projects, National Highway projects linking to major cities. There are different kinds of projects. This came under something called the Port Connectivity Scheme. So certain number of... So Panambur was a major port and certain number of kilometers from the port were supposed to be developed so that in the last mile, the lorries which bring in and take out goods are not inconvenienced. That is the funda behind the port connectivity project. But I guess those contracts at that time when it was given, like I said, it's our bad luck. Now what can we do? We got a bad team which designed it and a bad contractor who built it. Now what can we do? You have to live with it.
And what is the lesson
you
from...
can sue them though. You can sue them, you can shame them.
Sue on what basis? Bad planning?
Bad engineering.
Bad engineering.
Yeah. It's not bad planning, it's bad. The location of the underpass is correct. But the way it's done is wrong.
Like the height.
You don't look at it in isolation. When you make an underpass and an overpass, it's called a grade separated interchange, technically. You need to take into consideration what's happening at least about 50 to 100 meters around it and change a few things. That's not done. Now, this is it. Let's say somebody like, I'm born with a deformity. I have to accept it and live my life. This is a deformity with which Mangalore was, a deformity forced on Mangalore. And we live with it for the rest of our lives. Till the day the national highway gets shifted outside the city.
Yeah.
Then we don't have a problem. Then it become a little more easier.
Then it become a city infrastructure.
So you can't close that, no, because the amount of traffic that flows through it, which is the coastal road, right? How do you redirect that road till we get this right? Anyway, we took 25 years to build it. Now we're going to take another 25 years to repair it. I don't know it's going to happen.
That is a good content. Okay, third question. Mangalore's economy is diversifying from its traditional port-based activities. How should urban planning evolve to support this economic shift to port-based to some service to IT?
I think having a port is not something that you can write off and say we should not have that.
No. It's evolving.
We should give it less importance.
Right.
It's all everything together. Okay? So, from whatever conversations that I've had with people, because I had this habit of going to the fishing harbor and all that stuff, the amount of activity that place has, and I think most of it is informal. I don't think it's all reported. It's huge. It's huge. The number of people it employs.
Fishing boats.
And the technology that's gone into them. They may look like ordinary boats, but they have the latest of sonar to find the fish also. They have all the technology, wireless, radios, everything there. And the cost of fish, you and I know. Right? You want to buy a pomfret which is 1 kilo today, it will cost you.
Even sardines are very expensive.
Yesterday I came to know sardines are more expensive.
More expensive than
sardines
pomfret.
are more expensive than mackerels. Buta is more expensive than bangade. Anyway, so I think if we do this invisible city idea and everybody starts contributing towards what has to happen here, who knows? We may, right now, going to the fishing harbor is not a very nice activity, right? Or you don't consider doing it. But in a lot of places, fishing harbors are nice. The market is part of the fishing harbor. We don't have to have a fish market in the central market. Put the fish market in a redesigned, better, people-friendly. It could be even a recreation place. People could just be, if you have a small marina attached to the fishing harbor, in a very unique way in Mangalore, you can just take some nets and take a fishing rod, go spend half a day, catch some 10 fish and come back. Can you do that today? Extremely difficult.
Right. Fishing
I can't go catch fish.
So the question was...
you find people standing on the bridge and putting...
Right. The question is more on cities' diversification on its economic
diversification,
activity.
See, there is a government-initiated diversification. Again, it's political. So Mangalore probably hasn't got its share of attention, either at the center or the state. I think considering the fact that we are definitely more literate than most districts. Probably GDP-wise, we are in the top 10 in the whole country. So we are not dependent on anybody to give us anything. But at least make some provisions, no? Give us something more. What have we got since independence? One port and one refinery. And if there was if you look at I'll just give you one example. If there's a need for, let's say, a railway university, which I think was talked about in 2015, people of Mangalore should have asked for it to be here. One of the oldest railway stations. Did you know that there was a train which used to start from Mangalore, go via Kerala, Shornur, go up to Tamil Nadu, go all the way to Pakistan?
Wow.
One of the longest, not the longest, but one of the longest train journeys originated from Mangalore.
Mangalore Park.
And went all the way to Pakistan before independence. Yeah. So there is a railway history. There are smart people. educated people.
And
Why
even
can't
the
why can't
minister
we have
from here responsible for the Konkan Railway.
correct? Yeah.
That was
George
a
Fernandez.
engineering feat, right? One of the greatest engineering feat.
No, that has done that's done wonders to this place. Going from here to Bombay, for example, would take you, 24 hours earlier? Now it's down to about 16 hours by the fastest train. But I think diversification cannot be dictated by nobody can predict what's going to happen.
It has to happen on its own.
But what can be done is like the incentives that were given to the IT industry, tax-free period and all that stuff, can be extended to anything new. Somebody, I would
Small
say,
enterprises.
from what I have heard, of a lot of young people who want to do a startup business, find it difficult to do it here.
Yeah, no.
And they end up going to Noida, Bangalore, or somewhere else.
It's not the infrastructure, it's the money problem.
Yeah,
funding
money.
problem.
That funding also, I know of somebody who got the money from a Mangalorean funder in Bangalore, not here. So is there a forum? If I have an idea and you have the money, can we meet somewhere? And I can showcase my product. It's not there. We don't have that.
Even if there is availability of money, they expect returns just like a traditional industries.
Yes.
Like if you're investing in hotel.
But I
or
think the
fishery.
government has a lot of. I think there is a push towards encouraging startups, and startups have this innate failure rate, which is okay because the ones who make money make a lot of money.
More the risk, more returns.
So I would probably suggest that all the resources of Mangalore could be put together and form a big fund.
Right, absolutely.
Call it the Mangalore Fund.
At least $100 million fund.
That's too less.
No, that's too less. Minimum, I said. Minimum. To start with, batch one.
Yeah. 100 million is what? 800 crores.
Yes.
So that's not going to be enough.
That's first phase. Yeah. So based on the success on that,
I would say
can,
that if there is ever a Mangalore Fund to encourage startups or whatever, I think that should be 1 billion.
Yeah.
It should be 8,000 crores.
And
you think that money is not there in Mangalore?
of course.
I think the fishing industry by itself is $1 billion industry. I think. I don't know. Somebody can correct me.
Somebody should collect pension funds from these and put it to...
if there's a phenomenon...
Again, can citizens have a role in, is it too government dependent or...
Not necessarily. I think it's industry driven. More than government can just give you the initial push that is required, probably fund you
tax free, tax on returns,
give you an opportunity to kind of come up with the basic ideas and up to the level of the stage where you can go and present it as a proof of concept or the first pitch, second pitch, first round of funding. There are some lot of terms that these people use nowadays. But for that, you don't have to relocate from here. That is what I'm saying. What is happening sadly is people with great ideas are relocating from here to Bangalore because they think Bangalore is a city where... And in this connected world, why should you move? Why would you go and suffer the traffic of Bangalore when you can live...
Right.
Yeah,
that's why I'm
hear
here.
Some construction noise here.
Just waiting for funds. All right. Fourth one. The city has seen a boom in high-rise buildings. What are your thoughts on vertical growth versus horizontal expansion for Mangalore? Which one is good?
Honestly, I think vertical growth is better. Because
why so?
Given the topography of Mangalore, if Mangalore were to have all the houses which are right now in apartments as single dwelling units in one plot, one house, our expanse of the city, there's a word called urban sprawl. And urban sprawl can work okay in a city like Mysore or Bangalore because it's flatter. And if that were to happen to Mangalore, and imagine all the way up to some hill in Vijai and then Nirmarga, our city would have reached Nirmarga on one side, maybe BC Road on another side, and would have crossed Suratkal on another side, just to accommodate the number of houses. So that way densification is good because I think with what we have today, anywhere to anywhere is not more than 20 minutes in Mangalore. And south to north is probably half an hour. Right? That's also because our roads are decent.
I mean, you may get a lot of
the ones who
backlash for that statement.
No, forget the ones which have potholes. But otherwise, comparatively, okay, for a city of this size, with the ownership of car being very high, dependency, I mean, low use of public transport and all that, I think we are doing okay. We can do a lot better. But I would not suggest horizontal growth at all. Not for a city with this kind of topography.
Good
It
answer.
could be an in-between thing. I mean, you could have bits and pieces where it's a little taller. But climatically speaking, if you ask me, if you look at the idea of, let's say, Charles Correa also talked, he's a great architect. He also talks about having a layer. You take the veranda, which used to protect our houses, and if you use that as part of the design and make it part of your villa in the sky, and if you have cross ventilation on all sides, there is one building that is done in Bombay, Pedar Road. It's called Kanchenjunga. I don't think anybody's made a better high-rise building than that. It's such an old building yet. But I think if you do not go the glass-clad apartment building way, and if you make a decent building, and instead of living on the ground where because of other buildings your microclimate changes, it's better that you are, but not the kind of, I am not a fan of those buildings which are now crossing about 15 to 20 floors. It is an unsustainable method because the cost of construction, the moment you cross a certain height, doubles.
Right. After 25th floor,
because
right?
you have to carry all that stuff up there, and B, also because there are some
Strong
rules.
foundation, steel,
foundation.
size.
All those is one cost. Second is regulatory cost. That means you need to have sprinkler system. You need to have fire-related equipments to be put. If it crosses 60 meters, you need to put on helipad.
Elevator energy.
Helipad itself. You need to have an helipad also. Yeah. Then the stuff that goes into it, the utilities that go into it, the wiring for electricity, pipes for water supply, switch, everything gets, tends to be more in terms of use of materials. It becomes a little inefficient, and it can then only be affordable only by a few. It doesn't become inclusive.
It doubles the cost.
Yes. So I wouldn't say high rise is the solution. I also wouldn't
go on bet on vertical expansion.
not even bet. I wouldn't even encourage or suggest that we go horizontal, but some in-between solutions. When it comes to housing, it also becomes very anonymous. You don't know who your neighbor is, even if you have 4 apartments per floor. Today we have 1 apartment per floor. When do you meet your neighbors, and where do you meet your neighbors?
WhatsApp group.
I guess if somebody dies in your apartment building which has 1 floor in every apartment, you won't even know. Anonymity, it's called anonymity. So you become anonymous. Do you want to be an anonymous citizen of the city? A very high-rise building which probably would do that. A ground would, houses on the ground in cluster form wouldn't do that. But I think we can find a middle ground. And incentivize this. See, what a plan can do, master plan can do, is disincentivize anonymity as a result of tall buildings. Disincentivize that. Then if somebody wants to, like in Germany, if your house is more than a certain number of square meters, your taxation is double. So if people want to build very large houses, fine, but the taxes should not be the same as a person who's built a smaller unit. Because the smaller unit is contributing less to the damage of the environment. And the larger unit is doing that.
Anonymity should be premium.
Yes, so somewhere in between. I think there is a middle ground for everything. When we start, that reminds me of the school when we started 10 years ago. That's Wadiyar Center for Architecture. You had the government-driven system, which is not entirely meritorious. And then you have a private initiated educational institutions. And when it comes to architecture, we felt that both of them are both of them have a problems, and we had to find a middle ground, which is different from these two. So I think there is a middle ground. See, one of the problems is that generally when we speak about buildings and design, and It's black and white, either this or that, either old or new, either heritage or modern. It need not be like that, especially when it comes to cities. It can be a bit of that, and something in the middle. All of it together. It can all work together very well.
Goodness of both.
Yes.
Okay, next
Or
one.
limiting the badness of both. Either ways.
The city has ambitious plans to become a smart city. In your opinion, what's the smartest move Mangalore can make in terms of urban planning? And what are the things Mangalore Smart City has received so far?
The smartest thing that Mangalore can do is to get all the smart people together and get them to get involved. Make some, get them to commit some time.
Citizen
energy,
participation.
Participate. Come up with something. That is the smartest thing.
So how do you define a city is smart? Do you think Mangalore is smart city?
I cannot. I think every city is smart. It is one of the smartest inventions of man. Okay? If a city wasn't there, ideas would not have developed. Okay, so by default, every city is smart. Okay. Can I go back to history?
Sure.
The first smart city that I can think of is Athens.
Lovely.
That's
I mean, if I had a time machine, I would go there definitely.
Some 2000. So what happened in Greece at that time was there was no country called Greece. There were city-states, right?
Spartans. Yeah.
Spartans, Corinthians, Athenians. So there was a threat that something good is happening here and people would want to come and loot. And so they had this kind of meeting and then they decided that we need to kind of now brand ourselves as one. Okay. So, of course, there were misunderstandings. There's a big story. I mean, I would suggest if somebody is interested in this to read this book called, I'm trying to remember this. You have to give me some time.
Yeah, sure.
So what they did was they
got
together. They got together and many of them, all the city-states got together. I'm told there were more than 700 city-states like this. Small, medium,
Greece.
big. In Greece, yes.
Oh.
Dotted all over the agency, went into this Italian peninsula, a little bit of North Africa. You had the city-states all over the place. Yeah. And they got together and Athens came forward and said, we will take care of it. Yeah. So what did they end up with? They ended up with a lot of money, finally. They were not the biggest city-state. They were not the strongest city-state. They were just the smartest city-state. So what did they do with all the excess money? In 25 years, they built the most recognized work in architecture and city. Right?
Classicalism.
Yes. So the ancient Greece
Parthenon.
principles that the Parthenon, and not just the Parthenon, a lot of things got built. All that happened in 25 years. And today, when I teach architecture to my students, I have to refer back to that history and say, okay, the classical period.
Even democracy, right?
Yeah. They came up with a lot of ideas.
Born
idea of philosophy, the idea of democracy,
geometry,
everything.
Yeah.
So
it becomes intellectual hub.
See, it to a large extent, it was the foundation of Western civilization.
Even today,
If we wear the kind of clothes we wear to the way we think, the way we study, the way we look at life, everything, we have to blame the Greeks. For good or for bad, we have to blame the Greeks. So it is not the city of Athens which was smart.
It's people.
It was the idea of people.
Collective intelligence.
Collective, yeah.
So where were we? Okay, what makes the city smart?
I remember the name. The name of the book is Geography of Genius.
Geography of the Genius.
Geography of Genius. The first chapter deals with Athens.
I want to read that.
Yeah, it's a really nice book. Yeah.
So smartest move Mangalore can make is to build a forum for smart people to come together and contribute to the city's development.
Yes. And that cannot just happen as if you do that, then you're doing a city plan once in 15 years. What do you do for the next 14 years? Even if you establish a forum, right? I may be biased when I say this, but I think we should concentrate on building urban institutions. Okay. Have a good performing arts center. Have a good library. Have a good museum. not a good museum. Have 10 museums. I think there's enough that people have who will donate to you if they feel it's safer to keep it in a properly designed museum than keep it in their house. Get away from this. The concentration is now only on fields of education which probably gives you the best returns: engineering, medicine, MBA. Get out of it. I mean, get into humanities, get into philosophy, get into, I would say, get into design also. If somebody starts a school of architecture here, it'd be really nice. There's no school of architecture in the city. In Mangalore, they're all outside the city. Get into all these things, poetry, literature, in a big way. It shouldn't be just a branch of one college or one university. So that continues the involvement. There is some argument that the microcosm or the mini version of a city is a university. Where is our university? It is sitting somewhere outside the city. Can't we have a university of Mangalore in Mangalore? What is stopping us? Lack of land? I would say contribute and buy land. Shift Mangalore University to the center of.
I think we can rethink of the university concept rather than very traditional and rigid with the curriculum, rather than let it be open for people of any age and come and experience and exchange ideas.
To come. See, in-migration into the city is absolutely essential. If you're going to be, if you insulate yourself and be very protective, and I don't think that's possible in Mangalore because it's already very diverse, right? Coming back to the university, you take a comparison of Mysore University, what it does to the Mysore city versus what Mangalore University does to Mangalore city, purely by its location. Okay, I don't know which smart guy decided to put Mangalore University in Konaje. It should have been in the city. It would have made a difference. I'm sure it would have made a difference.
How do you think it makes a difference?
It will not cease to be only a place for students to study.
Mm-hmm.
It will become then the
public participation.
Yes, and protests also.
Mm.
You heard Jawaharlal
JNU.
JNU? Yeah. That can be the... Right now what's happening, I'm not encouraging people to protest, but good ideas can also come. See, you can test it. You can use your city as your lab for any experiment. One of them being the master plan once in 15 years. You can do a lot of things in between 14 years also.
Okay, next question. Last question from... if you could redesign one area of Mangalore from scratch, which would it be and why? I mean, you mentioned a lot of ideas.
Yeah, there are a lot of ideas. Okay. I mean, if you
touch on the idea which you haven't
if you give
discussed
me a map,
here.
I think I'll draw 100 ideas.
Okay.
But all of them need not necessarily be viable, practical. I would say we should look at opening up our waterfront. The entire stretch. I think if you start from the border, Moodshed, coming down all the way...
Ulal.
No, from the north. Moodshed, then you come down to Sultan Bateri, Gurpur, along the Gurpur River, cross Panambur, come down to Sultan Bateri, then go all the way down. Ulal is on the other side. But Cheppinamogaru and Kannur and all the way to, let's say, Farangipet. Okay? Imagine what would be the length of that waterfront. And imagine what are the parcels of land which are inaccessible from the city now, from inside to out, because of marshy conditions and all that stuff, which are no longer a problem once you decide to make a city out of these places. Like you can take Dariyav, take 1,000 acres, create something nice. And that waterfront can have at least about a 2 kilometers land behind it. And you can probably call it, instead of calling New Mangalore Port Trust, I think you should call Cheppinamogaru as New
boat
Mangalore.
Stands.
New Mangalore,
No, boat stands. It can also take public transport.
Yes, we can probably... See, instead of closing down our drains every time we do a new part of the city, I think we should have more water coming in. Yeah, I would say if I take Cheppinamogaru from our bridge, Netravatri bridge till Farangipet, that zone, can accommodate the future of Mangalore's population for the next 25 years.
Wow, that's a really good idea.
And that entire stretch is about 10% used, 90% unused. But it's not even agriculture. It's just barren, not barren.
And even if
wasteland.
people, municipality or corporation decides to open up the riverfront, what can go wrong and what should be avoided?
Nothing can go wrong if you plan it well.
Dumping waste, like if human
Everything can be managed.
managed.
Everything, yeah. I think, like you said, what would you redesign? I would not redesign. I would add on to the city. I would do a city extension
That's
strategy more
beautiful.
than going and correcting.
We will
things.
need a lot of water civil engineers.
Because correction is all technical. You change the water supply system, change the sewage system, which is more or less. I don't think we have a serious problem when it comes to UGD. It is just badly planned. That's all. It's not very efficient.
And also recreational wise, that
Yes.
could have been a lot of kayak boats
Yes.
floating around.
Yes.
That's not
No,
happening.
you have a point, but inside the city itself, there is a huge shortage of that 10% or so open space for recreation, for parks, open spaces, children playgrounds. That I think we are in severe shortage. We would, if you ask me, I think the size of Kadri Park, we would need about 15 of them in the city. The entire city relies on one Kadri Park.
Every
And the
ward
next-
should have a park,
next,
right?
Yeah. Next choice is to take the road and drive 15 kilometers and go to Tanirbavi. The question itself is difficult for me to answer because there can't be one redesign.
Right.
You have to do 20 different things. Like I said, you
It is interconnected.
Yes.
One
if
thing would
somebody is willing
impact
to
it.
listen, I'll give them 100 ideas.
Hmm.
I'm not off my head, but written down, planned, drawn, purely for the pleasure of doing it.
And how much money is sitting on the Smart Mangalore account right now?
You are asking the wrong person. But if I am not wrong, what we were eligible was for about 1,000 crores, which included other funds which are pre, like for this swimming pool, there was a 5 crore allocated to make a swimming pool in Mangalore. And there was one plan which was really horrible. Somebody came to my office, one gentleman called Tejomaya, who was one chairman of MUDA once upon a time. Senior politician. All he wanted from me was to study the plan and give him 10 points so that he could tell the minister not to build that. I said, okay. So somebody in my office, one trainee from Tamil Nadu, intern, and he said, sir, why do we have to write 10 points? Can we just show them what can be done since the site is there? I said, okay, let's sit down and see what can be done. And we kind of did something in 1 week and looked like a nice project. And this project is that. So when the Smart City mission started, and when they had these 52 points, out of which one was sports, and this was the area we had identified. I'll share you the
Site.
map that we had done. And then what was logically possible here was that there was a need for an international level swimming pool in Mangalore. I said, okay, Mekere is a good place. There's already a plan by PWD and the Ministry of Youth and Sports Affairs. So we took that 5 crore ka plan, 5 crore ka proposal, made it into a larger, one big competition pool, practice pool, and a local pool, and all that. And so it got added on to as part of the Smart City project. So the money got utilized to some extent here. Now I don't know whether all the 1,000 crores came or whether we had asked for less. I'm sure there is a way of finding out. I mean, you put an RTI, I think you should know how much money came or how much. Where did it get used? If we didn't do our job as citizens of this city on time, some of that money wouldn't have been released. And I think that's what I think. But on the whole, I think compared to other cities, Mangalore did a good job.
On planning.
Yeah, on planning. We're on planning and on spending the money. A lot of cities
Did
didn't even-
Smart City Mangalore, the team, communicate to citizens well
Yes,
on
yes.
pooling out ideas,
Yes.
collecting ideas?
It was built into the built into the Smart City mission system. you had to have an essay competition. There was citizenship participation required. It had to be recorded, documented. Everything was there. But it can be better. That was a good start, but that was just one small little exercise. So what the Smart City Fund impacted was less than 5% of any given city. Though in the fund they said 80% is for an area-based development. It's called ABD. And there was also Pan City initiatives. So what you see as bus stands, which are bus stations which have come, they've come under the Pan City initiative, which was 20% of the fund. Now, whether strictly we followed that or not, I am not sure. But 80% was to demonstrate one area where you could actually get people involved and do something.
Okay, now I want to get into your Dubai experience. So, not as a template to copy, but what I want to explore is the coordination, the scale of the plan, and how did they work on it efficiently, and what we can learn, not to copy paste the model, but get inspired on how different departments coordinate to put such a big plan, like
Master plan.
master plan. And people say Dubai had oil money and desert to build on. Mangalore has budget constraint and existing neighborhoods. That's absolutely true. But what Dubai really had was something more powerful than oil. It had a clarity of vision and the courage to plan for a future that didn't exist yet. The lessons aren't about copying Dubai's glass towers or artificial islands. The lessons are about the process, how to envision transformation, how to coordinate massive infrastructure projects, how to balance rapid growth with the quality of life, and how to learn from the mistakes too. So what do you have to say?
Okay, my experience, I think I was very young. This was 30 years ago that I went to.
And how was Dubai back then?
It was less than 1 million, 800,000
occupants. Okay.
That was the size of Mangalore.
Okay. Oh,
Dubai was the size of Mangalore.
30 years ago.
30 years ago. 19.
So Mangalore was richer than Dubai.
No, Mangalore was lesser popular. Today Mangalore is 800.
Okay.
Urban population is less than 1 million. I was young, so I got put into teams and stuff like that. I worked with a very large American company called Parsons, which had just bought over the oldest planning firm, one of the oldest, called Harlan Bartholomew and Associates. I don't know whether it exists now.
European?
American,
okay.
Planning originated and kind of got formalized in America. I worked there for a while as the part of the team, and then I was absorbed by the city, which is the government, which is Dubai Municipality. I was in the planning department, mostly looking into how the proposals in the master plan were going to be implemented. Okay, there was an implementation strategy for every 5 years. I worked on that. What I got to see at that young age, at that time, was the technology that was available to us. I mean, I couldn't dream of... We see Google Maps today. We had equivalent systems which were available probably only to the military in those days, because a software to run that would cost you millions of dollars. The system on which you operated would cost millions of dollars. Now you can open it on your phone. And that information has always been there. Satellites have been taking photographs for a long time. We had aerial photography, but there are some systems in which they kind of do the stitching. It's called photogrammetry. But to view those very heavy files, in those days we had CDs had just come in. Okay, so
this is 1990s, right?
1995. Yeah. Mobile phones were not very popular even in that days. Yeah. I didn't have a mobile phone till 97, I think, 98 or something. Anyway, I got to work with the government, and sometimes we overcomplicate things. And from what I understood, what people wanted, the government of Dubai wanted to put Dubai on the world map. That's it.
That was a vision. That's
the vision.
To attract people.
And that's it. Now, how do you do things to make it happen? Now, obviously, you need a better plan. You need to have places for people to come and stay if they have to be attracted to this place. I wouldn't be wrong if I say that oil money was not a big part of their GDP.
Okay.
It is trade. Okay. Oil is in the other Emirates. Dubai was smart. Okay. It's like Athens. I think
Athens of
Dubai
Arab.
was Athens of Middle East. And I think Mangalore has the great potential of being Athens of the smaller tier 2 cities in India. We can actually lead the way. But we need a lot of input from a lot of people. It can't be one person's vision. Even Dubai was not one person's vision. It was a collective vision. So all the departments, there was a Department of Economic Development. You had my own Dubai Municipality. There was Water Supply Department, Diva. There were a lot of meetings that used to happen, which one of the things that came up as part of that probably was the Dubai Shopping Festival idea. Now, that's not a master plan idea. It's a phenomena you're going to create. Now, can you imagine how popular that thing has become today? I may sound silly if I give Dubai as my immediate reference, but that's the only chance I got in my life to work, though I worked in other places later. But there are several cities in the world which have done very similar. Of late, I think if there is anybody who's interested in how a city can transform itself by branding itself differently, would be Bilbao in Spain. Okay, sidelined, unknown, other than Madrid and Barcelona and the historically important places, nobody even knew that this city existed. But the people of the city, the mayor of the city, everybody got involved. There are great examples like this in Europe, especially in poor. And we say we don't have resources, we don't have money. We should see the inroads that some of these mayors and people in smaller cities in Colombia and Brazil have done. It's possible. You don't need money to make a great city.
Vision.
Yeah, you just need a vision. The money can just probably make your roads into gold. Yeah, but you still have to drive with it with bad cars. So my experience was good. I got to meet some extremely smart people in my life. People with double PhDs, experts in fields which were feeding into the process of doing a master plan which I didn't even know existed. Like I didn't know that there was an expert called an urban statistician. I knew statistics was a subject. I didn't know there was something called urban statistician. Urban economics, I think we studied a little bit when I was doing my master's, but I knew that subject existed, but I didn't know this existed. So it goes down to that much of detail.
So how did it help Dubai planning, urban statisticians?
I got to see the whole thing happen in front of my eyes. Yeah. And being young, I was doing all the donkey work for all the smart guys. Yeah, writing their reports, correcting, editing, doing some drawings for them, diagrams for them. Of course, I was given one part to do, which is the action area plans, they called it. So, of course, with some guidance from some experts. But I had a great time for 5 years, 6 years actually. But then anyway, I didn't want to. I wanted to be back in India. Also wanted to teach. So
okay, so
that can't happen in Dubai.
What would you say biggest learning India can take from Dubai city planning?
I think one is to reduce the red tapeism or the overlaps of things that happen between a lot of these organizations. Like if you take Mangalore for example, and let's say the tourism department has X amount of money that they want to spend in Mangalore. That idea of what they want to do with that money should be part of the master plan. Okay. And if you feel that, for example, how it can be put as an example, hypothetically, if you don't want all these buses which bring hundreds of people and tourists and into Tanir Bavi and crowd that space, and you want to create something here in this part of the river, and then use the boat to cross and go to Tanir Bavi, A, it will be faster. B, it doesn't happen now because there isn't enough parking facility and the on-land facility before you cross the Gurpur River. So if that happens, that money which is there with the tourism department becomes part of the master plan, which results in probably a multi-story car park for cars and buses. And then you encourage boats to go from this side of the city to the best beach that we have access to, or maybe have a pedestrian bridge where people can walk. But what I'm giving you as an example is just what that small amount of allocated budget which tourism department has becoming part of the master plan. So the healthcare, same thing, whether it's private, public integration. with
So
the
you mean pooling in ideas from every
Yes,
department,
everything.
and it is
Not only ideas, resources. Everything. Instead of everybody doing things differently, if you put them-
redundancies can be avoided.
It becomes an optimized approach to it.
Efficient.
So I would say remove and make things easier between departments to communicate.
And also, people can, like, if, as you said, if a tourism department puts up the plan to public as part of master plan, it can lead other changes from other departments,
Yes.
right?
Sometimes it can also become a catalyst.
Correct.
If let's say tourism department gets 10 crores and they do one great project like this, hypothetical one that I'm talking about, and it results in probably revenue. Let's say the food courts and all that is causing
Hospitality
all this.
department
Is
can
giving
take
a 10 crores back to you in 3 years. You can put another 20 crores in another. It becomes a catalyst, and maybe the area also starts getting developed.
And also, you can measure the improvement happen because of that plan, like with monetary measurements.
And number two is, because we don't have this clarity, most of it is a knee-jerk kind of an effort. Somewhere something goes wrong, pothole happens, okay, let's concentrate and finish that. Then another pothole will open up. There is this word called ad hocism in decision making. It's not thought of before, and you only react or do it independent of everybody else. So if each department starts doing things independent of everybody else, we'll never have the necessary optimization required.
Everybody works in silos.
Yes. You should not work in silos. If you work in silos, you're gone.
Right.
That's the biggest harm, no?
Right.
That the silos has two problems in it. People who are experts in their field think they know everything. Okay? And they don't want to include, like, if I'm given charge of the city and its plan, why would I want to talk to a doctor? What does the doctor know is my attitude. But the doctor probably knows a lot more than I do. Because he's using the system to meet his patients, go to a hospital,
ambulance
operate, go consult. He is operating in the city in a very different manner than someone like me who's sitting in front of a drawing table, right? So that silos is a good word you brought into, because even
so do you think India's biggest problem is working in silos? Like in the city planning.
One of the problems.
So the thing Indian cities can take inspiration from Dubai is coordination from different departments.
What I have seen is a very effective coordination. Also, Dubai doesn't have a democracy. So if somebody
rules
at the
are
top
again
decides,
draconian,
and then it says do it, and it gets done. So. But it's not bad. It's not bad decisions. These are well-informed decisions. So
democracy brings complications in the planning.
Not the right person to make a comment on this. Yeah? People will people shoot me if I say democracy is not the best form of governance for... Who said this? Somebody said, no, the benevolent dictator is the best form. To have a benevolent dictator is the best form of governance. And that for a country like India is never going to happen.
Shouldn't happen. Right. Let's see if I can take any questions from your Dubai experience. This is good. How do you plan a city that doesn't exist yet? And what was the starting point when almost everything had to be imagined?
Chandigarh was like that. There was nothing there. A lot of cities are built a lot of new cities have been built from scratch.
Economists say India needs 3,000 new cities.
Maybe more.
In the 100 years to come, India needs 3,000 cities. So let's imagine there is no city as such. What is the starting process of designing a city?
First is, cities need the right place first. You have to identify where it has to be built.
Riverfront,
Now,
resources.
They made a big mistake with Amravati, the proposed capital.
Okay. Tell me about that.
I think everything about that city was... See, the thing is... Okay. You asked me a question. I've got another thing which is linked to this question.
Okay, I want to discuss Chandigarh, Amravati. Okay, now cities happen. Okay.
So what happens in our country is whenever somebody has a will to do something or is capable of doing something, the general tendency is for them, to the decision makers, to try and get it done in their tenure. I want this done in 5 years. A city cannot be built in 5 years. A city will probably take 15 years to build. So if I'm speaking to the very respectable, capable minister or a member of parliament or something, and I tell them, okay, we'll start this, and if I were to tell them that it's going to take 15 years, and in 15 years this somebody told me in 15 years somebody else will take the credit. I'm talking about bureaucrats also, some people who have to, some director of youth and whatever services. He will not be interested to do a project which will be longer than his tenure of, before he gets transferred, it has to be finished. That's another problem, which I have personally seen. Okay. Now, when we became independent, most of our cities were neglected by the British. Every city where the cantonment was there, and the cantonment was a better place than the rest of the city, except for a few cities which were different, like Mysore, Baroda. These cities were a little different, I guess. But after independence, I think, whether it was Nehru or anyone else, they would have thought of making one city. And there was a ripe situation where they formed the states, and then Haryana and Punjab didn't have a big enough city, and then they decided to make one common. I don't know whether that was a great idea. And they made a attempt to make a new city. Now, academically speaking, or speaking from the point of view of being a planning professional, I don't think modernism under which the city was planned was a great example. Chandigarh, that way, cannot be a great example in city planning. Okay. Modernism, neoliberalism, all these things have kind of failed in giving us the cities. Even after World War II, there was this organization called CIAM. It's in French, so I can't expand it. I don't know French. It's a international union of whatever. It's like a confederation of architects. They tried to make, because all the cities were bombed, and then they wanted to make new cities. No, it's modernism. At that time, modernism was in vogue, so they attempted a lot of, and I don't think they succeeded anywhere. What they succeeded was in making universities here and there. Okay, and I think the rationalization was that, when they failed in doing great cities, they said universities are the microcosm of cities. So we have demonstrated how it's to be done. So we have examples later also. I think there's Bhubaneswar the new part of Bhubaneswar was a city planned at one time. I would say under the British, Lutyens Delhi probably, and Jaipur, before the Brits. The British had nothing to do with Jaipur. Okay, you have Jaipur, which is an excellent city. You have Chandigarh, which is a modern post-independent city. And you have Lutyens Delhi, New Delhi, which was built by the British. I mean,
British
there are friends
Raj.
from Middle East who used to ask me, what did the British think? They're going to live here forever. That's the amount of involvement with which... See, they had to shift the capital from Calcutta to Delhi. So they had to invest that money. So you have three different examples in India. And there are a lot of cities which have great character. You go to Ahmedabad, it's a city with great character. The experience of walking in those cities. Varanasi is a good city to walk in. I don't know how good it is to live, but I think it's more for the floating population which comes there. It has a purpose and why it's there. So every city that way. Like if you look at...
And why do you call Jaipur is a good city? What makes it different from Chandigarh?
It is the experience. It is the readability. It's the... silly
Character of
things
the
like
city.
they said, use this color to paint your buildings. It's called a pink city because of that. Also, 2-3 reasons. One is the the sandstone that's available gives that little color. And also, when you had to paint the buildings, also you had to... See, there is one city in Europe called Siena. Okay.
Austria?
In Italy.
Italy, okay.
It's one of my favorite cities. One of the few cities in Italy where the center is not a church. So usually the church and its plaza and the piazza becomes the center. But in that city, there are two attempts. There was one cathedral they built, and during the Renaissance, they started building another one which is half built and it's left as it is. But between these two kind of settlements, there was one area which is a little lower, like a pump well. What they did was they created a open space there, and all the water from that is collected under it.
Nice.
And it is stored under all the buildings. You had a rainwater harvesting system 500-600 years before this already. Okay. There are certain rules in that city when it comes to buildings. The name sienna is a color, by the way. Sienna and burnt sienna are two colors which are there in the regular list of colors like pink and orange. And those are the two colors you see in that city, even till today. And they have not allowed any major developments to happen, which means the population has been stagnant to about 30 to 35,000 people for many centuries. So it's extremely difficult to compare one city and say, okay, I will make Chandigarh and bring it here. It's not possible to put Chandigarh
It's not a right approach as
No,
well.
it is not possible to put it. Even if I take the road widths and everything is correct there, I'll take Chandigarh and plant it here. I will not get the topography of Mangalore will not allow me to do that. But can I bring Sienna and put it here? Not possible, because the population can't be more than 30,000. I can take Sienna, bring it here, put it between Mangalore and BC
Udupi,
Road or Udupi, and in the middle I'll plonk one city and say this population of the city cannot exceed 30,000 forever. Which is an impractical idea, but it's worked in that city. So it's very difficult to say that.
And why do you say Chandigarh is not that?
I wouldn't say it's
planning?
not that. The buildings are great. Lee Corbusier, who designed the city, like I said, as a plan of a city, there are far great examples. There is an addition that was done to Barcelona by a planner called Cerda. Okay, what you see today in Barcelona, in which you see this Sagrada Familia church, and there are a lot of good buildings done by another great
If you
architect
look
called Antonio
aerially, it's
Gaudi.
like honeycomb-like structure, right?
It's got that little bit of it's octagonal. It's
correct.
actually a square with a corner chamfer.
right.
In between that, there are open spaces and buildings form one block. Okay, great example. Okay, and there are examples like this even in Brazil by someone. Super blocks, they're called super blocks. I think it's in Brasilia. Probably in Brazil.
That's also again
that's
city
also
designed
again,
from scratch.
Yes, Brasilia, another city. It was the new capital of. In fact, that is still not the largest city. The largest.
Rio de Janeiro.
But there's a city bigger than Rio de Janeiro.
Sao Paulo. Right.
Sao Paulo is the biggest city. So you cannot take. If I look at an urban block where I can have memories, and there are stories, poems, dramas written on the idea of this block in Barcelona. You don't find that in Chandigarh. People are not attached. It may work very well, but it's not about clinical correctness when it comes
It's
to
not authentic
it
representation
can't be.
of that city.
It is not exactly. It is not the authentic
Extension of people's culture.
Mindset.
It's like
way of
copy paste
living.
from Europe
Yeah.
and put it here.
So that way there are I would say Mangalore is a better city than Chandigarh. Let people
Debate
on this.
And for what reasons? One of the reason is it's not a appropriate
it's-
representation of people of Chandigarh.
Mangalore is a representation of our culture. It allows for
It's
the
honest
city-
and true.
A. B. It's a very I would say a very porous city.
What do you mean by porous?
Porous in the sense there are no parts of the city I don't have access to. It may be difficult for me to drive a car and go
It
into the
doesn't
gullies.
happen in Chandigarh.
No,
It's not accessible from one part to another.
See, in your mind there is you make a map of where you live in your head.
Correct.
Okay. In Mangalore, probably it takes a while for you to understand how the city is. So there is something called a cognitive map that you create in your head to go from one place to another within your city. How many people in Mangalore use a Google Maps to go from one place to another?
Mostly,
Very few. But if you want to do the same thing in Chandigarh, you don't know which sector, which road, which cross. Even why go to Chandigarh? Go to Koramangala in Bangalore or go to Jayanagar in Bangalore. 13th cross, 4th main. What, you're going to sit and start counting? Cross number 1, cross 2, cross 3, cross 4.
There's no character in each thing, no?
So that way...
Mangalore has very nicknames. Amazing.
I'm
small.
just telling you now, again, I would put Mangalore against Chandigarh and let's do a
Right.
item to item comparison and see how we stand. So what we lack is what it has. It has great institutions. It has wide boulevards. All that is fine.
Mobility, smooth mobility,
Yes. So all that is there.
pedestrian friendly roads.
But how many people actually walk? But it's great architecture also, by the way. Some of Corbusier's best buildings in India and probably even the world are built in India. We're lucky that way to see.
Who bought that together? British?
In fact, I think Nehru started it and they tried finding people, and there are a lot of books written on it, but they had identified someone else and then she refused and then she suggested someone and then this guy Corbusier was making a lot of right kind of noises at that time in Europe post-war and they invited him and he did it.
And one Amravati. So yes, shed some light on Amravati.
See, again,
the master plan sounded crazy.
Yeah. So there is one government and there is another. They divided Andhra Pradesh into two.
Telangana.
Hyderabad was kept by Telangana. They wanted a new capital. Of course, they made a case to the center to give them some money and all that stuff. And I would say instead of taking one of the cities they already had, okay, it's not they didn't have cities. There was Vizag was there, Vijay was there. And nice cities, Rajahmundry. If they wanted something central, they could have found something.
Visakhapatnam was better, no? Like port connectivity.
Yes. They could have taken any one of those cities. And in fact, I think that dual role that cities play, like in most countries, you have a economic capital and a administrative capital. And if they had made two different things.
Correct.
And not one interfering with another. Like in Delhi, every time some big minister has to grow, the city has to stop for the whole cavalcade to pass. And those inconvenience a city like Bombay cannot have, right? So even though Bombay is the capital of Maharashtra, I don't think Bombay people will tolerate if Western Expressway is closed for somebody. Maybe one-off event if the Prime Minister or the President comes, it's fine. Not on an everyday basis. And the Chief Minister of Andhra Pradesh now has to go to work every day. You cannot close roads for him. So I think they should have first thought of, because of the flaws in our system, right? We should have made two separate cities. Like you said, maybe Visakhapatnam would have been the economic capital and Vijayawada would have been the administrative capital as an extension.
It would reduce the cost.
So they went and did a greenfield idea. That's called brownfield. If you take something which already is there and then add on to it. So greenfield is when you say, okay, I'm doing it on a clean slate. Now, I think there were certain mistakes. I'm not too well versed with it, but there were flourishing farms, agriculture. Everything was flourishing. And then when somebody sitting there and makes a plan without even knowing how it affects the ordinary person, what is the culture.
Foster and Partners design there, right?
Maybe some parts of it, yeah. But I think the mistake was not Foster's, definitely. It was probably in the political thing, Maybe it never took off. There is another example, Lavasa in between Bombay and Pune. They wanted to create a city like that of 25,000 acres or something. Same again, there was a problem. People didn't understand that there are things which affect downstream settlements when you go up the hill, and I want to create paradise here, which is Lavasa's problem. And the amount of, probably the case which they lost on was, not maybe legal, but otherwise was, if you harness all the water that's going to fall in a certain catchment area and you're going to use it to create a new city, what about the people downstream? And then there are these ancient rules about this, common sense rules. Till you take care of, probably Pune would have, as a city, would have suffered. Maybe, I'm not very sure, but it didn't work for many reasons. Again, complete, lack of knowledge of what could be built. And you can't take a picture from an Italian city and say, I'm going to create one waterfront development on an artificially created dam and its backwater. That's not what Italy is about. You don't create an artificial water. which is backwater. So plenty of mistakes. I think I'm happy it didn't work out.
Amravati,
So I
Lavana.
feel sad for the people who invested and bought things there. For Lavasa. So mistakes like this, it's not that only in India. There are a lot of ghost towns in China today. Okay.
Population
A
collapse.
city like Detroit in
US.
the US is dying. Okay, so because the entire auto industry shifted to China, China has become these things happen. I think we should reduce our chances of making mistakes. Learn from the mistakes we've done. Learn from them. There's plenty to learn.
So, right approach to build a city from scratch is understand the geography first. Map
First
the
of all,
geography.
I think, like I said in the previous Amravati's case, I don't think you should build a city from scratch, in my opinion. Because you're
Cities should happen on its own, like
No, no,
people's
it can- no, no.
gathering. And
What I meant was that layer of history is not there then. Why would you deny a new city a layer of history? So if you build a city around
layer
a
of
smaller
history.
settlement, okay, let's say like a taluk headquarters or something, and build around it and
Grow
protect-
organically.
Yeah. So you know that there was something before, and that there's a word called morphology.
Layer of history is amazing word. Okay.
Yeah.
Layer of history.
So you can't implant history into people. No? There has to be some reference,
Right.
some culture, some food. So if Amravati is created, what would be the go-to food that you would go and eat every day? Like you come to Mangalore, people know that they have to have Papa's ice cream, Puli Munchi, Narayan. You know that these are the things you do. You go to Bombay, you know what you have to eat. So if you go into Amravati, what? They would create something new. So why can't they take some place which already has something and then this is just one layer of food. So imagine other aspects.
Multitudes.
Imagine all the other aspects. What kind of
Dan.
cultural activities, dance, so many things. Right? So I wouldn't want to design a new city.
Okay.
From scratch.
Build on the
Build on what's there. Yeah.
existing layer of history.
One layer being history. I think there are many.
Okay, I think we'll take a small break.
Yes.
I asked ChatGPT to tell me.
I think I should also go on ChatGPT and ask for an answer.
No. This is on first principles. Like if like physics as like rocket engineering as first principles to build from. So I asked a similar thing. Like what could be the first principle for urban planning? So it came up with 12 things, 12 points. So you can add on to it
Yes.
and critique it.
We go point by point?
Point by point.
Okay.
First point. The human scale principle. Designed for people, not cars. Cities should feel comfortable for a person walking, not just a person driving. The principle recognizes that all urban design decisions should ultimately serve human comfort, safety, and social interaction. Think about PVS Circle in Mangalore during rush hour. It's designed to move cars quickly, but try walking across it with your grandmother or a small child. That's the difference between designing for cars versus people. So what do you have to say about that?
This again according to me, falls in this category of black and white.
Black and white.
Do you design for cars or do you design for people?
Find a middle ground.
I would say find a middle ground because the city cannot function without
Cars. Right.
Even if you take cars out of the picture, a city will not be able to function without buses. So when you design a road for a bus, it should take the car into consideration. Having said that, I think I mentioned it earlier. What is your proportionate allocation of that space for cars versus people?
How do you make a decision?
Yes, so that decision has to be based on, human-centric design, right? When you say human scale, it's different from human-centric design. Human scale is the way you feel when you are on the road. If you are on a very wide road, like if you are on a road which is 200 feet wide, right? Like a highway inside a city.
Hard to cross.
It actually, forget
Shouldn't
about crossing.
cross.
The other side of the road will not have anything to do with this side of the road because people will not move from one to the other side.
Skyways are
the highway.
important.
The moment you make any road, whether it's a 40 feet road or a 60 feet road or a 80 feet road, and prioritize it for cars, then it tends to become a divider between people. So you need to, there is a need to have this. So if you look at in transportation planning, there are the certain ways in which the hierarchy of these roads are established in the city. Okay. First and foremost, I think all highways and expressways should be outside the city. You should not have highways inside the city. Okay. So that's where Mangalore can correct itself. Right away. Okay. But that land which is there for the highway can be put to some better use later. Okay. That's one. Second, after that highway has been taken out, then you start looking at how do you manage the movement of people and traffic inside the city. So invariably you will end up with wide roads, but those roads can also be human friendly, like you mentioned. You want to take your grandmother and make across the road. There should be enough and more choices, not just one point. If one point is not the most feasible, you should find another one not very far away from them. So width of the footpath, the quality of tiles or any finish, the tactile quality of the tiles that you provide on your footpaths, safety, uninterrupted flow of when people walk, whether they're walking or going on a wheelchair. I think this is where you need to make universal design as part of your strategy and a checklist. That means if you can't take a wheelchair from one end of the road to the other end of the road along its length, then it should be considered as bad design. Now, other things can be added onto it. You could have pause points. If the road is too long, it can become very boring to walk. You can have pause points which give you the break from the monotony of actually just walking on one stretch. You can have it shaded with trees and other structures. You can have a cycle path also. Yeah, right. So that invariably will reduce the dependency on cars, and then people probably.
I know about skyways in the Mangalore city. When people cross the bad idea
because see, you need to be grounded. Your relationship with the ground is taken away once you start making. Put the cars on top or under the road. Leave the ground open for people to walk. Okay, point one done.
Okay, cool. Okay, second, everything is connected to everything. The systems thinking principle. Cities are complex adaptive systems where every element affects every other element. Transportation connects to housing, which connects to employment, which connects to environment. No single intervention can be designed in isolation without considering ripple effects throughout the urban system. So you can't fix just one thing in a city without affecting other things. It's like the human body. If your knee hurts, it affects how you walk, which affects your back, which affects your mood. So considering Mangalore example, building a new mall in Mangalore affects traffic patterns, local shops, bus routes, parking demand, drainage. So what good looks like? When Singapore built their MRT metro, they also planned new housing near stations, shopping areas at transportation hubs, walking paths to connect everything. One decision supported all other decisions. Yeah, we have talked about
this. It's actually a brilliant point. Sometimes, there is this tendency to kind of try to pick what works as a good practice somewhere and try to see if we can replicate it somewhere else. When it comes to this interdependency of various aspects of a city, it again depends on what kind of a city it is. Being a economic growth center and a finance capital of probably Southeast Asia, it doesn't have a choice but to do that, because the number of people who are required to kind of service an industry and a phenomena like that are very high. Now, what you mentioned as when they made a
metro
and the metro station kind of had this little bit of
Housing,
it's called
connectivity.
transit-oriented development, TOD. Okay, so every station of a metro, what they do is they'll kind of put one radius of about a walking radius. It's not a geometric radius, walking radius of about 500 to 800 meters, and they expect most of the people who live very close to that place try to use the metro as their first mode of transport, first choice of transport. That takes away this argument of the last mile connectivity because there's no mile then. So you incentivize. If you're allowed to build 2 times the land, which is what is called as an FAR here, normally it's 2 to 2.5, you allow for 4 in the mobility corridors or transit-oriented developments. Now, whether that works or not in a city like Mangalore is something that needs to be studied. You know, I cannot react and say, yes, great idea, let's put it. Because for many, many years or decades, Bombay's main nerve center of work was South Bombay. Nariman Point, Cuff Parade, generally that area. And it was well serviced by, not by roads, but by 2
seaways.
No, it's the train routes, the suburban railway network. You have the Western Line and the Central Line, and everybody who worked got onto the train, came into the center of the city. But when it became unmanageable is when they started creating newer centers in different places. There are examples in Bombay which work very well right now, but still it's a very crowded city. But I think it's a better managed city than most big cities, if you ask me. In Mangalore, we don't have one center. Everybody doesn't come to the CBD, Hampankatta, to work. People work in different places, which in itself is a blessing in disguise. Sorry. What needs to be optimized is there's something called an origin destination study that people do. And if for reasons which are non-sentimental, people try to be close to their place of work. And if these places of work and living can also be complemented by places for recreation within decentralized parts of the city. So let's imagine Mangalore to have 20 such decentralized, not just workplaces, work, live, play spaces. Then it is a better manageable system. So you're not talking about dealing with, let's say, the interconnected aspect of sewage, for example, for the entire city and put one big treatment plant
Cluster based is the better.
and decentralize it and handle it there. Your transportation, daily commutes, everything it's not going to be perfect. Nothing is perfect. Okay.
Better than the
like
existing.
For an architect, for me, I cannot say I'm in Kadri, so I'll take work only 1 kilometer radius from Kadri. I should be able to go work anywhere else. Those instances will be accommodated in a strategy like this. See, now whether you like it or not, it happens to some extent. If somebody chooses to work, if there's a doctor who graduated recently, and then if he gets a choice between going out of the city to Konaje to work in a hospital versus
setting up his own clinic here.
Or getting a job and setting up a clinic close to where he lives, that he or she lives, then that doctor will probably make a decision based on everything. How much time does it take for them to commute? And if the salary is the same, they'll probably choose the salary, scope, and advancement of the career, all these considered.
Rational choice.
So I think one word that we need to start looking at is decentralization. Otherwise, traditionally in the principles of planning, you had a central business district, you have that immediate housing areas close to it, and then you had suburbs, which is a typical system that the Americans followed for many years, and they've got horrible cities. They own up now.
Unlivable.
That we don't have in India, because the cities itself were there before.
Right. So second is done. Third one, mix things up. Boring is bad. So the principle is called diversity principle. So what that means is the best neighborhoods have The best neighborhoods have different types of people, different kinds of shop and services, and different activities happening throughout the day. Example would be compare a residential area where only apartments exist, like some new layouts in Mangalore, with the old areas like Ampankatta, where you have homes, shops, offices, temples, and restaurants all mixed together, which feels more alive and interesting. So, what good looks like a street where you can buy vegetables in the morning, grab lunch at noon, and have coffee with friends in the evening. Neighborhoods where young families live next to elderly couples, students, and working professionals. Areas where you can work, shop, eat, and live without traveling far. Diversity principle.
Totally agree. And this is from the page out of Jane Jacobs' book, Death and Life of Great American Cities. Tried by many cities, works very well. Also kind of brings in this idea of gentrification. That means if somebody wants an exclusivity and the only choice the exclusivity need offers you is a gated community outside the city, that is what is normally the trend. Now, if you take that out and then you take this principle of, like Ampankatta today, from Jyoti Circle to, let's say,
Bandhar.
To
Pandeshwar.
State Bank. Okay. That entire road, if you go at 10 in the night, 11 in the night, you'll find some cars moving around, but you'll not find people. That is because the number of houses in that stretch are very less compared to the rest of the city. Now, if you applied this principle and if you had people living there, yeah, and you also had, again, a small market here and a eating place there and all that stuff, it would work really well. And I think it's also automatically becomes safe. If you go and walk in a where Ballard Estate in Bombay is, you don't have anything. It's all these big corporate houses, dead in the night. You feel scared to walk at 1 in the night. But Bombay doesn't sleep. That's another thing. But in Mangalore, since we prefer to sleep early as a city. If you activate these places, I think there are other benefits also. It densifies the use of land. That means more people live in. It's not only a place that you go to work and then you go to another place to live or stay. I would go with it.
Right.
Yeah.
It also reduces the traffic congestion.
Yes.
You don't have to move far.
Yeah, you're not going to sit in your car to go have
Right.
lunch at Machli.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, third is done. Fourth, the walkability principle. Walking should be easy and pleasant. What it means, you should be able to walk comfortably and safely to meet most of your daily needs. If you can't walk comfortably and safely in a place, it's not truly urban. Walkability isn't just about sidewalks, it's about density, mixed use, human scaled blocks, and the quality of the pedestrian experience. Try walking from Mangalore Central Railway Station to the city bus stand. You will face broken footpaths, vehicle parked on walkways, no shade, confusing routes. Now imagine if that same walk had proper sidewalk, tree for shade, clear signage, and felt safe for women walking alone at night. So what good looks like? Footpaths that actually exist and connect to each other. Tree-lined streets that provide shade and beauty. Safe crossing at busy roads. Interesting things to see while walking, like shops, cafe, and parks. Good lighting and natural surveillance.
I think it relates to the first question
principle,
again.
right.
First question also. The
Yeah,
principle.
walkability.
Yes, walkability automatically
If it's not walkable, it's not urban.
results from a well-designed movement corridors. Now, all the footpaths need not be part of roads. There could be portions of the city that could be without,
Just for
pedestrianized,
pedestrianized,
without
right.
any, no entry for vehicles and all that stuff. Or allow only for vehicles during emergencies, like an ambulance or something. Now, walkability principles is a default thing. I mean, if you don't American cities have failed. Most of them work that way because because of standardization of how the cities were built. Most of them are, though there are wide, safe footpaths, that in itself doesn't work. You need to have people. What do you get bus loads of people and put them there? It not going to work. We have wide roads in Ampankatta, by the way. But they're good during the day. Like you said, if you walk from the city railway station to the center of the city, it is also the weather. So you need to have shaded. You should also be able to take different routes on different days. Why should you go on the same path every day, right? So that
Diversity
permeability, and there are some technical words like porosity, permeability, and all those things.
Jargons.
Yeah, these are urban planning, urban design jargons. So these are good, but in an old part of the city, it's a little hard to implement, but it's not impossible. But coming back, I think the technical aspects, the width of the corridor, width of the footpath, the quality of
materials,
safety, continuity, all those things should be
walkable,
ensured. Yeah.
So 4th is done. 5th, it's called the organic growth principle. Grow like a tree, not like a factory. What it means, cities should grow gradually and adapt to what people actually need, rather than following rigid master plans that ignore reality. Cities should grow more like organisms than machines, through small-scale adaptive changes rather than massive rigid master plans. So what good looks like? Allowing small changes that make neighborhood better over time, learning from what's working and doing more of it, being flexible when the original plan isn't working, starting with pilot project before big investments.
There is again, there is a book. Somebody's written a book called "City is Not a Tree."
Wait a minute.
These rigid master plan days are over. There are no plans which are rigid anymore.
Like Chandigarh master plan was a rigid plan.
Not just because of its geometric shape,
but allocation of spaces, zoning.
The ways the city can accommodate things which we don't know now, and maybe, like for example, the size of the unit in which one lives today may become bigger or smaller. We don't know in the future. Okay. If everybody works from home, probably you require an office inside the house for, peace and quiet. So, coming from bottom up, everything feeds into the system. People may not want to stay in the house and work. They may want to have a place that they could go to, like a co-working space, and operate out of that. But when you come from the top down, again, rigid or structured geometric plans versus organic. I think it's another black and white thing. Like Mangalore is an organically grown city. Okay, it has its own downside though. For many of the older areas where the properties get divided, and then you have to go through smaller, narrower and narrower roads to reach the last part, and then there is no turnaround. Okay, so some of these things which allow for emergency access to, in the name of organicity, you cannot deny ambulance access to the last house down the road. So there has to be a balance, I think, of both.
Middle ground.
Ensure it's not just about the width of the road and stuff like that. It is also about a lot of other things. There are a lot of things at play. If you look at the efficiency of a system like water supply, it may work far better in a structured geometric way than in a
organic
tree city that looks like a tree. So we have to see, like I said, there is no one rule that can be superimposed on a city and say this is the way the city has to. It has to be a combination of both. Wherever there are intense uses of more people being there and a need for, let's say, a lot of buses to come and feed into those areas and take people back. Like imagine a work center where there are about 50 IT companies employing 50,000 people in one part of a city or decentralized in 2-3 parts.
That needs a rigid plan.
That immediate surroundings probably should be a little more efficient for movement of these vehicles to come and, get the people there and take them back. At the same time, the layer on which people walk, that doesn't have to be structured. That can be a little more. And that probably can be taken care of at the site level by the architect who designs that building.
Right.
But at a master plan, the master plan has to remain flexible. So the word master plan is further explored along the lines of strategic plans, structure plans. So there is
Possible plans.
Yeah. So you just color area which you don't know as, let's say, planned unit development, and then leave it like that. And maybe 5 years down the line, you decide to make it housing because a lot more people are coming to the city, or make it into a workplace, or make it into anything that you
based on the time.
So it's not rigid. None of these plans should be rigid. They should be flexible. But I wouldn't take the route of saying
Grow
grid iron is
organically,
better
pure
than
organicity.
organic, or organic is better than grid iron. Both of them have their pluses and minuses.
Okay, that's fifth. Okay, sixth, respect the local flavor. It's called place-based principle. Every place has unique geography, climate, culture, and history. Good planning works with these local conditions rather than ignoring them. Simple example would be traditional Mangalorean houses had sloped red tile roofs, courtyards, and wide overhangs. These weren't just aesthetic choices, they were smart responses to heavy monsoon and tropical heat. Many new buildings ignore this wisdom and then need expensive air conditioning and face drainage problems. So what good looks like? Building design for local climate, development that works with the natural features like rivers and hills, preserving and celebrating local architectural styles, planning that considers local cultural patterns and festivals.
This, I think, overlaps with the field of architecture, most of what you're talking about. But what can probably be done is give some guidelines, like when you say this area is housing, and you kind of stipulate, or you kind of have a rule book, like what we call as a zoning regulations or a building control guidelines or building control rules or development control rules. There are different names that different cities use. If you understand the city very well, and if you figure out, let's say, a density or a holding capacity of a particular ward as 100,000 people, and out of that 50% of the land is going to be for residential, and that residential will have this mix of different kind of houses, and also mixed development also. Now, if you cannot have a single dwelling out and house in about 10 cents of land and say you should have commercial below it. Maybe people wouldn't want it. But when you have on a wide street, if you have a mixed use of building, which has, like you said, a grocery below or a eating joint or whatever, then this whole thing works in kind of works synergetically with the rest, which means I can probably have something which informs me and says, okay, I cannot make this kind of a structure. I have to have, let's say, a veranda around all my buildings, even if it's an apartment. If that rule is there should be one layer of something which protects the building from heat and rain, which is the biggest problem, humidity, heat and rain. Then if that becomes compulsory, but that's not counted in the area that you are using the building to qualify its buildability, and give some discounts or reductions in the strictness with which you impose those. It's possible that it may by itself result in an urban form and a character.
You can't enforce these things, but you can incentivize based on
yes.
strategy.
Yes, you can incentivize. And also, imposition of a style is very difficult.
And it's not
I wouldn't say Mangalore is so rich that our style is something that we cannot. But there are things that we can learn from history.
Right.
And what we need to do as designers, whether it's master plan or a simple building, is how to interpret that history and reinterpret it and make it into something which is relevant for today. So what your question deals with is the individual units that make up a city. We can take that a little further and say everything that you provide within the city can also kind of communicate that cultural idea of the place. And the idea of that place is not just the built environment, it's also the unbuilt. It's how does it accommodate the cultural activity, whether it's eating or dancing or singing, or is there a place on the street where I can do this? Or can I just take a guitar and sit and sing a song or play a game of chess? And you find this happening in some parts of even Indian cities. There are lanes in which people sit and play chess. I've seen this happening in some cities in Rajasthan once. Either chess or some of their own games. The older people come and sit somewhere. They like to sit and watch. But right now we don't have a place for them to sit. Anybody. I mean, it doesn't have to be an older person. So it's a very hard decision whether, I mean, it's impractical actually, I would say, to impose something on people. It should be within people. They should understand that. You cannot come and build one Taj Mahal in Mangalore.
Right,
You know?
right. So city can be as smart as the people.
Yes.
Right.
Can be only as smart as its
Just
people.
Okay, that is done. 6th. Now 7th. Public spaces are living room of the city. It's called public realm principle. What it means is spaces between buildings that are streets, squares, parks, markets are what makes a city. These shared spaces must be designed as carefully as private buildings because they are where public life happens. So what good looks like? Well-maintained parks accessible to all neighborhoods, streets that feel like outdoor rooms, not just traffic channel, markets that are comfortable and clean, beaches and waterfronts that connects to the city, public spaces that feel safe for everyone, including children and women. Public spaces are
for most of developing nations without any history of very strong history, you will find that this Western idea of open space and piazzas and plazas are non-existent in most of most of African and Asian cities. India, I think our open spaces are its roads.
Right.
When it comes to public realm, that the word that you used, we don't have these pauses and openness and
where societies
I
can
think
interact.
we can by optimizing the way we design the roads well, and start assigning the right kind of functions, anticipate the kind of traffic movement that it would get, and take the cars out of the road and put it somewhere else. You don't widen a road to put a car in it to park. That
Widen
shouldn't
the
be-
pedestrian and make it a mixed use, just
Mixed
like
use.
public get
Like you said, the
togethers.
previous points, if there is no mixed use around these open spaces, just by making a great
makes it boring, yeah.
well-designed road, it may get underutilized. So the decision about what comes first. I mean, if there's already some kind of an activity and you identify it, acknowledge it, and then start working around it and making the place a little better, safer, enjoyable, happy, fun,
Yes.
I think then we have cracked it.
Okay, next principle is work with nature, not against it. The environmental integration principle. Cities are part of larger ecological systems, not separate from nature. Urban design must work with natural systems like water cycles, climate, topography rather than against them, especially crucial for coastal cities like Mangalore. Every monsoon, parts of Mangalore flood because development has covered natural drainage areas with concrete. Instead of fighting the water, smart planning would preserve wetlands, create parks that can temporarily hold stormwater, and use permeable surfaces that let rain soak into the ground. So what good looks like? Rivers and streams that flow cleanly through the city, green corridors that connect parks and natural areas, buildings and roads designed to handle monsoon gracefully, urban farming and food forests, waste system that work with natural cycles?
Um, in my opinion, I think there's a author, Edward Leisure, who's written a book called Triumph of the City. And he takes the example of even Bangalore and some examples from, a lot of examples from India.
Interesting.
Yeah. In that, either in that book or in one of the podcasts or interviews, he says that if you love nature, stay away from it and come and live in a city. Because cities as a footprint occupy very little space in the whole world.
Right.
All the cities put together. Though the number of human beings and the human related activities, all your pets and your things that you consume, chicken and cows and whatever else, mutton and all that stuff, all that put together, the space that a city occupies is very little. But they do pollute a lot. Okay, that pollution part can be controlled, corrected. There are so many ways in which you can do it, and sometimes it's done again individually, and sometimes it's imposed. Like for example, rainwater harvesting is something that is imposed on every building that you build today. That your sewage has to be treated. If your building is bigger than a certain size, you are expected to put a sewage treatment plant, reuse the water and all that stuff. In my opinion, trees, growing trees in the city, having urban farming in the city,
Not practical.
it's not practical. I think it's hypocritical. You cannot replicate nature. Nature has different kinds of ecosystem in different places. Like let's say a desert is a desert. There are no trees, right? You go and plonk a city in the desert and then start making it green. You find ways of making the desert not a desert anymore first, no? So arrest the desertification process because deserts are expanding. They're trying something in Africa, some of the Middle Eastern countries, even in India, in Rajasthan there are. See, even in the hottest parts of India, hot and arid parts of India, there has been so much of traditional knowledge of how to manage water, for example. Not just for human use, but also for the plantation and the trees and the vegetation. But I'm not a big fan of this green building. Buildings themselves as an activity of causing damage to earth is a small number. Like I said, 1/3 of the energy, 1/3 of the food that we consume requires us to have high energy inputs to create nitrogen and ammonia based fertilizers, without which they say if you stop that, according to that other author, Vaclav Smil, How the World Really Works, he says 1/3 of humanity will die if we don't
Produce
synthesize
fertilizers.
ammonia, and which requires very high temperatures to do. Nature does it in the nodes of legumes and other kind of plants without using that kind of heat, right? But that's only one part of it. The 1/3 has to come from somewhere. So what role the buildings have to play? I'm not saying that we should be careless in the way we do things. But if you notice, generally, in countries with lesser resource, I think earlier we used to be called third world countries. Now there is a new word. And then we were called developing nation. Today, I think there is this divide which says global north and global south. Okay. Generally in the global south, because we didn't have the money to buy the best or the most advanced materials to build our buildings, we always built with what we had. We still use bricks to build our homes, unplastered in most cases. If you go to the villages, smaller towns, most of the buildings are not plastered if the weather allows it. So we have built frugally, okay, because we didn't have a choice. So now somebody comes and says, use materials within 100 kilometer radius or 10 kilometer radius. So source your building materials locally. And I think we, at least in India, we have done that. especially if you go to smaller towns. But now there is a shift. If 50% of the people, the entire population of India, Mahatma Gandhi said that India lives in her villages. At his time, it was true. Today, the number is going to be close to 50 in a few years. Half of India's population is going to live in cities. Now, this is where a few things need to be addressed. We need to be prepared. But I think trying to recreate nature and superficially put, urban farming.
covers.
I don't know how efficient urban farming is because farming by itself is not natural. It's a human-made
invention.
thing. Yeah. That is how we settled down in one place. I think there's a syntax error when we start thinking about this.
Right.
No? Urban farming is a way forward, but farming was the reason we made cities. Cities pollute and are unsafe, or whatever arguments you want to make. So what do? Go back to the jungle and start hunting and gathering and living that style? We don't have answers to all this. There wouldn't have been advancements if that didn't happen.
Right. So, 9th principle, everyone should be able to afford to live and work. It's called economic viability principle. Cities need people doing all kinds of jobs, from doctors to street cleaners, from teachers to shopkeepers. Cities should be planned so all these people can afford to live there and make a living. If housing prices rise so much that police officers, teachers, and hospital staff can't afford to live in the city, who will keep it running? If small shops are replaced by expensive malls, where will people do daily shopping?
This is a eternal question, I guess, about equitability, inclusiveness, and all that stuff. But the ideal situation is probably the communist experiment. When the USSR was there, probably to some extent Cuba, they kind of succeeded in doing that. But it has its downside.
It has against economic
very
principle.
utopian in some ways. It is impractical. All of us are different. Our aspirations are different. It should not be so lopsided that people end up homeless. Okay. In Mangalore, homelessness is not a problem. Okay. If you really ask.
Right.
But I think for somebody who's coming in new, not in the category of teachers and those people, but let's say construction workers. Okay. Sourcing construction workers locally with the required level of skill or unskilled labor is very difficult now, because most people have, being educated, aspire to have different kind of jobs. So who are those people who are going to be your people
migrant
who
workers,
iron your clothes and wash your car? But we have this, sadly, bias of our compound, our building to be of a certain
classy,
certain social class, right? That's a tendency, and I think it's human nature to do that. Yeah, but this reminds me. Last year there was one student of mine from Hyderabad, Sivani, and in architecture we do something called a thesis, and the choice of the site and the program and what building they do is all left to them, and they also get to choose who their guides are to some extent. She kind of boldly attempted something in Hyderabad in the IT and a very expensive part of Hyderabad. And she took up a land, I think hypothetically, which let's say belongs to the government, but then the government's choice is to enter into a public-private partnership with a developer to design a apartment building in that plot. And she worked on some kind of a cross-subsidy model where everybody who serves in that industry, right from the housekeeping staff to the drivers to everyone, should also have a affordable subsidized unit as part of the entire development. So her smallest unit was about 40 square meters. It's about less than 500 square feet. Perfectly okay for a small family to probably start living there. But you start applying that principle where the people who can afford bigger 300 square meter homes in an apartment building, subsidizing a 40 square meter affordable unit, is something which is impractical, even if there are rules which govern. So if there is a slum redevelopment proposal, okay, it happens. I mean, best place to look for is Bombay, that has the maximum amount of slums. You have a slum and you get all the people together. The biggest project being attempted now is, I think, awarded to Adani Group. But there are smaller examples where there is a potential of building a tower which is exclusive. But you also have to accommodate the people who are going to be displaced from that land into the same building. When that happens, the tendency is to build one SRA building, Slum Rehabilitation Authority building, which is badly designed, very, yeah. And you take people who are used to living on the ground horizontally, and you put them in a vertical block. Also doesn't work. They end up selling those and moving somewhere else. But then that area is deprived of that type of labor. But then again, that's another category, about somebody exploiting somebody. Should that happen or should it not? When are we going to reach a stage when we will iron our own clothes, we will wash our own cars, we will drive our own cars? Yeah, where you don't need that strata of society serving the rich, the poor serving the rich. But it is all a result of capitalist movement. Okay? And what seems to work in the world right now is that. So I think we'll have to live with that, probably guilt. Okay. But when it comes to city planning, I think attempts can be made to ensure that all the people who are underprivileged or technically, I think that's called economically weaker sections. You cannot take them and put them outside the city. Within the city, I think we should make places.
Yeah, that's about the 9th. So 10th principle is the flexibility principle. Cities should be able to change and adapt. Cities change constantly. Good urban design creates frameworks that can adapt over time rather than rigid plans and become obsolete. Buildings and infrastructure should be designed to accommodate multiple uses and future modifications.
Yeah, that I think is already happening. I think it's...
What do you think is a very good example for that?
More than a top-down policy decision, which can probably color a plot and say mixed-use development. Apart from that, you can't do much. Okay. Now, if you start listing, there are a lot of projects even in our own city, Mangalore, which are mixed-use. There's some commercial in the ground floor where it is feasible to do so, and then you have apartments, housing units on the top. But to make buildings versatile, it's a different game altogether. I mean, you have to have, like, you take a specific building, even like a hospital. Okay, tomorrow a hospital which is designed as a general hospital may become a super specialty hospital. So you take a general hospital, 100 bed, and then tomorrow it may transform itself into a super specialty orthopedic hospital. Everything changes. Your size of the general hospital may have had one operation theatre which can have place to keep your X-ray machine in one of the many OTs. But in the super specialty hospital, a majority of the OTs should have those X-ray to be taken in. So how do you then change the size of the OT? The design of the building should foresee this as a possibility and make it versatile. That means it should be easily convertible. You should be able to easily convert that into another type of a hospital. But that comes with a cost. To convert that from this to that, if you don't foresee it or make it future-proof, the cost would probably be double. But if you spend it now, you may have to spend about 25 to 30%. Right from the structure to the plug-in utilities that you're going to provide, building services that you're going to, air conditioning, especially one OT cannot mix the air with the next one. So all that technical things. Now, this is just an analogy. Now, if you say a mall, if it doesn't work, has to become an office. How do you design the mall in the first place? There are so many stories of ghost malls. I just read one article written by a lawyer, Navami, in Indian Express about this phenomena of malls, non-functional malls or dysfunctional malls.
E-commerce, because of e-commerce.
Yeah. So, what do you do with buildings like that?
Adaptive
Tomorrow,
reuse.
if let's say Forum Mall fails, what do you do with a building like that?
Fish market.
Possible?
Yeah.
It could be anything. It could be an
Bandar
office
is
building.
close by.
It could be a college. Tomorrow it could be School of Indian Institute of Management, Mangalore branch. Possibly. No? Yeah. It has
Center of the city, Mangalore University.
Yeah, it could be. Yeah. I think the Forum Mall should be donated, and then that should be the center of Mangalore University.
Yeah. Nearest
So
statues.
flexibility not just in buildings, but in also group of buildings.
And even infrastructure.
Yes. Yeah. So, but then your infrastructure also has to be flexible. Then. If you take a hospital, it may have a very different load on the electricity demand, water needed, sewage to be treated and everything. And tomorrow, if 4 of the adjacent buildings collectively become Mangalore University, then the whole infrastructure partly may become defunct, partly may have to be upgraded. So that also is now plug and play. Like I said, if you have a sewage treatment plant, today you have modular plants. That means as small as about 1.2 meter cube, and you add on as
capacity builds.
Capacity demands.
So it's a good principle, flexibility.
It has to be. That is the way forward.
Right.
Even if you don't have a policy, it happens automatically. Yeah. Some malls in Noida have already got converted into office buildings.
So 11th principle, it's called the community participation principle. The people who live there should have a say. I think we discussed it a lot.
This, yeah.
The people who will live with planning decisions every day should be involved in making those decisions. Yeah, that's done. And the 12th one is multimodal connectivity principle. Provide many ways to get around. Different trips need different transportation options. Cities should make it easy to walk, cycle, take public transport or drive, depending on what makes sense for each journey. Yeah, I think we have talked about it.
I think, ChatGPT has a tendency to kind of oversimplify things. Because it pulls it from various whatever. See, something like this, a multimodal transport hub, okay, to a city like Mangalore may not be the priority.
Right.
It may not be a priority.
Right.
But if it's a bigger city, then if you are going to take your cycle and go take a metro, we don't have a metro and there's not going to be a metro in the near future in the city. Then if you provide that multimodal transport means either you bring your bicycle or you take an auto or you take a local bus or you walk, and come to one point and then get into another mode of transport and go somewhere else. That's all it means. But which city qualifies and affords whether the city has the kind of population and the money to do it is the next question. So it's applicable to bigger cities, metros especially. Multimodal and all these words are big. They sound very nice, but
right. I think we'll come to the final chapter.
Yes.
Mangalore tomorrow, the vision. So let's talk ideas which are not discussed yet. I think I've crafted one.
Yes.
I want you to strongly critique it.
Okay, let's try.
Yes. So, future of Mangalore, a vision, a city with the sense of place. Mangalore is not meant to become another Bangalore or smaller Dubai. It has its own soul. From Cart Street to Kudroli, from Ullal to Panambur, from mangroves to the fishing harbors, every corner has a story. The future city must celebrate these stories with the preserved heritage streets, vibrant coastal cuisine markets, Yakshagana performance in public spaces, and promenades along rivers and beaches. Mangalore must remain what it has always been, a coastal city with its own rhythm, warmth, and tropical charm. But imagine that charm elevated. Streets shaded by lush trees, pockets of green in every neighborhood, clean air, even during peak hours. When you walk through the city, you feel the breeze from the sea. You hear birdsong in the morning, and you know you are in a city that hasn't lost touch with nature, even as it has grown.
You're picturing a very idealistic
Yeah,
utopia, right?
correct. Ecological city,
yeah, yeah.
tropical.
It's not as if birds chirping, dogs barking.
Right,
Yeah,
right.
it's all
No,
part of-
I mean in the
it's all-
future. In
yeah,
the future,
yeah.
we shouldn't get lost in the.
Yeah, so basically, like I said, you cannot have a one directional approach, a unidirectional approach. City has grown over many years. It has been settled on by different types of people. It has seen different types of challenges. It has capitalized on different types of opportunities. A lot of things have happened at the same time, right? Now, because it's plural, because it's multi-layered, the approach towards the future also has to be along those lines. I mean, if we can pull out these layers of the city, okay, not just the archaeological layers, where you take
Right.
out what
History.
happened when, but other layers which are again invisible. Like I said, we are talking about the future. For the future to make the future happen, we have to sit down and try and define what our future needs to be. So there are a lot of invisibles. There are a lot of things we are ignorant to and choose to be ignorant to. I think there has to be a very comprehensive approach. It doesn't have to be done many times in a city's lifetime, but at some point, like Rome was,
Not built in a day.
yeah. But what we know of Rome, and when we go to Rome and see the history of what the Romans left behind, that layer has not been erased. It's still there. Sadly, in our nation, I think, like Delhi, I'll compare Delhi. Now, Delhi is 6 or 7 Delhis. There are different Delhis.
Right, Old Delhi, New Delhi,
It's not just Old Delhi and New Delhi. The Shah Jahanabad, there is
Chandni Chowk.
every part of this Delhi was used as a capital by the respective people in power at that time, and then they left a little mark of their existence
Monuments.
at this time. Like when you go to Qutub Minar, that itself, that area was one part of Delhi, which was the center of power at one point. The Jama Masjid, Red Fort during the Mughal times, Lutyens Delhi during
British
British
time.
times. Post-independence, we have not tried anything except for extending the city of Delhi. Maybe I'm not an expert on Delhi, but that little thing that I know. So if you want to add to Delhi, it's a very large, big city. There are 7 Delhis, we should add 8th Delhi to it. Not try to erase the 5th and the 6th and the 7th, saying that that's bad. The character of Delhi is defined by this 7 different forms of Delhi that you see, or 7 different experiences of Delhi that you. So in Mangalore, it's a very different thing because we didn't have anybody leaving their mark in history here. But what I think can be the closest to kind of refer to probably is this idea of collective memory. There's this author who's written that book called Collective Memory, Halbach, I think is his name. And the architect who wrote, there's an architect called Aldo Rossi who wrote a book called Architecture of the City. And in that one of the chapter, he just borrowed the title of the book, and then he discusses what is it that is the collective memory of a city, and what is it that you keep, and what is it that you add on, and how do you add on to a city. And I'm now limiting my talk, this reference to the physicality of the city, what gets built, width of roads, kind of trees, height of buildings. These are the physicalities of the city. But physicality of the city is not the only thing that makes a city, right? If physicality was the only thing that made a city, then Chandigarh should have been the most desired place.
In India.
Because in physical terms, they got things right. Dimensions right, units right, sectors right, clusters right, and all that right. But
what they missed is layers of history.
It's only talked about as an example of a modern city, but it's not the most desired city to live in. Bangalore, with all its problems,
is the most desirable.
Is the most cosmopolitan city.
Right.
I mean, it's absurdity, sometimes that 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 it is so inconvenient to live in that city. But do you agree that Bangalore has a character?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. Now, what is that character? It needs to be deciphered first. Problems can get solved. Somebody will say underground road, somebody will say steel flyover, somebody will say something. Okay. We are not in that situation in Bangalore. What I feel personally is that since this city is blessed with
natural resources,
wisdom, I think natural resources, topography is one, it's a given, right? But you can find 25 other settings like this and create another city. But it will never be Mangalore. Okay. If I take virgin land, greenfield, same situation like this between here and Goa, you'll find probably 25 locations and create a new city. It'll never be Mangalore. So what is it that is Mangalore? Leave the physicality out now. Okay, let's not talk as planners. Now you look at the underlying, like you used the word soul, right? Very philosophical, metaphysical. Yeah. Does the city have a soul? Which means the city dies and the soul goes.
Soul.
Where does the city go to? I mean, does the soul of the city goes through a city heaven? Or I don't know. But what we need to understand is, I think, acknowledge all the layers, acknowledge the diversity, acknowledge culture, the variations,
languages.
You do all those things, and try and set a platform in which all these ideas all these ideas will probably start emerging out, and see where we can make these connections. How do we kind of live with everyone else in a better way? How do we interact with other people in a better way? How do, at an individual level, what is it that I have a choice I have as something that I can do one evening? Okay. If I have a free afternoon in a week, what choices do I have? Okay. Now, is it only counted in the number of pubs and bars and restaurants? Or can I just go and sit in a park and do nothing? Can I go and stare at the sun in the evening and wait for it to set? It's not an easy thing to do here in Bangalore right now, right? What are the new things about my culture? That do I wait for a movie like Kantara to be released and try and understand that phenomena of spirit worship and everything associated with that, the dance form, the music? Or should I have been in a position that I already knew about it? Kantara is an educational thing. Right, wrong, correct, not. That is a different argument. But a lot of people in my city didn't know that something like that existed. How many of us have actually sat through a Yakshagana performance? Right? Where do I get these opportunities? And how do I make this city give me information about this kind of choices and actual places that I can go and experience these things? For that, I think it's like I said earlier, I think we should come from a point of not knowing anything. Okay. Let's say invisible Bangalore. State of being blank and not knowing anything, and start from scratch. Everybody contributes. Everybody puts in their 2 bits. Somebody sits and collates this information, figures out how we can plug it to the existing it would be an experiment, which probably,
Amazing.
it sounds very academic. I mean, I'm a professor, so I'm sorry if it sounds like a lecture, but I think there is a possibility of doing something like
That's about the sense of place. Now let's come to it. Okay, this is what I've written on infrastructure. We know the rains will come harder, summers will grow hotter. That's not a fear, it's a fact. But imagine a city that is ready. Wide, intelligently designed drainage channels and restored wetlands that can act as natural sponges. Growth is inevitable, but it must be smart. Mobility will be seamless, tech integrated into public transport, walkable footpaths, safe cycling lanes. Getting around Mangalore will be efficient, clean, even enjoyable. Imagine public transport too so efficient that you don't need a car. Tech integrated buses that run on time, feeder electric shuttles that reach every neighborhood, and walkable footpaths that make it easy to move. From a hilly city like ours, we could even have zipline cargo transport that keeps trucks out of congested areas. Expansion must respect geography. We don't fill wetlands and flatten hills. We plan satellite townships that are self-sufficient and connected.
I think I'll go reverse.
Okay.
We don't need satellite towns. We already have
Nodals
nodes.
development.
So
Yeah.
we just have to concentrate on that and then find new nodes to connect. If there is no node, create a node and connect back. Okay. But all the other things that you're talking about, I think the primary thing you're talking about is infrastructure. We can go, I think partly we dealt with it, but if we go systematically, it's going to take a very long time. But I will touch upon one thing, which is our it's a notion in our head that Mangalore floods. With the new global warming phenomena and all this stuff and cloud bursts and all that stuff, yes, it is time to go back and recalculate all the drainage systems that we have. We need to make it work. First, before that, what we need to do is, I think, map. Now I'm going to talk like a orthographer, planner, map maker. So now I talk about prepare a very accurate base plan of the city, capturing everything. The way
topography,
and identify where the ecologically sensitive areas are, so we can preserve them. Identify all our drains, and even if people have encroached into those drains, legally or otherwise, find a way of relocating them and keep that as a unique property of the city, where the challenge would be that Mangalore's not going to flood again. Okay. A majority of the city is higher than the river level, high tide level. It is only those areas which are relative. It's not like Netherlands that we have any part of Mangalore which is lower than the sea level, right? We are creating unnecessary problems for ourselves for not understanding topography first.
Correct.
The natural drains, if they are enough, somebody will do a study and say, okay, that's enough. If it's not enough, we make new ones. Okay.
And even wetlands being encroached, just like
now,
lakes are
now
in
the
Bangalore.
wetlands, again, there is the okay, let me finish this. Now, once you have a comprehensive natural drain mapping done, and ensure that those natural drains are not the stinking areas of the city. That's because primary reason is because people have connected their toilets straight into the drain, okay, instead of connecting it to the manhole sewage system. Now that should be heavily penalized, or I think those houses should be just removed from there. I mean, not at the cost of them being homeless, but you give them some other land. Okay, use that and some other land, and then create multiple areas where I think there's an attempt in Bangalore. Bangalore has probably not even 10% of what we have in terms of natural drains. Okay. And because of spring water is flowing in those drains all through the year. So not only in the rain time, it becomes a stormwater drain. Otherwise also there's water flowing on it. Now we identify all this study. I think you need a geological expert or hydrological expert, or I don't know, somebody who understands topography and gives that as an input to That would be the primary thing for this point that I would say. Then everything else will. So if you look at
Take
the
care of
city,
its own, yeah.
So each of these drains and to whatever length they go back into the hills away from the city will be, and there is a potential that itself can be the character of the city.
Right.
Forget the buildings and the sloping roofs and everything. That you see the city as
Just like Kyoto has that's
70,
natural.
People are fighting like cats and dogs over what name we should make a road, and this college doesn't deserve to be called, this road doesn't deserve to be called after the college which has been in existence for 150 years. We will name after. There should be a rat race to get the names, to get your name put on these drains. Or we shouldn't even call them drains. We should call them something else. Rivulets. We should call them water systems, or I don't know, bioswales. Use some fancy names. I think sometimes people like this jargon. So I think there are about 70 such drains
in Mangalore. And how many of them are polluted with the sewage?
Every one of them.
Oh, okay.
Every one. Some are small. They run into probably just a kilometer.
And where do they connect to?
They all come back to the rivers. They either connect to Gurpur River or Netravati River. Where else will they go? Right? So, in fact, like I said, we don't have to, if we manage just this part well, we don't need water harvesting at individual houses.
We don't have water shortage.
We don't need to have water harvesting because we don't know what the water we harvest is going to, because of the high content of organic matter in the air, our water that you store tends to get bad very soon. That will not happen if you do alternative systems, not at the level of one apartment and one house. Make the group of houses and apartments responsible for sponsoring and maintaining one bioswale, which is 10,000 people. And the water for the 10,000 people should come from there only.
Right.
I don't know if it's practically possible. I'm also probably now listening to all that you're saying.
Real time.
Yeah.
Okay. That's on the infrastructure. Let's get into economic and livelihood. Mangalore of tomorrow will not abandon its root. It will strengthen them. Fishing is not just an industry here, it's an heritage. We can modernize it with the better cold storage, better processing, and sustainable fishing practices that ensure both livelihood and ecology thrive. Education, already a pillar of the city, will evolve with the skill hubs for AI, robotics, and marine sciences. Healthcare will expand into global medical tourism, making Mangalore a wellness destination. At the same time, city will embrace innovation, incubators in every engineering college, product-based startups, green tech industries, and thriving creative economy. Mangalore will be a city where young talent doesn't have to leave. Opportunities will exist right here. Tourism itself can expand beyond beaches into ecotourism, cultural circuits, and food experiences that make Mangalore a must-visit.
Again, I'm not a urban economist or employment expert.
Do you think it's doable?
What I see is there is an out migration.
A lot.
There's a little bit of local brain drain that happens. Okay, being a hub, it attracts students from all over the country and maybe from abroad. But for those 30% of the local students who study here, the next stop is either Bangalore, Bombay, Delhi, wherever, right? And I think we have failed in giving opportunities for them here, right? And I think the more of them who decide to stay back and do something, it's going to be better for the city. But that's not the only thing. All other allied fields that you talked about, modernization of the fishing industry, it could be all other industries linked to the fishing industry. Agriculture. There are certain unique things that grow here.
Right.
Relatively speaking, I think a place like Tiptur, a small town
in Tumkur,
has a bigger coconut industry than we do. And we are still sitting here and harping on arecanut. Okay. So I think we have this, somebody has to do a study. I don't know which department maybe. But when it comes to the city, within the city becomes the place where all these things get traded. Okay. So Mangalore was, other than being a hub for education, was also where coffee was cured. From Chikmagalur, Sakleshpur and Hassan and Kurg districts. It's no longer the case.
Where do they go now?
They all have their local.
Okay.
That's also because this was the
Hmm.
port from which it used to get exported. But now you don't need a water.
Domestic
Though
consumption
water-based transport is still the cheapest mode of transport by far. Okay. So that is not integrated within the system. We have a port which is a international operation optimized port in New Mangalore Port Trust, and then we have this local Chota port, which was the old port,
Bandar,
which only deals with
fishing boats.
fishing boats, the fishing harbor, but it still supplies materials and stuff to Lakshadweep islands. Okay,
Interesting.
yeah, but we don't have a method in which we can send jasmine by water to Goa. Yeah.
Kochi,
Yeah, I mean that water network.
domestic.
But I think that's a city initiative. It cannot be a national level. You
Right.
cannot talk about ports of the scale of JNPT and NMPT. That's a different category. But at the level of the city, I think we can still make
Strengthen its existing
yeah.
strengths. Yeah.
and also industries. See, in the name of entrepreneurship, we can't be just lying down and saying what we have done is enough. We have to explore.
Yeah.
Yeah, we have to attract.
I think we have
better.
NITK and
Yeah.
all engineering
I heard today
colleges
morning
on,
in the paper, I think that Bose speakers,
yeah, they have
they are setting up a research and development center, which is very nice thing to hear. Usually we are the back office for big companies, right? So one of my friend tells me that we are a chaprasi country for all the big companies of the world, that we haven't produced any product, whether it is a virtual product or a real product like a phone, which is recognized in the world. So I think that there is a scope for
product-based economy, then service-based
I would
economy.
say apart from all these obvious things about engineering and AI and all the other things, the other part of what makes us human is culture. You know, poets. I mean, how does a city attract poets, writers, artists, sculptors? I don't know. Movie making is picking up. One or two of them are, I think, great movies are being produced here. And it's a subculture. See, it's not, see, you have Sandalwood and Bollywood and all that. But the movies that are coming out recently, So From Su, that recent movie, and Garuda Gamana, Rishabha Vimana, I think it's a subculture.
Right. Authentic, not copied movies.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Now that's on the Matteya Kate. Now, isn't this a subculture? Now, can subculture be concentrated upon not only in the movie industry but everywhere else? This is not mainstream movie made to make money. Na? They're not box office success oriented movies. But it adds so much. Everybody talks about it. I mean, I believe people couldn't get tickets for that So From So. Right? So, why not have... When will Mangalore see a day where we will have a literary festival or a book festival happening? Why should it happen only in Jaipur and all the other cities? Why can't there be a design festival happening here? Could be anything. No? Could be... I mean, there are local... There is one or two varieties of saris that are made locally, which I think somebody is trying to bring it back to life. We don't even know that yet. We don't know. Nobody's mapped it. And if you look at the...
What Mangalore saris?
Yeah, in and around Mangalore, there were certain types of saris which were being made.
Wow.
And we don't know. We don't have. That's lost. Somewhere in Udupi, somebody's found something and some NGO is trying to promote that back again. Other things like, if you go to the old houses, Catholic houses, you'll find certain types of furniture, which is a subcultural style by itself. The easy chair, the altar, the cupboards and all that stuff. If somebody makes an effort to kind of integrate that as, again, another subculture. The food that some community makes in a particular way is a subculture. Everything can add on. You don't strive for uniqueness. You don't say, okay, everything is going to be geotagged and Mangalore specific and nothing like that. I'm just saying that it can get richer and richer and richer, and that as a whole thing should get intertwined with what our city is. The physicality should complement the cultural
Invisible.
richness of what we have.
Nice. Governance and transparency and trust. Okay, this is my favorite part. So I want, technology will not only power transport and industry, it will also power governance. A blockchain-based transparency system will show citizens where their taxes go, updated in real time. This blockchain-based systems for land records, building approvals, and municipal budgets, so transparent that corruption finds no place to hide. Ward level council will let neighborhoods decide their budgets. Open city data will allow students, researchers, and startups to design better solutions. This is how a city earns its people's trust. So blockchain, is it difficult to bring?
I don't know how
Impossible
blockchain-
to bring transparency and governance on every tax dollar spent. What?
Every year the amount of money that somebody wants to in my industry, what I know, when it comes to making a building and all that, every year, though we don't get directly involved, to get the necessary licenses to build a building, the extra charges that you pay under the table is increasing by the day. I recently heard that it's reached about 100 rupees a square feet in Bangalore. Okay, I don't know whether it's true or false, because now corruption, what we call as corruption, is there in many forms. Even in, like in America, it's called lobbying or lobbyism or whatever. Now that's all like an inbuilt cost. What we should concentrate on is for the money that you pay, directly or indirectly, are you getting back value for it? Now, it cannot be handled at a level of a city. And I'm sorry, I cannot give any solution for this. I don't know. Bringing blockchain as a method would reduce that. Though a lot of things have gotten out of the net of corruption. Okay, getting a loan today is a lot easier if your CIBIL score and whatever it is. But I think this is outside the purview of a city's power. Unless they bring that 74th amendment. Okay.
No, even Parle-G, 5 rupees Parle-G biscuit has all the labels, like, the nutrients, things. Why can't a road costing
Yes, it can.
cost
It can.
over crores
It can
can't have a proper
It can
labeling
happen.
and costing and transparency?
But I think some of the rules that we have made in our country, even when they are written new, are purposely written in an ambiguous way.
That's how lawyers make money.
Everybody makes money.
It's not at all accessible
Everybody
language.
makes money like that. There is, corruption is there in it's not only, you don't blame only some people of corruption. Ultimately, if you are paying a bribe, you are also paying. You are also part of that corrupt system. So it's very difficult to solve that problem. I think it goes outside the scope of city and stuff like that, because corruption as a disease afflicts all of us, whether you live in a city
or at least
yes, transparency.
Transparency on information, how much concrete was used. And
now, to a large extent, I think this building which I'm sitting in now, because it was technically required for us to adhere to, let's say, if an international event has to be held here, the size, the finish, the specification, the kind of water treatment facility that this place requires. It's got a 25 by 50 pool and a 25 by 10 pool and a small local pool. Okay. There can't be any compromise here on those systems. Okay. So if you can somehow make people aware, whoever's involved, that please leave this building alone. Okay. You go do your stuff somewhere else. Because if you start imposing those kind of questions on this, why do you need a 3 crore water purification system when we can get a 1 crore water purification system? Why do you need it from Europe when we can get something equivalent from China or something like that? Then somewhere you need to put your foot down, or as a professional or something, I think the specifications have to be written in the tender so strictly that there is no room for
Confusion.
for undercutting and corruption to creep in. Very difficult, extremely difficult. I don't know whether I want to do any more work for the government. It's really frustrating.
Why not? You don't get
Extremely
payments on time.
frustrating because you you don't have the freedom to operate. Right from the design stage to its implementation. If you tell me that I have to put in my specification that when you make the road from point A to point B, I should have a QR code which will tell me what was the mix for that. Okay, today you put 15 feet of road, next day you put 15 feet of road, and you went right? Every 15 feet of road, I should be able to scan a QR code and the code should tell me this is how much of cement went in there, steel went in there. Amount of excavation was done there, all that. Now, that is very idealist. I don't think any country does that.
There's no country. Yeah.
But in the future, if you have technology like blockchain, I don't know, maybe it's possible. If it happens, well and good. Money will be well spent. We will not spend less though. We will spend the same because we will.
At least people should have a visualization.
Yeah. So what happens is
data visualization where it is going,
correct.
and
See, like if you do a building today for the government, there is a book called SR rates, and there are a list of items, materials. If it's not there, then you have to do your own kind of rate analysis and come up with that item. Extremely difficult to get those things passed. But that if you make it open, like your blockchain system, then probably we can get the best quality bitumen from Venezuela and use it on our roads and not have concrete roads. But that will come at a cost. Or we can indirectly force the government to import crude oil from a better source than from what we get now from, I don't know, Russia or wherever. And then have better quality bitumen at the end of it, which will help us decide that our roads don't have to be made out of concrete. It's complicated, man. It's not that easy. It's
layers of complications.
It's all interconnected. Everything that we do is interconnected.
So finally, the tropical model city. When all of this comes together, Mangalore won't just be a better city, it will be a model city. A city other coastal towns in India can look to. It will be known as tropical modern city, climate smart, culturally rooted, globally connected. At its heart, a vision is simple, city that works for its people, where you can walk safely, where floods don't down the stream and blah, 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 blah. So
what makes you think the city is not all that?
Yeah, I mean, city is good.
It's just not known.
Yeah.
See, if there was...
it's just that it can be... It has a huge potential to be a model city where other cities can learn from.
So we're not perfect.
We are not perfect.
Okay. But what we have, if 12 principles that you used, and then there are indicators by which cities are rated as safe, happy, etc., etc. Is a city successful because it attracts more visitors like tourists? Then it's a tourist city.
Right.
Is that an indicator?
No.
Should every city in India be a tourist attraction? It is not possible.
Not good point. Yeah.
Correct? So, if there is a indicator which rates the cities, and then one point says that number of tourists it attracts, and we score very less in it because people are ignorant that we exist. And if we assume that this city is a great city. I think this is a great city. And I am talking from the point of view of a professional, urban planner, urban designer. I think it's a great city because it has a lot of good in it. Okay? It's not perfect. There are a lot of things that we can correct. But would I want 10,000 people to land in Mangalore every day to stare at what we are doing here? I would say probably no.
True.
Would I want my beaches to be like Goa? Maybe no. I need it to be quiet. If I want the noise and the stuff that is associated with a beach in our head, the notional idea of a beach, then I will go to Goa. I will not recreate a Kalangut beach in Padambur. I wouldn't want that. Maybe that sentiment or that question should also be raised when everybody is asked this question. from the city? Do you want this to be a tourist hub? For me, that is not necessarily an indicator of how a city is successful or not. Right? So similarly, should this be an IT next to Bangalore? Should it be choice number 2 in Karnataka for IT? I don't know. Maybe not. Is that an indicator by itself? Just because you increase the population of a city, does that city become more successful?
Definitely no.
I don't know. See, these are questions which I think people should. When you say whether you want a pothole on your road, question, yes, no. We should also ask these questions. Do you want your city to double its population and reach 3 million by 2035? And you become more and more anonymous. I'm not against people going and settling in other cities. I have also lived in other cities. A lot of people, my ancestors probably moved from somewhere into this place, right? Genetically, I don't think I grew out of here, right? But protectionism, insulation from the rest is all one part. But what is it that you want your city to be? Is a question that everybody should answer and then work towards it. If 80% of the responses for that question say, yes, we want to make the second Goa, okay, out of Mangalore, okay, let's start working on it. Let's start working, identify the beaches, blah, 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 do everything, put some music, get some booze, and get the booze exempted and make an SEZ out of a beach and then charge less tax on liquor and then make it just like Goa. If the rule allows it, I don't know. How many people would want that is the next question. No? What would you want your city to be? Is something that each one of us personally should answer and then collectively should agree to.
Nice.
If you don't agree to what I'm saying, majority is agreeing, okay, no tourists, fine, great. Okay, let's work on something else.
Economics, increasing the economic output.
Some people may say no. Increasing the economic, there are 200 methods in which you make a city economically vibrant. Are there only the known? Are we going to only discuss the known methods? Bring more people in so that we could build more houses and the building industry and I as an architect will benefit because I'll get to design some more buildings. Or somebody might say, no, this is it. I think we should not. Somebody might say there should be an imaginary boundary to Mangalore and it should not grow beyond that. And everything should now start densifying itself and that should be the limit of the city. We'll preserve the nature. We have very rich ecosystems around the city. The moment we go into that, we're gone. And then we say, oh, we went there and now the city is gone there. Now we will think of how to make it green. Creating a problem and solving it later is what we have been doing as human beings. I think ever since we moved out of Africa.
Trial and error.
Yeah.
I was thinking of this thing for like, this
is exactly what can happen.
Yeah.
This is exactly what can happen if we protect our drains. Exactly.
So it can also be a recreational point, right? Yeah. For people to come in
where possible, where there are not many trees growing or if it's hard soil or laterite or whatever. In those places, we don't force some more trees, but we can create pockets. They don't have to be big like Tagore, Kadri Park. You can have small things. 100 people can gather.
This is naturally formed. And
So this is an example of how drain has been saved.
Correct. This is Singapore. It's called Bishan Park.
Yeah.
What it happens is it's a sponge for stormwater drain and also they have put bridges and pavilions so people can enjoy
people don't even touch the ground sometimes.
Right.
It is easily doable. I'm sure that Bangalore has attempted this in bits and pieces. I know
government has Bangalore has a lot of government properties, but Mangalore has just all private properties. How can
that is still not a problem? I think we can
government can claim the land and buy.
Not claim. We can exchange some of this land with something else.
Okay, what do you say about this thing? I forgot to tell about. zip lines to the hilly region, like from Mangalore to that there are
Basically, cable cars.
cable cars
Yeah.
for goods. Like trucks
See,
need
for
not
that,
come to the
I think
city.
you need to
and,
have a substantial level differences.
Mhm.
We are not that bad in Mangalore, except for a few parts which have very steep roads. Cable cars will work if one part of a city is substantially lower than or higher than the other, and going to that point by a curvaceous road is time consuming and slow, and the
Or
other
from Mangalore to Shiradigarh, like that Bangalore
uh,
route. There's so many trucks come and go. And,
yeah, the elevation difference is not so much. We are talking about like if you see if you consider the river level as zero, our airport is which is on top of a hill, highest point, right, is only about 100 meters above.
Oh, that's it.
That's it. So the way we tackle the slopes in like the airport approach road is stupid in my opinion. They could have made a better way of doing it. I mean, it feels like you're going through Agumbe Ghat.
Right.
Yeah, like 6
Pins.
hairpin bends. But it's okay. I mean, somebody going to the airport doesn't have to go 5 minutes faster than what's taking them.
So
but I'm talking
pleasurable,
about applying that to a city. Airport is outside the city boundary, by the way. That's an infrastructure we depend on, but it's not part of us. But inside the city, I don't know of many places where we have this problem of steep slopes. Okay. And I think it's a blessing in disguise. It automatically slows vehicles which go up, but speeds up the vehicles which go down. Yeah. So then other problems, because every time you widen it, then the soil get loosened, then you get landslides. I think it's all part of life. It's okay, I would say. Yeah.
Yes, I think that's it. Cities don't grow by accident; they grow by design, and it's up to us to demand the right design. Is it the right quote to end this podcast?
Exactly, and I think no two cities are the same.
That's my biggest takeaway. Yeah. So we can't copy paste. So
you have to find your own niche. Even if it is by design, then you cannot impose too many things on the city. It should be flexible. It should be at least agreed upon by most. It doesn't have to be popular. You don't do a city on a popular vote. Okay. Like you cannot do taxation in the country on popular vote. Everybody would say zero tax. Right? So you cannot just take decisions based on popularity, but you should take people's sentiments, aspirations, wishes into consideration and work with experts in all fields. Try to find some way of finding your own formula for your own city. As simple as that. So that way you make it unique. And that way it's organic. It's not in the shape of the roads. So then if you look at the city as an organism, you are one species. One copy of one species.
It's like one neuron. You are one neuron exchanging information with another neuron.
You can probably exchange information between another city. But that neuron is different.
Yeah. All right. Thank you so much.
Thanks so much.
It was a pleasure.
Pleasure.
Yes.
Long.
I think a total of 6 hours, 6+ hours.
More, I think.
Yeah.
All.